need my B-class cars. B-class cars. To go to the tower side staging lane, number 6 only. Tower side staging lane, number 6 only. And once again, the live stream, that was by Raceworks, and I've been told by Warren Evans, who's behind all the magic to make that happen. Watch the camera angles. He says we are up and action. Well, you can watch the tractor go up and down. You can watch that action. But we will have action on the racetrack here shortly. Again, my B-class cars. B-class cars. I need you to stage lane number 6. Stage lane number 6 only. We will pair you up there. So once again, thank you all so much for coming out to SIG Week presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. They are over there on the manufacturer's corner. Also, SIG the Mag. You can sign up for that. They have a limited number of second issues. If you sign up and subscribe right now, they will give you that second issue absolutely free while quantities last. So go take care of that. Go see them. SIG the Mag. You can find out whether it's a book or a magazine. I personally think it's more like a phone book, which is big enough where you could use it as a weapon, so to speak. It's over 200 pages. It's got a lot of good stuff in it. Go and find out for yourself. And while you're there, go and check out all the great merchandise they have. They have new shots of Tom Bailey's 6 Seconds 2.0 69 Camaro. They also have SIG Week and SIG Ward special shirts. They got lots of cool stuff over there. I think they're even giving away free posters, so you can go check that out over at Manufacturers Row. Motion Raceworks is over there too. They've got a whole lot of cool parts, gizmos and gadgets. Doug Cook and his great team over there, they come up with some awesome stuff. I mean, they come up with parts that racers need because that's what they are. They're enthusiasts. They beat on their stuff. They go, why is this not made? And then they come up with it, and then they introduce it, and they make it all here in the United States of America. Plus, you can go check out all their great merchandise. Thankfully, I got over to the Freedom Factory last night and got myself some before they sold out of it. So you can go check them out. Mickey Thompson Tires is also over on the Midway. Jason Moulton and his group, they're here. They've got tires for you. You need sticky tires? They got them. You need road tires like 275 60-15s? They do have some, but it's a limited quantity. So if you need it, go get them. Go talk to them right now. Look for the white trailer with the Mickey Thompson tent in the front. Go visit Summit Racing Equipment. If you can't build it, then Summit doesn't have it. Go talk to Summit because they have practically everything. You almost build a car from Summit Racing Equipment. They're over there on the Manufacturer's Midway, and right next to them, Holly. Yeah, Rick Anderson, one of the main guys in tech over at Holly. He's over there right now. Go talk to him about all your needs. He'll let you know exactly how to wire your stuff up, what you need, what kind of outputs and inputs it has, all about EFI, nitrous, everything that Holly has available. Go and visit them. And don't forget about our friends at Gear Vendors Overdrive. Talked to Rick this morning, his 18th year doing something like this, and you know what? He says he wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And that's saying something, ladies and gentlemen. You're proving his product for him. 5-second cars using Gear Vendors Overdrive units. You think it's proven? Yeah, I'd say so. Go visit Rick and his group at Gear Vendors Overdrive and see what they can do for your truck or car. So as we get the racetrack finished up, we will do a national anthem before we officially start the ceremony. I'm thankfully joined by somebody who will sing the national anthem a whole lot better than me. So we will get that started here in just a little bit as soon as we get the all clear signal. Once again, go check out Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Everything will be streamed live. You can watch it anywhere you want. Even if you're here on the grounds, dial your phone up and then watch all the cool angles that they have available. So we'll be back with you here in just a little bit. Once again, my A group cars, A group cars. I'm missing a lot of you. We know how many we have. That's not a number we have in the lanes. So if you're in an A group car, that's the fast class, you should be reporting to the west side staging lanes. And again, radial tire cars will go left lane. That's lanes 11 and 13. Radial tire prep, lanes 11 and 13. Slick tire prep. We're missing a bunch of you. Slick tire prep. Need you to lanes 12 and 14. That's the right-hand side. So once again, A group. I need radial tire prep to 11 and 13. That's the left lane. I need slick tire prep to lanes 12 and 14. I need my B group to report to the tower side staging lane number 6. B group, I need you to the tower side staging lane number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, it's crazy. We have almost 2,000 people live online already watching an empty racetrack. Well, let's be honest, it's Monday. Nobody wants to actually do work on Monday. You want to call in sick like the rest of these people did. 341 entries, ladies and gentlemen. That is the official number. That is what we're starting with out of 350. So we had some people that obviously dropped out and some people that came down for the wait list, and they became part of the group. We actually had some people that showed up that weren't even on the wait list, and they paid their fee and got in. So 341 cars is what we're starting with today. Go ahead and place your bets on how long you think it's going to take before we start whittling that number down. We lose people on the racetrack, lose people on the drive. So 341 cars. Make your bets now. If you want an idea of how many we lose based on percentages, I'm sure you could probably go back and watch some Hot Rod Drag Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week footage and kind of see how many people drop out. I want to say it's normally about 10 to 20%. But, you know, the interesting thing is you've got a lot of people here with untested combinations. It's early in the year. A lot of people coming from cold places where you can't really do much. So it's very possible that it may be a bigger number, it may be a smaller number. So speaking of social media, we're talking about the fact that you can watch all this great action live on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Talking about YouTube, how about Roadkill, ladies and gentlemen? It's David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan. Yeah, from Roadkill. Guess what they're doing? They bought a car last night, and they're going to do Sick Week here with you guys with a car that they haven't even made a pass in yet. From what Mike Finnegan tells me, the level of mold in it is terrifying. I don't know how terrifying it is. I don't know if it's worse than, say, like ones they've been in before. And for those of you that are Roadkill fans, yeah, they've done quite a few. So I'm not really sure if this is the moldiest car. Chad Reynolds told me yesterday that the Corvette hack that they did that became the Vec cart, He said the level of water and mold in that car was pretty eye-opening. So I'm wondering if this third-generation Trans Am that they picked up is really that bad, but I'm not going to question Mike. He's been in quite a few cars. So, yeah, the Roadkill guys are going to be joining Sick Week all week. Let's see how they do with their brand-new acquired ride. Well, brand new to them anyway. But it was a Craigslist purchase, and you know those always work out well. So Wade Rich out there applying the sticky icky that Bradenton has become famously known for. Yeah, we put over 10 cars into the 3.6 second range, a lot of them over 200 miles an hour, right here last week at the U.S. Street Nationals in the 8th mile. Now, 200 miles an hour in the 8th mile during drag week, you might not see that. I mean, Tom Bailey might have a shot at it. I mean, he went 599 at 250 miles an hour a couple of years ago on drag week to become the first car ever to run a 5-second pass in drag week competition. Yeah, he completed the week. So it was official. But he has thrown the gauntlet down. For those of you that heard me during the drivers' meeting, Tom Bailey said he wants to run a 5 at every single racetrack. Every one. Then you sit there and go, okay, well, he's already run 5s once. What's the big deal? Well, a couple hundred miles you drive in between and relashing the valves, and God forbid something decides that its wear cycle is done before you thought it would be, and then you start to get fatigued. The racetrack may not be as perfect as you want it because you're the last car out in the group, and you run, say, like a 16 pass. Do you really stay another 2 hours and get it all right again and risk getting on the road later and the day stretches longer and you really want that 5-second pass? It'll be a test of willpower for Tom Bailey to see if he really wants to go the full cojones distance and try and lay down a 5-second pass every single day. And like I said, you can follow along on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel to watch it live at every single racetrack. We will start here at Bradenton, then we will head northeast and go to World. Yeah, the home of the World Street Nationals. Then we will leave there. We will go north a couple hours to Gainesville Raceway, home of the NHRA Gator Nationals. Yeah, that track has over 3,500 feet of shutdown space. Bet you didn't know that. So if we get a fast car with no parachute, they can probably still stop safe. Then we will go north from there. We will cross the state line into Georgia. For those of you that are radial tire fans, flying cars, records are set. So South Georgia Motorsports Park is where we will run day number 4. We will drive half the distance back to Bradenton on Thursday, stop at Don Garlett's in Ocala, and then we will tour the rest of the way down here back to Bradenton, back to our original starting point. And we will wrap up day number 5. We will figure out the averages. We will crown some winners. And speaking of which, the winners get official RaceQuip Sick helmets. You will get helmets you could actually wear as your prize if you win your class. Now, I don't know if you would want to actually wear something that's so cool it's painted the same orange that Tom Bailey uses in his stuff, or do you say, I might just keep this as a trophy. No one will top this. So once again, we are doing the final track prep. We're going to put out our final call for the A group. Final call for the A group. Slick tire cars, lanes 12 and 14, you will run down the right-hand side of the track. Slick tire cars, you will run the right side of the track, lanes 12 and 14. A group, slick tire cars, lanes 12 and 14, you will run the right-hand side of the racetrack. A group, radial tire cars. A group, radial tire cars. You're going to run the left lane. So you need to go to lanes 11 and 13. And I see a bunch of you there already. Radial tire cars. Radial tire cars. You're going to run the left lane. I need you in lanes 11 and 13, please. If you're not there and you want to make this first hit when the track is really groovy, sorry about the pun, now would be a good time. We also need the B group cars. B group cars to lane number 6 on the tower side. B group cars. B group cars. I need you to lane number 6, and it looks like we already have lane 6 and lane 5. So now we're going to pull you into lane number 4. So B group cars. B group cars need you to lane number 4. Once again, as we get ourselves prepared here, be lucky enough to be joined by Faith Wanaka, who will sing the national anthem at each and every stop for us. And Faith has been sitting patiently waiting behind me. Either that or she's judging me on my announcing ability. I'm not quite sure which. Her facial expression hasn't changed. Now it has just a little bit. Faith, you want to talk on the mic for a little bit? No, absolutely not. But you are doing the week, correct? And are you participating? Are you part of Sick Ward? Which one are you doing? You're co-driver for your dad, so you get to do a father-daughter deal. So are you into cars a lot or a little? She's more into horses. Hey, it's still horses. So horses, horsepower, that's cool. So what is your dad driving in what class? Okay, so he's running the 10 flat and up class, and he's driving a Dodge Challenger. Oh, 10 flat and under. Okay, got it. And is it a Hellcat? Okay, he's driving a 2019 Challenger Hellcat. And who do you think likes driving it more, you or your dad? You've never driven it? Well, what a great time to break your to break the ice. Yeah, let's just go ahead and drive something with 700-800 horsepower or more. And you know, we've got to go to 4 racetracks, so let's not break anything. You know, let's not test it out, so to speak. So hopefully Dad will have fun on the racetrack, and you'll get some good pictures, and you guys will have some great memories from this. This is the first kind of thing you guys have done together like this? So you've done this. I'm trying to get her on the mic, but that's why this is becoming a one-sided conversation, ladies and gentlemen, so I apologize. But Faith has told me that she has also sung the national anthem on Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0 a couple years ago, so she's gotten her feet wet already, and she seems pretty capable based on the stern face she's given me. So once again, we are waiting for Wade to give us the A-OK sign for final track prep. As we continue to just lay everything down, once again, we are going to have a slick and a radial lane that will be a little different. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the words you're going to want to hear. A group, load up, please. A group. Load up, please. I've given the all-clear sign. We're about ready to go drag racing. Once again, you can go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, even if you're here on the grounds. Check out all the great action for all 5 days. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, what a better way to get started than to bring you the national anthem. So I'd ask you all, please rise. Please remove your headgear. As Faith Wanaka will leading in the singing of the world's most beautiful song, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, Faith, great job. Let her hear it, ladies and gentlemen. She will be with us all week to sing the national anthem, and we thank Faith Wanaka so much. ladies and gentlemen, again, we're going to start with the fast group, the A-class cars. Getting the good data up here in the tower. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Strap yourselves in. Here we go. First pair of cars for first ever on SIG Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. For all of you that are watching at home on the live stream that is presented to you by Motion Raceworks, my name is Derek Putnam. I will be joined by Chad Reynolds and Adam Dory to bring you all the great action. You'll see in-pit interviews. If something happens on the racetrack or on the drive, we'll be there to bring you all the details. I'll tell you what, this is going to be an awesome week here in Florida and South Georgia. Let's get things started. Lonnie Tibbs and Kurt Beyer, our first pair out in the A group, ladies and gentlemen. Law's up in here with me in the tower as we get things started. Left-hand side, the Trans Am rockets off the starting line, 124 to the 60-foot. Looking for sevens. Bang, 759, 181 miles an hour. The little roadster going 924 at 142. So Kurt Beyer laying down the fast pass so far of today, 759. 181 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, holy cow, let's just knock it down immediately. Kurt Beyer. All right, here comes our next pair. Stefan Gustafson and Rick Prospero, the Corvette driver. Big slick tire car over on the right-hand side. That's a 1989 model Corvette. He's got some boosted influence over there. Left-hand side, Rick Prospero. His son out there in front of him. He's the guy that does all the tuning. Rick has done quite a bit with this car. It's a big block, twin turbocharged Mazda RX-7. Yeah, there is not a rotary in this anymore. He laid down a 673 in testing, ladies and gentlemen. Now this little green Mazda, can he lay down a 6 to start the week right here? John Dodson and Alex Taylor. The SICK 55 over on the right-hand side. This is a brand new build that her and her dad, Dennis, who's lining her up, put together last year. They They competed on both Hot Rod Drag Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. She's gotten it into the 7s, but they're still kind of, working the bugs out. They think this thing should run in the 6s. Twin turbocharged big block power. Left-hand side, John Dotson, the 1980 Malibu. Turbocharged LX power for the little G-body on the left side. Let's boost them up and let's make some runs, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. They're all staged and ready. Both of them get a hold of the racetrack. Dotson, a little soft on the power, but Taylor is laying it down on the right-hand side. 747, 191 miles an hour for her. 929 at 115 is a little bit of a lift for John Dotson. That car's got 7-second potential. He just didn't get after it. Something must have not done what he wanted it to. All right, here comes our next pair. Andrew DePia. Either that or it's Dobita. Hopefully I'll get one of them right. If I do butcher your name, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to grab me as we're going from track to track, and I will make sure I make it better. Ken Riddle, that 69 Dart over on the right-hand side, the big tire slick car, the radial car, and the Mustang over on the left-hand side. Off they go. The Mustang's leading them all the way down. Top end says 803, 177 miles an hour. The Dart going 923 at 144. Ladies and gentlemen, we have won 4 pairs so far. We have 2 6-second runs. We have 2 7-second runs. So far, people are laying it down here today. One of the top players in the naturally aspirated category, even though it's not a class, but it's crazy to think how fast this guy has been so far. James McIntyre, they call him Doc. The 1968 Camaro, a whole lot of naturally aspirated big block Chevy goodness on the left-hand side. He will face Alan Mogi, the 1972 Camaro, C28 over on the right side. That's the gray car. Doc says he's ready. So wheeling in for Doc McIntyre, 112 on the 60-foot. 517 at the 8th mile. We're going to see a 7. Now we're going to see an 821, 160 miles an hour for Doc. 853, 157 for Alan Mogi. Not a bad run for either one of them, but I'm sure James was probably hoping for something that started with a digit 1 lower than he put up. An 821, not a bad pass, though, for naturally aspirated. Speaking of naturally aspirated, a couple of turbocharged cars going to push all that aspiration in our next pair. Steve Morris and David Armatrout. Armatrout on the left-hand side, 1967 Chevrolet Nova. They call it Chevy 2. He's having some problems, it looks like, so he's going to get backed off the starting line. That's a bummer. So Morris in the revamped Boostmaster wagon. Yeah, this is the guy at S&M. This is the guy who builds the motors for Tom Bailey's car. This is his car. He went through a complete revamp in it. It used to be a small tire radial car, but it's been on the back burner. He brought it back as a big tire car, and yesterday laid down a 689 at 200 miles an hour. What can he do right here? Attention all drivers, time zones can be picked up on the on the 60 foot. I want to see a 6. Bring it on. 682. Delivering a 6 yesterday. Delivers a 6 today. Our third 6-second pass, and we're just getting things started. Are you kidding me? Steve Morris. about to catch my breath here and just go down a couple energy levels. This is crazy. 3 cars already in the 6s, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just getting things started. The beautiful 1956 Chevy of Glenn Hunter. Over on the left-hand side of the racetrack, you're wondering what the car over on the right-hand side is? That is a 1974 Opel Manta, being driven by Jesse Havlick. Havlick with a scoop that looks like it's literally about the same height as the roof. Glenn Hunter, he says, I like the flat hood idea. Let's tuck the turbos and everything right neatly in here. That big heavy Chevy looking for a 6. Can he get it here? Both of them getting after the 60-foot. The Opel is out of it before the 330. Hunter will run it all the way down. 755, 184 miles an hour for the big heavy Chevy. 1023 at just 133 for Jesse Havlick because he had some issues. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm being joined in the tower by the one and only, because we can only handle one of them and all his energy and excitement level, Chad Reynolds from Bank Shift. Chad is joining us on this week along with Adam Dory. And what a time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring possibly the quickest car to the starting line on the right-hand side of the racetrack. This is Tom Bailey, the man behind all the sickness himself, out of Michigan. The 1969 Camaro known as 6 Seconds 2.0. This car has been in the 5s in competition, 599 at 250 miles an hour at the last day of drag week 2 years ago. Chad Reynolds, you're just standing here waiting. Get in here, bud.
The only the second streetcar into the 5s, of course, Larson in the S10 running 585, but not in drag week competition. So this is the only 5-second car in competition. In the left lane, Clint Sadowski. Clint, former professional baseball player, pitcher, and I don't even care about any of that because I don't care about sports. I care about the blue Camaro in the left lane that is preparing to haul ass, and it is a rad small tire Camaro.
He's going to have to work real hard to stand with Bailey as they get them all staged up and ready. Pull the trigger. Tom Bailey, 106 to the 60-foot, but he pedals it this time.
Shook the tire hard, squared up the tire out there at only 30 feet. That thing was not a happy camper at all. Still runs 668, 231 with a major pedal.
Yeah, the little small tire Camaro, no slouch. 778, 178. I'll tell you what, man, they are just laying it down out here. Everybody going for the gusto.
You know, and in a competition that's got a lot of Tri-5 Chevrolets, right? Aiden Bailey in the right lane in that 57 wagon right now. Glenn Hunter, who was just up in that beautiful red and white Tri-5. I remember several years ago, a long time ago, probably 10 years ago now, at Indy on drag week, he stood that thing up on the bumper when that was like an 8-second car, and it is a fast machine. Glenn out of New York is awesome. What a great dude. Super glad to see him here. The Tri-5 contingent in the house. Let me tell you what. We got Joe Barry coming up next in the right lane too after Aiden. This is one of those events that's got some cool stuff.
All right, to all the people that are on the wall, on both sides, if you do not have a media band, we need you back. If you do not have a media credential band, we need you off the wall, please.
There's a couple of you that are standing there pretending. You're like, no, I swear, I got it under my hoodie. It's fine. We know you don't. So, yeah.
Once again, I have called my B-Class cars, to the west side staging lanes. I believe we're in lane number 4 currently. B-Class cars. They should be coming to the tower side staging lanes. Lane number 4. Clark Rosenstengel coming up in the turbocharged Camaro on the left-hand side. Trying to get it locked in already. Rosenstengel, what a nice little wheelie out there. He pedals it down beautifully and lays into the sauce. Gets out of the gas early, 799, 140 miles an hour. You can tell that car laid over as he runs less speed at the quarter than he did at the 8th. How about the big wagon? How'd he do?
You know, Aiden goes out there, runs at 861, 160 mile an hour. The big news was was a 129 60 foot, but that thing goes out there and left pretty good, and then really just sort of in cruise mode the rest of the way down the racetrack. But Aiden getting used to that car, they're stepping it up more and more. It is a bad machine, and he's going to have a good time this week with it.
All right, so while we have a quiet minute with a couple of turbocharged cars, once again, everybody that is on the starting line and everybody that is on the wall, if you do not have a media credential, we need you to leave the area now. If you do not, Keith Turk will come assist you. And I don't think you want, you don't want that assistance.
He's mean.
Yeah.
He's
so once again,
gnarly old mean dude. That's
yeah, he has nothing left to lose. So
no.
If you do not have a media credential, please get off the wall or out of the center of the racetrack unless you are with the car that is on the starting line. Once that car is cleared, we need you to do the same. We'll talk about an interesting contrast right here. We've got a classic Chevy and a little pocket rocket Ford Mustang. The Mustang, Larry Albright. He's from right here in Florida. He says thanks to NPD, and he's riding in memory of Bob Benson, racer that we lost not that long ago, a couple weeks ago. And Larry's doing the job of riding for the firefighter that we just lost. And talk about Joe Barry. I mean, Chad, you could go on for hours about this guy.
Dude, Joe Barry has got some interesting stories over the years. Coming out of the Colorado Springs area, great dude. He's got his son Joey behind him, and what a great family operation. Oh, Joe having issues though on the starting line. Bumps it through, trying to get out of the way so Albright can make a run. That is unfortunate, but hey, they got plenty of time. Going to get a lot of runs in today. It will be all good. Some issue with bumping it in. That thing bumped right through the beams, so they're going to need to adjust that. For those of you that aren't familiar with the bump box on these turbo cars, so you build boost, you get the top bulb lit, build boost, you tap the button, and it interrupts the action of the brake in order to let that thing fully stage. Whoa!
Larry Albright, hang on to that one. He had it hooked up good for about 20 feet, and then it just kicked sideways. So we'll call that pair just kind of a wash. Yeah. I know Larry is not. That's a 7-second car. He is not going to turn in a 10:57 lap. So we'll see both of those cars come back.
Absolutely. You know, this is one thing you got to remember about this, ladies and gentlemen. If you're out here and you're just a spectator or you're part of the sick ward, remember, you got to make it in order to win it. And so it is not only about going fast, but it's about getting down the racetrack every day at every track, which means you've got to make it in between. So you don't want to beat your stuff up, but obviously you need to make a time slip, hit that's going to count.
Couple of Chevrolets with 5 decades between them. You can see the difference in styling without me even telling you the years, but let's tell you who they are. The car in the right-hand side, Sean Fink. This guy used to have I want to say it was like, a 65, 66 Chevy 2 wagon that he used to drive. This is his new car, and so far, it is stout piece. Chad, you know what this thing's run?
You know what? I can tell you that Fink has been building this car for a while. This thing is beautiful, like you said, stunning. I do not know how quick it has been yet, but I know that if it's going to keep up with James in the left lane with Ruby, it is going to have to move, and it's going to be fun to watch. I have to tell you, I'm a Tri-5 Chevy owner. I have a 56. A 55 is real good, and orange is bad to the bone.
He's got the little Corvette with the small tire, and Sean Fink laying down the big tire, 115 on the 60-foot. Coming down there, 721, 188 miles an hour. But he has no parachutes out, so he's testing those brakes.
He's got TBMs on that bad boy. He'll have no problem making it before the shutdown.
James Tall going for the 850-based class. 860 at 164 will get him close, but I don't think you're going to want to turn something in that's a tenth of a second above your brake. That's going to be a dogfight class, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ruby back one more time.
Yeah, I would be really surprised based on, Rocky Mountain Race Week and Drag Week, etc. If that category doesn't have a winner. If the top 5 are not in the 8.50 range, it will surprise me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes our next pair, and this could be a 7-second battle, both side by side. Nikki Bobby out of the Mac group, the twin turbocharged ex-Big Dog Camaro, and Cletus McFarland, the car that he calls the Mullet. The Mullet with a brand new fresh motor with aluminum rods, and Nikki Bobby's it down. 7:35, 188 miles an hour. Nicky Bobby and Adam Hodson go faster than yesterday. 7:15 at 193. Chad, that's a car that they bought like 2 months ago. It had a big block Chevy with spray on it. Then they rip it out of there, stuff an LS and twins in it, dyno it, and make 0 runs before they get here. Third pass, 7:19. Fourth pass, 7:15.
Yeah, that thing is definitely a proven car, but not with that combo. It's interesting, though. There's definitely more in it. You watch that thing go down there. He left the starting line and was steering the car to the left the entire time down the racetrack. The left front wheel off the ground, the right front on the ground. They're going to need to put a little bit of rear steer in that car to get that thing to go straighter. In the meantime, Tom McGilton in the Why Not Camaro in the right lane. Larry Larson on the starting line, helping tune it this week. Down the racetrack, going toward the center line. 722, 199.82 mile an hour in the most legit big tire street car on the planet, period. Call me a liar. I will argue with you anytime. That thing has power windows, satellite radio, AC, everything works except the cruise control. Ladies and gentlemen, the finest street car on the planet, Tom McGilton right there.
Yeah, we'll talk about the fact that they took a 40-mile ZL1. They took a 40-mile, ladies and gentlemen, 4-0. Brand new ZL1, and they just cut it to pieces. They took a ZL1 and cut it to pieces to make Tom's car. I mean, that's absolutely insane, but as he said, if you don't see the cage and the big tires in the back, you could very easily think that's just a regular old street car.
Absolutely. The body has not been cut at all to fit the big tire on the back. The tubs obviously have been changed, but the outer wheel well is 100% stock dimensions, and that thing is just a rad car.
Dan Hirsch going down the left-hand side, the turbocharged 65 Mustang doing a little wheelie, and goes 774. He made the right changes from yesterday. 176 miles an hour as that car struggled. This crew looks like they're happy with that. Probably going to turn it in and do it one more time.
Okay, so what do you want? If you were told right now you get to pick either of these cars, take them home right now, which one do you pick? Dave Schroeder's killer, Corvette, or do you take the Pacer?
You know, part of me just wants to go for the Gremlin just because
it is a Grammy, sorry, yes.
It's different, but man, how could you deny sitting in a 6-second car
with a 903 cubic inch power plant under the hood? I got to tell you, I'm going Gremlin. I'm just going Gremlin.
Well,
No
Gremlin
offense
won
to
on this
Dave. I
one.
love Dave. I do. And the car is rad, but I got to go with the Gremlin. It's so evil.
Once again, A-class cars, A-class cars. Once again, A-class cars, A-class cars. Lanes 11, 12, 13, and 14 will remain open for you for the first hour. Radial tire will go to lanes 11 and 13. Slicks will go to lanes 12 and 14, if you would, please. All right, so I have my first official parts call of the day. We only had 8 yesterday. All of them got answered. Let's see what we can do here. We need an LS crank 3.625 or an LS short block. See Sean in the 63 Chevy 2. He says it's broke, but we're going to fix it for Sick Week. That's what he says.
You need a crankshaft? I mean, come on.
That's what it says. They are the official first one to ask today. And the left-hand side getting timed out of the Blazer. This is the cool thing about Sick Week is we make your reaction times count. So you've got to get in within 7 seconds. You see the red light there. So the Blazer will get no time. You have to be staged by the time your opponent is staged within 7 seconds, or the tree will automatically come down. So the Blazer will get no time. Lonnie Tibbs in the Roadster improves his time. He goes 8:73. That's an improvement over his 9:20 pass he ran on the first one.
The Lipinski family 54 Chevy 150 hot rod in the left lane recently got a bunch of chassis upgrades, a bunch of power, and all because they laid the thing over on its side and had to put some primer on the body. So why not make it faster and better?
Both of them getting out in the under 1 second rule on reaction time. As you can see, a lot of people are still trying to figure out the bump box. Some of them have it where it's nice and easy. Some of them have big gains. 924 for the Dart, 973 for the Chevy. Man, talk about a 54 Chevy going 973 at 141 miles an hour. You got to be fighting that steering wheel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that thing is cool. That is a fun hot rod. They are looking forward to running fast this week, and I have faith they will.
So ladies and gentlemen, again, you are seeing the A-class cars. These are the quickest cars. And then we will go to our B group, and I bet we got a whole bunch of B group. Yeah, I see them all. I see a whole bunch of B group behind us in the tower side staging lanes. We appreciate all of you coming on up. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the 6-second capable 240 Volvo station wagon. Mikkel Borgren, behind the wheel of this car. Yeah, don't you remember when you were kids and you go, Mom and Dad, don't take me to school in the wagon. I'm going to get embarrassed. I'll tell you what, I would definitely ride in this thing now. He went 697 yesterday. Yeah, that's crazy. A 6-second station wagon?
I had a buddy of mine the other day that asked why there are so many box Volvos that are doing LS swaps and all of that, right? And I said, that's because when they get this old, they'll no longer run on their own because Volvo had the worst electronics on earth, right? So you gotta tear this pile apart to make it a running, driving car. It needs an LS swap and wiring anyway. Why wouldn't you do this?
So we'll see if we can get another 6-second car in. He's leading into an early 111 on the 60-foot. Hang on to that box. Toe in charge.
Wow, 450 to the 8, 685, 203.
Man, he just knocks it down. Yesterday didn't go close to 200. Today just rips past it with authority.
Dude, when I saw that thing down low early, it was good. It was a little soft right in the middle and then picked it up in a big way. Dude, 450 to the 8th, running over 200 mile an hour at the top. Dude, that's rad right there. That is awesome.
Yeah, we're talking about that 54 Chevy going in the 8s and having to try and drive that thing. Do you imagine how much wind you're driving through with that big old box behind you and just, dude, go straight. Please go straight.
Dude, in the right lane, Jesse Havlick in the 74 Opel Manta. Okay, this thing is killer. They built this car very, very recently. No runs on the car until it got here. Yesterday, he did a burnout. He was planning on just doing a shorty. It felt so good, he drove it out past the starting line. On the next run, ran it down. This thing still sneaking up on it. But this thing is going to be a really fun car to watch this week. A big tire on a tiny car.
I think you can see unofficial for Thomas. Yes. Left-hand side, Jason Conner, the Mustang driver. Laid too much power in. This time the Opel on a good pass. He's trying to improve off the 10-second lap he laid down earlier. Yeah, that's a big improvement. 892, 152 miles an hour. The Mustang
Real soft early.
Yeah.
Real soft early still for Jesse. They're still figuring that car out, so that's awesome. But dude, Jason Golden, that's a nice car, and it just killed the tire early. Now, for those of you that are out there watching too, and you're going, oh, all the big tire cars are running in the right lane, that's on purpose. The right lane is the slick prep lane. The left lane is the radial lane. So they're going to be spraying the left lane more, keeping that thing gooey and sticky and happy for the radial tires. The right lane is going to be big tire focus. The two do not play well together, and so that was a decision that was made here at this event, and the big tire guys are going to really love that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we talked earlier about the radial tire prep, shaking out your fillings if you're running a big tire car.
Absolutely. The thing will dead hook, square up the tire, and be ugly.
All right, so once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to do the A group, the fast group, by giving them the best racetrack possible because let's be honest, when you're running bottom 7s and in the 6s, as we've already seen some people do, you need all the teeth we can give you. So once again, we have had kind of a shortage of slick tire cars, and Chad and I both know we've seen enough of them in the pits. So slick tire cars, if you want to make a run in this first session, we need you now. Slick tire cars.
Group A slick tire cars. Group A slick tire cars, if you want to make your run in this morning's session, you have to be in the lanes now. Now is the time. Get to the lanes now. Again, Run Group A, slick tire. If you're going to make a run in this session, you need to be coming to the lanes now.
Correct. Chad, I'm looking at the live feed right now that's being brought to us on Tom Bailey's page by Motion Raceworks. 6,000 people. Look at that. 6,000 people watching live and online. A whole lot of you are supposed to be working, and I guarantee you, you're not.
No. I'll tell you that our Motion Raceworks live broadcasts of all the races are always huge. There is such good support from all of the online personalities like Cletus, etc. And an event like this, everybody wants to watch. So, it will not surprise me to see literally, millions of people watching this over the next 5 days. So this is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on some of the comments that are happening here online, so if I miss what you say, but feel free to keep posting up, ladies and gentlemen. We know a lot of you are getting interactive, man. This thing is rolling along like a news feed right now.
Yeah, and it's on slow feed, so for those of you that are like, why can't I make a post, one right after the other? Well, the reason is because literally it would buzz by so fast nobody would be able to watch it. So that is on the slow mode right now, and it's just to save everybody the time of trying to scroll back through it. So enjoy, hang out with us. Again, Motion Raceworks, thank you so much for all the support. Also, dude, TBM brakes and Rife sensors last night. The party in the Freedom Factory was pretty cool.
Yeah, the house that Cletus built.
Yes, and I may or may not have been the last guy to go through the gate last night when the security people said, hey, Chad, do you have a code for the gate? And I said, no, but I'll take one. And they said, oh, well, we can call Garrett. I said, are you asking because otherwise we have to leave? They said, well, yeah. I said, well, that's fine. We'll leave. It's all good. So we closed up the keg in Biggin's trailer and proceeded to, have our walking beer to the parking lot, and then we went home. It was fine.
Yeah. I actually got people checking in on the live stream because I'm telling them, hey, some people are not working and there's many people watching. The guy goes, hey, I'm on break. So once again, my name is Derek Putnam, being joined in the tower by the one and only Chad Reynolds from bankshift.com. We're literally pinching ourselves being able to actually do all this really cool stuff this week and bring you the action, as once again we're going to visit Bradenton Motorsports Park, then Orlando, then Gainesville, then South Georgia, and then we're going to turn right back around and head south. We'll visit Garlett's Museum on Thursday night, then we will come right back here to Bradenton on Friday. We'll average everything out. We'll crown some winners. And I'll tell you what, man, it's been an insane first session, Chad. I don't think in all the years I've ever watched drag and drive competition that I have ever seen this much action and this much fastness all up front.
I like that word, fastness.
Yeah, we just make stuff up as we go along.
I know, it's good, dude. English is a second language. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's all good. We're allowed to make up our own vocabulary. We have microphones. So nobody can argue with us. There's two things I say all the time. The guy with the microphone always wins, and you can't make an entrance if you're on time. So I am always late, and I always have a microphone, and that way I'm always right. But I will tell you that this is the action we all want to see at these drag and drive events. And everybody that's a veteran are the guys that have been out here already, and the reason is they know that you want to get out here early, make a hit when the weather's really good, so that if the conditions don't get better, you're still good, and you've had time. But at the same time, you got to balance that with not beating up your junk too bad, on morning number one. So it's, it's fun, it's exciting, and I'm glad to be here. It's going to be a good time. Thanks to Tom Bailey and Motion Raceworks and everybody else involved in this for bringing us out. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wade Rich and the crew out there doing a great job getting everything all tuned up. I'll tell you what, like I said, we had 3.6 second, 200 mile an hour Pro Mod cars out here just a week ago. So this track always has teeth and gets everything where it's supposed to be. So they're going to make sure that they keep this up. The only thing is you're going to see a lot of people that spin tires and chatter tires, and that's not necessarily always the racetrack. It's just people pushing to find out how far they can really go. You got to find the limitation of your machine, and then you just back it down a hair. Or you can do what some of these guys are doing and come out and make a checkout pass. They'll go down there with power on medium setting. They pull the boost back a little bit. And then they'll say, okay, I've got a good starter pass. Now let's go out there and let's turn it up some. But Wade Rich is going to make sure that the racetrack is as top condition as possible. So we're going to finish out this A-class session, and then we're going to go into B group. The B group is between 850 and slower. Well, actually, it's 850 to 999 if we're going to be exactly correct. And those are still fast cars. We got them all stacked up behind the tower on tower lanes. So Chad and I are going to bring you all this action. And again, Chad being joined by the one and only Adam Dory in the pits, as all of us are going to bring
Adam Dory's here?
Yeah,
No way!
yeah,
Dude, Adam Dory, will you sign my butt later? Like, I need your autograph. Adam Dory.
Oh, man, we need a bigger tower up here for Chad and me. We're running out of space. No, I'll tell you what, man. Tom Bailey brought in probably some of the best people. And then he just ran out of names and reached in the bottom of the barrel, and I got to be the lucky ticket. That's pretty much it.
Hey, don't sell yourself short there, big boy. It's cool that you're here, and we're glad. You're a Florida native, so or at least a Florida resident. I say you're a native. Have you? Is that? What's the story of Derek? Did you grow up here or what?
Yeah, I did. I'm like one of the few guys that actually is walking around in shorts when it's 40 degrees in Florida, because I know how hot it gets in the middle of the summer, and everybody goes, it's too cold out here. And I'm like, yeah, but cold weather, that's good horsepower weather. That's when the cars run fast. So I'm sweating in my fire suit in the middle of August, and I'm like, yeah, I can't wait for it to get cold again, because you can always layer up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, absolutely.
So for all you checking in online, a whole bunch of you already saying, Chad and Derek are on the mic. Thank you so much, guys. We really do appreciate it. I mean, Chad and I obviously enjoy doing this, and man, I think both of us still just kind of pinch ourselves because we're enthusiasts. We're all just like you, and we're lucky enough to be able to bring you all this action. That's why we get wound up and excited, because we want to tell you about all the great stuff that's going on here on Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and of course, the live stream that is blowing up right now, brought to us by Motion Raceworks. Chad, you talked about the Freedom Factory last night. You and I both kind of glided in there as they were turning the lights out last night. Luckily, I was sort of on my way out, so I wasn't the last guy, so they didn't have to yell at me.
Yeah.
But I think you got there and you got to enjoy pretty much every second possible of the TBM Breaks pre-party.
I did my best, because it'd be rude not to drink their beer. That's the way I looked at it, So if somebody brought it, they put it on ice, it'd be rude not to drink it. So I'm your guy. It's like Biggin. He has 2 kegs of beer in the trailer behind the Swede C4 Corvette, and it would be rude for him to have to take home beer. So we all owe it to him to drink his beer that he brought for us. So that's the way I look at it. But also I want to thank Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors. I have known the Johnson family, and Rick and his son Nick are both here. I've known the Johnson family for several years now, consider them personal friends, think the world of them. Their products are second to none. There is no overdrive solution that is as durable and reliable as a Gear Vendors Overdrive. I can tell you that I own 2 of them. One of them is in my square body dually that pulls a 40-foot gooseneck trailer. They are absolutely reliable for daily driving, for 3,500 plus horsepower pro mod, street cars, etc. So Gear Vendors, certainly the right choice if you're looking for an overdrive. But beyond that, they are also the guys that are supporting drag and drive events, right? They are the guys who have been here since the beginning, and they have pushed it because they are passionate about it. Everything at Gear Vendors is built in the United States of America, in Southern California, as a matter of fact, and our hat is off to them. Thank you again, Rick. Thank you, Nick, for being out here as well. Really, really appreciate it. It means a lot to us, and it does not go unnoticed. Everybody, please give them a big thank you this week when you see them. I will warn you, if you are sitting there and Rick offers you tequila, it won't be just one.
I'm not quite sure how I can follow that one, but thankfully we got some cars on the racetrack, so I can talk about them. Ken Riddle coming back up in the 1969 Dart. The car on the left-hand side, some of you guys might recognize that. That's the car known as Soccer Mom. Kevin Smith, the man behind KSR Fabrication and Performance out of Gainesville, Florida, behind the wheel. That's his partner, Will Stevenson, a former drag radial champion, lining up behind him, getting everything on camera. This is Soccer Mom's first time ever doing drag and drive competition. So it'll be interesting to see how the little turbocharged LS motor holds up. Kevin coming off the starting line, 125 on the 60-foot. stretch her legs all the way to the finish line. 790, 176 miles an hour with the parachute out. 930 at 143 for the dart. Not a bad lap there for Soccer Mom as he completes his first official drag and drive pass here on Sick Week. Here comes a guy who has some drag and drive competitions under his belt. This is Robert Williams. The car he calls Weapon X, a 1977 Chevrolet Nova. It's got a couple of twin turbochargers. A couple of twin turbochargers? No, that would be 4. So he has twin turbochargers. That's the way I should say it. A little LS motor underneath the hood of this motor. Robert Williams getting it bumped in. He's ready. Nice wheel stand and hangs on to it. It has the pedal. It bounces its way down. Oh, Robert Williams. He had the same thing happen in the car he calls Pork Chop, where he had this big wheelie that 1320 video caught a few years ago on Drag Week, and it bent the parachute mount. So I guarantee you, he was probably going, no, not on the first day. So that's why he pedaled it, because that thing started to bring all the boost in, and you could see that instead of the wheelie coming down, it held it. And the problem you get into is once you get faster, the air gets under the car and it starts to lift. So you got a choice. Do you ride it out and hope that the weight will bring it down, or do you just say, screw it, get out of the gas, and then try to get back into it? And that's what Williams did. Did a nice job saving it, but unfortunately, he's going to come back around and make another hit and probably take a little power out of it. Once again, Sick Mag are all over Bradenton Motorsports Park checking out all the action. Here comes some action right here. Left-hand side, this is Brian Havlick. Beautiful 1955 Chevy Bel Air. He is lined up with Royce Payton, 1966 Ford Mustang. Yeah, this guy's in contention with the Opal for tallest hat on the car. Mustang out in front, and then he gets out of it. He's going to coast all the way to the finish line, and he still runs 863 at just 112 miles an hour, 483 at 126 to the 8th mile. Nice little 55 going 898, 153 miles an hour. Yes, that Mustang did win Rocky Mountain Race Week before, Mr. Royce Payton. How about a beautiful C3 Corvette coming up next? This is Kelly Harvey, a beautiful 1965. I mean, this is a great example of the C3 body style. This is why these cars just continue to rocket up in value. And you know what? He said, I don't care. Take the torch to it. Let's put big tires underneath the back. 1965 Corvette, ladies and gentlemen, on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Did not see him run yesterday, so let's see what he does here. See, he's going for the easy approach. 149 on the 60-foot, but he's in the coals out the back half. 797, 176 miles an hour with the patriotic parachute out and in full blossom. Kelly Harvey laying down a 797, just no problem at all. So once again, we are working our way through the A-class cars. These are our fast group. We're going to go to B-class here in just a little bit. But I'll tell you what, the variety and everything that we're seeing here, just absolutely insane. And again, you will see all the action here, live and online, on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Go search Tom Bailey. That is B-A-I-L-E-Y. Being brought to us by Motion Raceworks. Here comes Rick Trunkett, 72 Duster out of the Big 3 Racing operation. All the way down, 810, 175 miles an hour for him. That's a slick pass there for the little flat hood Duster. We are up to 6,400 people checking in online on the live stream. A whole lot of people are not working this morning. They're just watching all this action. I'll tell you what, it is crazy to see all the people out here at Bradenton Motorsports Park that have turned out on a Monday to enjoy the sunshine and 60-degree temperatures, and all the people that are checking in online. We thank you all so much for your enthusiasm and your energy that you bring. Speaking of B3 Racing, let's bring up another one of their cars, Bob Hess. coming up in the 1982 Mustang. This is a 4-eyed car. Beautiful purple paint job on the left-hand side. Let's see how this job does. Little parachute hanging off the back, nice race form wing, and polished wheels as he bumps it in. And he did a little bit of a pedal job as the front end started to come up. 126 on the 60-foot, looking for 8s. And gets a 785 at 172 instead. That's a nice lap. 785, 172 miles an hour. I mean, we're just stacking the 7-sec cars up here like cordwood. This is nuts. I'm sitting here watching the live chat stream on 6.6 thousand people. Crazy. Somebody goes, I'm actually sick, probably going to take the week off. Another guy says, I'm working, I'm just taking my time setting up the mill. This is awesome. Everybody checking in live online, thank you all so much. Again, my name is Derek Putnam, being joined here in the booth by Chad Reynolds as he jumps around and does a whole bunch of stuff from bankshift.com. We thank them so much for all the hard work they're doing. We got people watching from down under Australia. Thanks for checking in from overseas. We got some people that I know that flew in from Australia to be part of Sick Ward. It's amazing. You got all these cool people, and I'll tell you what, that is the second time I've seen that happen in the last 24 hours. I honestly had never seen it before. Now I've seen it twice. Unfortunately, we've had 2 people that have yanked the parachute by accident before they get to the starting line. So you got to get everything nice and kind of wrapped up because then you don't have it. Now, Bradenton has a decent amount of shutdown area, so thankfully, should be able to get that figured out. We got people checking in from Sweden. People checking in from Canada. If you're live on the online feed, even though it's rolling along pretty fast already, yeah, go ahead and check in and tell us where you're watching from. We got people asking what class is Cletus in. Has Cletus made a pass? Has Kevin made a pass? So Cletus is running the mullet in the A class. He went 7:35, new best number, I believe, for that car. Now, James Tall is running Ruby this week, and he went 8:60 on his pass. Kevin went 7:90 in the Soccer Mom. So for that, yep, here it comes. Oh, I shouldn't have asked for that. Everybody check in and watch where they're coming from. Antarctica, Wales, UK, Arizona, Spain, Denmark, Greece, Zimbabwe. This is crazy. Look at the live feed explode. Everybody jumping in there. Texas, Wisconsin, Poland. Are you kidding me, Poland? I see my fellow Floridians checking in. Thank you so much. And I'll tell you what, this is the 3rd time I've been to Bradenton Motorsports Park in a little over 6 weeks, and I am glad to be up here in the tower with Laurie Ann Johnson. That is Law, because she is the law up here. She has worked at Bradenton pretty much as her second home. Her and her husband, a former Division II NHRA champion. So she knows all about the racing action here. Stefan Rossi coming up. This beautiful black 1966 Nova got twin parachutes on the back of this puppy. Tell you what, twin parachutes means 2 times as good. Somebody just said I'm watching from the moon. I think I'm going to call that one as questionable. Venezuela. Somebody checking in from Ocala. That's where I work at. Ireland checking in. Manitoba, Canada checking in. South Dakota, Montana, Virginia. Oh, wow. All right, let's go back to on-track action. Rossi getting it spooled up where he wants it. All right, he's laying into it. 126 on the 60-foot. 480 at the end. Oh, no, hang on to it. Rossi, hang on to it, baby. Hang on. Oh, he's getting into the right-hand side wall. Okay, everybody clear the starting line, please. Everybody clear the starting line. As we're going to send the medics down there and check on Steven. Nobody head down to the top end. If you are not with Bradenton Motorsports Park or with the medical personnel, do not go to the top end of the track. We ask that you please stay where you are. I will let you know as soon as we find out if the driver is okay. Okay, I've just been told, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Driver is out and okay. Driver is out and okay. The safety equipment doing its job. I'll tell you what, Stefan was on a ride there as that thing pitched sideways at over 150 miles an hour, and he did the best job he could to hang on to it. But I guarantee you, he probably had fluid under the tires, and he did the best he could. But it looked like it just slapped the wall on the right-hand side. But thankfully, the best news that could come out of it, driver is out and okay. That is the best news we could have. Driver out and okay. So we'll be down here for just a minute while we check the situation. Again, if you want to watch from the camera angles and see just went wrong, it looks like either he might have lifted ahead, I'm going to take a guess because of all the steam and smoke that came out, but right just past half track, it decided it didn't want to hang on any longer, and Stefan was on for a carnival ride. Man, we never want to see that kind of stuff happen, but I'll tell you what, he did a great job trying to save it. He drove the wheels off of it. So once again, we are working our way through the final few A-Class cars. I've got my B-Class sitting over in the lanes behind me, and we appreciate everybody showing up. We appreciate your patience. So we're going to get to that big B group. You see Mariko Grady down there. Probably Willard somewhere around her in her red Nova. See a whole bunch of cars that I recognize out there behind me. I see Alex Carella's car. Just kind of picking people out back here. I see the Motion Raceworks Mustang. I see Craig Ridenhour's car. I see the Motion Raceworks GTO. I mean, there's like, oh man, if you're here on the property, go walk around the staging lanes on Tower Side. Check out all the cool cars down there. I'm talking about big variety. I mean, big variety. Somebody's checking in from the grandstands. Got my homies Chris and Jennifer Legg checking in from Michigan, from Hard Target Images. Good morning. Good to see you guys on the live feed. Right now, if you are watching the live feed, you can watch the Nova's run as he is just coming out of the burnout. Yeah, definitely glad the driver is A-okay. Like I said, hate to see anybody wadded up, but I'm glad the driver is okay. Being a guy down there making the rounds, I see him and his son, Wayne Stewart, down there from KWS Images, and his professional photographer, his son down there. He's getting all the good shots. You find a good spot today? All right, I like hearing that. I'll tell you what, the coverage that you're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, both in print and online, is absolutely going to blow your socks off. KWS Images is here. Boostin' Photography is here. 1320 Video is here. Our own Sick the Mag is here. Dragzine is here. Drag Illustrated is here. I mean, I could go on and on about this. It's going to be huge coverage. So while we have a few minutes, let me please take a minute and say thank you to everybody that is part of Sick Week. Starting with Gear Vendors Overdrive. They are the presenting sponsor here of Sick Week. Rick and his group, thank you so much for all of your support. As we mentioned, this is his 18th year being part of Drag and Drive competition. We also want to say thank you to Motion Raceworks. They are the live stream sponsor. And obviously, Doug and his group out here actually participating all weekend, or all week. You can go and check them out. Their trailer is over on the Midway. And check out all the cool stuff that Motion Raceworks has. So I want to say thanks to Sick the Magazine. This is the thing that got it all started. Tom Bailey, a longtime drag and drive competitor, and he decided he was going to go into print because he doesn't have enough stress and things in his life. So he decided to put together Sick the Mag. They are on their third issue. They're working on their third issue right now, and I'll tell you what, the argument now is it a magazine or is it a book? Well, you need to go over and sign up and subscribe and figure out for yourself. They're located over on the Midway, and they got lots of great merchandise over there, too. So go over and sign up for Sick the Mag. You will get your second issue free if you subscribe today while they have stock on it. So don't wait while we're down. Go take care of that right now. It's a great thing to do. You can also visit sickthemagazine.com/subscribe, or you can scan the QR code on the Motion Raceworks live stream, and it'll take you right there. All right, all sick ward participants, we need you to stay in the sick ward area because apparently we're having some problems with actual racers that can't get into their spots. So all sick ward, can you please stay with your group as we're having some issues in the pit area trying to get the participants back and forth to their cars. Big thank you to Rick and his group at Gear Vendors Overdrive. For decades, Gear Vendors Overdrive has been providing their famous 5-second proven overdrive units for everybody from drag racers to truck drivers. What does it do? Well, it bolts onto the back of your existing transmission and allows you to reduce the RPM while cruising out on the highway and still handle high-speed quarter-mile runs. Yeah, it's proven. 3,000-plus horsepower cars have put this thing to the test, and Rick gives it the A-OK. Go check out Tom Bailey's sick 2.0 69 Camaro. He's got a Gear Vendors. How about Dave Schroeder's nitrous car? Yeah, it's got a Gear Vendors. Royce Payton's Mustang? That has a Gear Vendors. So yeah, I'm telling you about lots of fast cars. You want to find out more about Gear Vendors? Go over to the Gear Vendors trailer. They're located over in the Midway, and talk to Rick. He'll be with us all week, and tell him how you want to get a Gear Vendors in your ride. Thank you to the live stream sponsor, who is also out here on the grounds, Motion Raceworks. Doug Cook and his group, founded in 2015 by 3 enthusiasts who saw an opportunity and a need to do things a little bit differently. And I'll tell you what, if you look at some of the stuff that Doug and his gang have come up with lately, I mean, it has to come from a racer and enthusiast. I mean, they're looking at stuff and going, why doesn't somebody make this? Or why doesn't somebody make this better? Or why doesn't somebody just do this? You know, and they make them all in the United States, too. I mean, I can't find a downside to that. Plus, they're out here participating this week on Sick Week. So Motion Raceworks focused on designing, creating, and taking to market the highest quality racing products. Again, made right here in the good old USA. From throttle bodies to steering wheels, Motion Raceworks' range of high-quality products is sure to have something to suit your drag and drive vehicle. You can go visit them over on the Midway and check out some of their newest offerings. They will be joining us all week, and they can sell you spares in case you might need something. You can also go to motionraceworks.com and check out everything they have. And you can also get merchandise here on Sick Week. Thankfully, I went over and got some last night at the Freedom Factory. And it's good because I have to wonder how long it's going to last because they're just running around everywhere. So once again, I need all sick ward vehicles that are parked in the racing pit area. They need to be moved. So all sick ward vehicles, including car number 418. Car number 418. I need you to move, please, because you're in racer pits. Racers need to get in there. So all sick ward vehicles, I need you to move to your designated area. Racers are having problems trying to get into their area. So sick ward vehicles, if you don't know where you need to be on the west side of the racetrack, down track past the paved area. We would ask that you please help us out with that. That'll give all the racers the areas that they need. Thankfully, I have somebody up here to kind of help me direct where everything needs to go. Luke is my man. It seems like just when I'm not 100% sure, I turn around and he's standing right there and he kind of points. Kind of lets me know what's going on. So once again, a big thank you to all the people that are being part of Sick Week as we do some cleanup work here on the racetrack. Again, like I said, as we work our way through the week, you won't have to sit and listen to me talk as we will present live on the live stream some recorded groups of people once we know who class leaders are, people that are possibly telling us about what's going on their route. Chad and Adam will do a great job bringing you all that stuff. That's stuff that they've done a bunch of times. Thankfully, they're just parking me up here in the tower. So big thank you to Iski Cams, an industry leader in valve train components, engineering products that'll stand up to the tough world of drag and drive. Yeah, you want to put stuff through a torture test? Iski says bring it on. A 1,000-mile drive will put a drag and drive engine through more cycles than an ordinary race engine will do in almost 10 years. Can you believe that? When you start thinking about all the heat, the different cycles, revving it up and down constantly, yeah, you need something that'll hang on to it. You don't want to be spitting something out halfway through a drag and drive event. So you need somebody like Iski Cams. They innovate and create the stuff that works. If you want to find out more about their entire line of products, go to iskicams.com. That's I-S-K-Y, cams, camshaft abbreviated, .com. Since 1968, Summit Racing Equipment has been America's speed shop. If you need it, Summit has it. And they've got multiple locations. The closest one, located in Georgia. It's about 6-7 hours up the road. And it's fully stocked. So whether you're building a street cruiser or an NHRA Pro Stock car, anything in between, how about a drag and drive car? Yeah, I bet Summit Racing Equipment can help you out. You can go to summitracing.com. Check out all of their products that they offer, or visit one of their retail locations. As I mentioned, they have one in Georgia. They also have one in Ohio, Nevada, and Texas. They're also here on the Midway. Go over and visit them. Tell them what you need. All right, attention, A-Class cars. A-Class cars. We will close the rear of your staging lanes in 5 minutes. A-Class cars. A-Class cars. We will close the rear of the staging lanes for you in 5 minutes. If you're not there, you will miss the first session. A-Class cars. A-Class cars. We will close the staging lanes to you in 5 minutes. So if you're not there now, you need to get there. The Rudolph Motorsports gang checking in by message. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys watching. They were out here just not that long ago participating in the U.S. Street Nationals. Always a great group of people. We got some back and forth conversation going on the radio. That's why I had the microphone off. Once again, 5 minutes, A-Class cars. 5 minutes, A-Class cars. We will close the rear of the staging lanes for you. Everybody that's checking in on message, my phone is literally like going to melt here shortly. I'm going to have to get somebody to bring me a new iPhone. This is crazy. I'm watching the... Are you kidding me? We're up to 6.7 thousand people that are on the live stream, just blowing up the chat. Everybody that's checking in, thank you so much for supporting us. This is a great thing, being able to see all the people that are enthusiasts watching first ever Sick Week. Brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive in the live stream, thanks to our friends at Motion Raceworks. How about VP Racing Fuels? They are the leader in fuel technology with a catalog of more than 80 different fuel blends and a growing list of champions across all kinds of things, whether it's drag and drive, drag racing, off-road racing, on the street, everything in between. VP Racing Fuels has all kinds of stuff that'll make your hot rod, race car, street car, truck, everything perform better than it does right now. They are here on the property bringing fuel to the racers at every stop. If you would like to talk to them about your needs, because pump gas just doesn't do it for you anymore, go visit VP Racing Fuels. Stop by their trailer, find out more, or you can visit vpracingfuels.com. They'll tell you more about everything they got going on. How about Mickey Thompson Tires? Yeah, Jason Moulton and his group over there on the Midway. They've got a little bit of everything. They've got slicks, radials, and even regular non-drag radials. So if like you want a set of 275/60 15s for regular road use, yeah, they've got those too. Go over and visit Jason Moulton and his group at Mickey Thompson, whether you need to buy or you just need some advice. Jason has worked for Mickey Thompson for over 2 decades. He was one of the product innovators there. He was one of the guys that came up with those radials. So I'll tell you what, if you want to talk to the main man in charge and find out what your ride really needs, who better to go and talk to than Mickey Thompson Tires? They value the loyalty of the enthusiasts that continue to win. Class champions choose Mickey Thompson. You should too. Go visit their trailer, or you can visit Mickey Thompson Tires online at www.mickeythompsontires.com. TBM Brakes designs and manufactures a complete line of brake systems and components for motorsport, street, and fleet vehicles. They are here on the premises as part of the Motion Raceworks gang, and all the components they manufacture are crafted from the finest materials, 100% made in America. They recently moved down here to Florida to revamp the program, and their shipping is up, and they have more products than ever. They just continue to add new lines. You can check out TBM Brakes products on people like Cletus McFarland's El Camino and Tom Bailey's 6 Seconds 2.0. Go and visit tbmbrakes.com to find out more, or find them on your favorite ride in the staging lanes and talk to the racers and find out what they love about TBM Brakes. You will not be disappointed. All right. I have just gotten the call. A-group drivers, your staging lanes are closed for your first session. A-group drivers, your staging lane is closed for your first session. So if you are not in the lanes, please don't bring them there now. A group drivers. We have closed the lanes for your first session. We will run the remaining vehicles, and then we will go to B class. So ladies and gentlemen, the fast class, the A class. We will run out the remaining vehicles that are there, and then we will switch gears. We will move to the B group class. The B group class is $850 to $999. We got a bunch of them. We'll move to the C class. C class is 10 flat and slower. You will see a multitude of different groups and classes as we roll along here. So let's talk about how many nitrous cars have we seen here? Quite a few, I believe. Yeah, Holly and NOS, they're here on the property. Rick Anderson, as I mentioned earlier with Holly, he is one of their main technicians, and he is also filling nitrous bottles for nitrous competitors. The horsepower in the bottle has always been easy to come by thanks to Holly's NOS brand. You need fast, reliable power, all in a bottle. Turn to the brand that's been doing it for the decades, like since the 80s, the 1980s. So thanks to Holly and NOS for providing free refills. Please visit them at holly.com to check out 60 different brand lines from Holly Performance Products. As I am trying to find one of my battery backups so my phone does not go dead. We will bring up John Dodson, a little small-tired Malibu. This is a turbocharged LSX car. This guy used to run in the 850 capped class and did quite well in it. I mean, and it is a shooting fish in a barrel, literally. I mean, like, you put a whole bunch of 850 cars that can always go 850, and all it takes is one bad pass, and you're done. So John Dodson has put a funny car cage in this car. The question is he going to go for something a little faster than an 850? Let's see here. He's going to get it staged up and ready. We got after the power on this one, 125 on the 60-foot, looking for sevens. 502, here it comes. 775, 178 miles an hour for John Dodson. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that number. 775, 178 miles an hour. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That is only the 15th quickest pass of the day so far. Are you kidding me? You got to run 775 to have a top 16 spot? That's just nuts. Scott Kleppinger, the turbocharged 1986 Camaro. Yeah, it's got the little turbo out on the right side of the fender. You see that big hole? That's where the turbo is. This guy's a veteran of drag and drive and wheeling it out there to the 60-foot, just bouncing the front end. All the way down, looking for sevens, and just misses. 803, 171.95. I thought he had the tune-up right, and it was going to click off a 7, and it didn't. It got close, though. 803, 171 for Scott Kleppinger. Not a bad run there. Here comes Larry Albright. Yeah, he put a little bit too much sauce in his Mustang on the first pass. He found some tire spin, so he's coming back up, and he's going to try it again. So Larry Albright. Roll a little Mustang in there. Right, he's bumping it in. Here we go. And this time he's hooked up 1-2-0 on the 60-foot. Looking for sevens. Looking for them. There they are, 775, 177 miles an hour. The second car in 3 to run a 775, ladies and gentlemen. That'll slot Larry Albright into the top 16 quickest passes of the day so far. Here comes Andrew DePita, or Dopita. I'm not sure which way it's said, so hopefully one of him or his crew guys will get with me. This little 2003 Ford Mustang, turbocharged. Right out a nice little wheelie past the 60-foot. Another car going for sevens. And there it is, 783, 178 miles an hour. As he was a little soft on the 60-foot, 133 to the 60-foot. That's not a bad lap. He might decide to come back and turn it up some more. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. See, some of these guys will kind of go out there and they'll lay down like an easy run. Then they'll come back and turn it up some more, and come back and turn it up some more. Just depends. Here comes James Tall, the car that they call Ruby. Yeah, this is Cletus McFarland's car that he bought at an auction. Then he found out that it had a truck motor in it. And that gave him a good excuse to put a turbo on it. The hood has been gone ever since. So the car known as Ruby. It is 7-second capable, but I believe they have it turned down to run the 850 class this week. So James Tall went 8.60. He's only a tenth of a second away from the bottom of the field. The problem is, there's going to be a lot of cars in that 8.5 second range. So James Tall going to try one more time. And you see they got it kind of gagged down off the starting line. So again, he's looking for 8.50 on the scoreboard. That's what he wants. 8.53 at 163, that's a lot better than the 8.60. Not sure if they'll call that good and pack it up and head for the next track, or if they might come back and do it one more time. Dr. Tunemal might give us an idea about whether he's going to bring it back or not. How about a pair of Tri-5 Chevys, ladies and gentlemen? Glenn Hunter, the beautiful red and white 56 over on the left side, and Aiden Bailey, the 1957 210 wagon over on the right side. This is Tom Bailey's son's car. Both of them relying on turbochargers for power adders. The 110 Glenn Hunter 122 on the 60-foot. He's going to stretch its legs all the way. Top end says 753, 186 miles an hour, 893, 152 for Aiden Bailey. Both of them are consistent with what they ran on their first hit. They were in the 8s and the 7s before. So speaking of Cletus McFarland, here he comes. The car they call the Mullet. He's got a twin turbocharged. Got a LS Texas speed-based motor with twin snails up on top. Cletus trying to get the bump button to work, and he decides to just roll it in instead. Oh, and they got back after the tune-up a little harder. He was trying to improve on that 735 at 188 that he laid down earlier, and he just said, nope, no good. Yeah, the Mullet was trying to lay down probably a 720. I think he said earlier that he'd like to see 6s out of it. But again, the motor that's in this car only, I believe, has 2 laps on it. So they're gonna have to work hard at this one. Speaking of working hard, here comes Rick Prospero. This guy is a multi-time Hot Rod Drag Week winner. RX-7. They took the rotary motor out. They threw it in the deep blue ocean as a boat anchor. And they replaced it with 540 cubic inches of big block Chevy goodness and a couple of turbochargers. Rick Prospero currently the 5th quickest car of the day, sitting on a 687 at 208 miles an hour. Little radial car. He obviously wants a backup pass. Maybe they went after it a little harder. We'll see what his son did with the tune-up. Right, here we go. Rides the wheelie out past the 60-foot. Rick Prospero going for 6s again. He gets him 686. 191 miles an hour, and he lifted early, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! I'll tell you what, I think Rick might want to go ahead and just make the changeover for the drive. A 686 and a 687, I mean, it's a bracket car. That'll keep him in the number 5 spot. But man, he rode that wheelie out like a boss, just set it right down. How about a couple of quick cars again to come up here? Clark Rosenstengel, the 2010 twin-turbo Steve Morris powered Camaro on the left-hand side. He went 799 on his first pass, and he lifted, so there's a lot left in this one. There's also a lot left in the nitrous car of David Schroeder over on the right-hand side. That's a 2019 Corvette C7 chassis. Over 900 cubic inches of nitrous-fed goodness. Get them all staged up and ready to go. On this one, 104 to the 60-foot. Oh, he had a backfire just past the 8th mile. Clicks it early and still goes 691, 143 miles an hour. And Clark Rosenstengel pulls over and stops. Like right at the 8th mile, just pulled it over and stopped it. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not with the BMP crews or the emergency crews, we ask you please stay off the racetrack. It's Clark Rosenstengel obviously having some problems there, so he pulled over and got it stopped in time. So we're going to go down and check the racetrack. Schroeder doing a great job. As soon as the nitrous backfire came up, he immediately clicked the chutes and shut it off and coasted to a 6-second pass. That is absolutely insane. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we check the racetrack out, we'll be back underway here in just a few minutes. All right, so once again, we're going to be down here for just a few minutes while we get everything cleaned up. We'll be right back to action here. So stand by, everybody. We will complete this session of A-class cars. And we'll go over to the B group. We'll run the B group down. There's a whole bunch of them waiting back there, and we appreciate y'all waiting patiently. We're going to get after you here in just a minute.
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the Magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You got to subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the Magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today.
starting line on the right-hand side. The 6-second 2.0 69 Camaro. Recently rebuilt, shakedown. He tested a whole bunch here at Bradenton to get this thing lined out. Whole lot of Steve Morris power on board. And I'll tell you what, I mean, I love this new wrap he's got on this car. Car used to be white, then it had some gray in it. Now he changed it up completely. Let's go ahead and stage him up with a 6-second station wagon. Are you kidding me? That Volvo runs 685? That's nuts. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mike Pykra, your car is leaking some fuel over by the fence. Pull the trigger, hang on to it, here we go. Right-hand side, 626, 100, 236 miles an hour, and the wagon, 689, 209. There we go, that's a little better. 626, ladies and gentlemen, out of Tom Bailey. 236 miles an hour. He hangs on to the #1 spot. There with authority, almost 0.4 of a second quicker than the Corvette of Stefan Gustafsson. I needed a minute to recover from that one. 626, 236 miles an hour. That is just crazy. Tom Bailey, and you know that car's got more left in it. Again, you can watch live and online right now as we bring the next pair of cars up. Darce Laws, the 1965 Cutlass. Little small tire radial car over on the left-hand side, right-hand side. This is Joe Barry. And Joe Barry was up here earlier, but the problem was he bumped through the starting line. So he doesn't have a time yet. That car is a 6-second capable, over 200 miles an hour with all that sheet metal on it. And yeah, that is a big boy car. I mean, like, as in, it is heavy. Those things weigh a lot to start with, but then let's add a whole bunch of bars and street amenities and so forth, and then let's try to push it to over 200 miles an hour, and that takes a lot of sauce. So Joe Barry gonna try and roll in here and get himself a time slip. Darce is doing the same. When he came up the first time, his parachute accidentally came out. So neither one of these guys have a time right now. They're both in. Here we go. Both of them off the starting line good, and Joe Barry has to drive it a little. He's gonna wheel a 56 all the way down there. 719, 191 miles an hour there for Joe Barry in the big 56 Chevy. 719, 191. How about Darce? 750, 187 miles an hour for the little small tire Oldsmobile. Both of them making good runs right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be down here as we do some prep. As we move to the next class, I believe that was the end of our A group. I believe that's what Law just told me. We're at the end of our A group, so we will take care of that. All All right, so I think Chad Reynolds is actually down there talking to Larry Larson. Yeah, he's down there on the starting line. Hey, Chad, can you hear me down there? Oh, now he's checking his phone. Chad, can you hear me down there, buddy?
Yeah. Hear me out here? Yeah. All right. So I'm up here on the starting line with Larry Larson. Larson and I are sitting here talking about the racetrack, laughing right now. Do some great at Bradenton. Spring in the right lane. Larson, there have been a lot of big power cars that have made it down the right lane, but some of these guys are having trouble out here short as they get out there and quiver the tire. We just saw Bailey do it. We saw Joe Barry do it. Joe Barry looking like a boss, though. Dude, that thing had the wheels up. He was just sashaying it on down there. It came back, what, about 800 foot. It came back into the middle. You know what that's like.
Of old, finally. It's good to see him back and making some laps. But, yeah, the racetrack's so good, which is awesome for the radio guys. The big tire guys, big power guys, the bigger the tire, the harder it is to go down a really sticky racetrack. The best way I can explain it to people is with the big tire or the slick cars, it's a controlled spin for the first 100 feet. And if you can't spin the tire's not round, and when the tire's square, well, we all know how that works out in Flintstone age.
Yeah, and it was funny earlier to watch some of these guys out here just rattling the heck out of it, but still some big numbers so far. You seeing guys that are running fast. I think there are some smaller tire cars out here also that are running quicker than people think, like that Volvo that just ran another 6-second ET. What do you think it's going to take for the average this week? And do you think there are anybody here that's sort of an underdog or less known that might be able to sneak in and take a win here?
I haven't seen everybody here, so I don't know, who all's here and who's capable, man. Of course, Schroeder's going to be somebody to contend with. Tom, it's just going to kind of depend for the slick guys. Once again, it's going to kind of depend on the racetrack, because if the racetrack's not conducive to making the car go fast for the first 100 feet, then it's hard to go 5 anything from there on out. So you end up with a lot of aborted runs. On the other hand, the radio guys, man, they're going to love it. If they can make it one revolution of the tire, they can throw everything they got at it, hence the wagon and that stuff. So the radio guys are really going to fly, and the radio's actually faster than a slick once you get them off the starting line and get them rolling.
It's going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Big thanks again to Gear Vendors for being the presenting sponsor here at SICK Week 2022, and all you Floridians, you're welcome for us coming out here to race instead of everywhere else that we normally do these kinds of things. So we're looking forward to it. We got a bunch of guys over here in the staging lanes who are veterans. We have a bunch of new guys. You can tell the new guys because they're scared to death. There are some, Larson's laughing like these poor bastards, they have no idea. They have no idea what's actually going to be like in about 36 hours. The racetrack is nothing. I mean, if you're already having a bad day, dude, wait until you're on the side of a highway wondering bar ditch, right? You're looking at the ditch, you're like, wow, I wonder what kind of four-legged creature lives there. You might find out. But we got a lot of great cars that are out here, a lot of guys that are ready to run, some stick shift guys, which is cool. You got Frank and Richard Guido, both of those guys battling it out. Rich has been 9-0s out here already this week. And check 1, 2. There we go. Looking to run an 8-second ET in that GTO. We got a lot of cool cars that are out here getting ready to run, ladies and gentlemen. So grab a beer, grab a snack. It's not too early for beer, is it? Yeah, not in Florida. That's true. That's right. You can drink here all the time. Maybe Florida's better than I give it credit for. I don't know. But if you work in the car rental business, you could make a fortune by just making sure people could get rental cars on time. I'm just saying. But otherwise, we got a lot of stuff going on, lots of great cars. Derek and I will be bringing you the action today. Adam Dory's in the house as well. We've got a guy, Les Mayhew, that was stuck and should be here in the next couple of hours. And we'll be doing some pit interviews and such. So all you racers, we're letting you guys have the morning where you can just feel your way out, get yourselves good, and we'll be hitting you later when you're laying under the car trying to put it back together. I think the best deal is the guys in the little black Chevy 2 that's up on the lift at the top end of the racetrack. Those guys already said, we need a part, we need a crankshaft. Like, dude, you're my hero. It's fine. We just need a crank. It'll be good. So lots and lots of adventures for everybody this week. To all of you veterans, please remember that some of these new guys, they don't know, so help them out. Your fellow man on the road sometimes needs a little assistance or some advice. My hat is off to you guys, though, that are professional fans, because there are a few of you that are walking through the staging lanes with rolling coolers, and I totally approve of that. So you guys have fun, be safe. Big thanks to Motion Raceworks and TBM Brakes and Rife Sensors for our live feed here at Sick Week, presented by Gear Vendors.
All right, Chad Reynolds down there with the infamous Larry Larson, the man behind the car that was first into the sixes on Hot Rod Drag Week competition, first car ever to crack the sixes. So to all the participants that are coming up here out of the tower side, B group, time slips are available on both sides of the racetrack, both right and left. Morgan is literally like holding a gun at me. She said, make sure you tell them, because I just told them it was all on the left. We got some cars that need to scale. So again, all B group. Time slips are available on both sides of the racetrack. Now they're available on both sides of the racetrack. And again, if you need to weigh, you would weigh off the right side. You weigh off the right side. For those of you that are running a class where you have to weigh, please make sure you go to the right side. But again, time slips are now available on both sides. Morgan, am I good? You still like me? Yeah? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure, because Morgan is scary when she doesn't get her way. Like, she'll have a stare that'll literally just like make me turn to ice. All right, so we're gonna go into the B group. This is 850 and slower cars, and we're gonna start with a couple of nasty hot rods right here. Andy Cook, the Motion Raceworks GTO. Beautiful little car on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, honk if parts fall off. Yeah, talk about a contrast. 1967 Chevelle 4-door, a little turbo on it. Don't knock it out. It can run 850s at will. Andy Cook, the GTO. Let's see how he does. Rick Stanky doing a little wheel stand there, and honk if parts fall off. He's going to lead the GTO all the way down. Top end says, how about 850 with a 6 for Rick Stanky? Talk about laying it down. Look at Jackie. She's jumping up and down. She goes, we'll take it, we'll pack it up, we'll hit the road. Andy Cook went 838, and that's too fast. You can't turn that in, as he's running an 850 and slower category, so he's going to have to come back and try it again. But right now, the gauntlet has been thrown. 850 with a 6 on the 235 tires of Rick Steinke. He is the leader. Here comes two more cars. This is Doug Cook, the main man at Motion Raceworks. In the car on the left, right side, so the turbocharged Mustang, of course, is going to lead him all the way down. Top end says 844, 160. He can't turn that in. He needs an 850 time, so that's no good. 963 at 140 for Craig Ridenauer in the 68 Chevy 2. That's a good time slip for him. All right, here comes Matt Lamphere. The car they call the Turtle. It's a little Mazda Miata influenced with a LS motor and a turbo. Right-hand side, Jason Neuscher, guy who's been on drag and drive competitions many a times. They're going to run down the racetrack side by side. Top end says the Turtle, 850 with a 9. So we have an 850 with a 6 out of Rick Steinke and an 850 with a 9 out of Matt Lamphere. 160 miles an hour. Jason Deuscher going 862 at 160. Not a bad lap, but unfortunately when the 850s come out at will, an 862 is going to go in the trash. TJ Linebaugh, 1978 Ford Fairmont station wagon on the left-hand side. And he will run up against the Hellcat. Craig Douglas, 2019 Dodge Challenger. over on the right-hand side. Both of them looking for an 850 time slip. Meanwhile, Luke's over here taking shorthand. He's writing me more notes than I have papers. Off the starting line good. Slightly better 60 foot for the Mopar. The wagon going to lead him all the way down and goes 914, 148 miles an hour, 923 at 145 for the Hell Kitty. Not a bad lap for either one of them. Yeah, they'll come back around, you said. I'll tell you what, like so far, once again, all B-class cars, all B-class cars. Remember, you can pick up time slips on either side of the racetrack. All B-class cars. All B-class cars. You can pick up time slips on either side. All right, here comes Tim Flanders, the 1986 turbocharged Mustang. A stealthy gray car on the right-hand side. Flanders getting after that 60-foot, 123 on the short time. Looking for 8.50. And goes a tenth fast exactly. 840 with a 0, 161. That's no good. Can't turn that in. Here comes a contrast in vehicles. This is Jared Scott, the 1962 Ford Ranchero. Yeah, the one that says bitchin' on the side of it. This is a gasser car, A-gas. He would always battle it out with Mike Finnegan in his 55 Chevy. This is an 8-second capable car, nice big old blower, old school, wheelie bars. I mean, yeah, you can't get much more old school than that. Check out that flake paint job. Once again, if you have gotten a magic time slip and you're ready to turn it in and get on the road, first floor of the tower. Time slips turned in, first floor of the tower. Bear Crockett, turbocharged 99 Firebird, the other side. The bitch and ride having some trouble on the short time. Bear Crockett, on the other hand, all the way down the right-hand side. 867, 124 as he pulls the chute early. 921, 153 for Scott. So they both will maybe come back. I mean, Jared's not a bad pass, 867, but the car has more left, and he might want that 850 time slip. Did you know that the Rhino Racer Support Tour starts today? Yeah, Rhino Classifieds online. They're here on the property. They're kicking it off today. They're partnered with Radford to give away $60,000 to racers, plus Radford's kicking in another $1,000 to each winner. You can go to rhino.co to sign up. So do that now while you have a minute. Once again, a big thanks to Rhino Classifieds. Hilbert Osborne, nice little 55 Chevy over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Left-hand side is Dylan Carroll, 1988 Chevy Camaro. It's the maroon car. Wheels up off the starting line of the small tires. 55 Chevy staying right alongside of him, top man says. And 893 for the Camaro, the F-body. 904 for the big Chevy. Both of them going over 150 miles an hour. Because once again, my phone is just absolutely blowing up here. I appreciate all of you getting in touch with me. Some of my work buddies checking in. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. I'm just happy to be along for the ride. All right, here comes our next pair. A little Chevy 2 action versus Mustang. Kevin Parton in the 67 Chevy 2. That's the car on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, the Mustang, that is Jason Rossio, 1980. Oh, wait a second, no, that's not it. The Mustang is a new entry. I don't have him on my list yet. So he is an unnamed driver. So the unnamed driver leading the Chevy 2 down the racetrack. 855, 163 miles an hour. Kevin Parton goes 852 at 160. Not a bad lap for either one of them. Probably because they are in an 850 limited category. So Yeah, we don't have either one, unfortunately. So we did have some new people that joined yesterday. So car number 200, I don't have them yet. I'm sure we'll get that sorted out as we move ourselves along. These ones are already separated by 1 digit, so that makes this one easy. Bill Schwartz. The 1969 Chevelle, that's the red and white car on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, little silver Camaro. This is Aaron Schaefer, 1998 SS. Both of these cars are probably looking for an 850 time slip. Chevelle's leading him down, but it's going to be close. 845, 167 miles an hour. The Camaro can't turn that one in. 862, 154 for the Chevelle driver. That will get them there. It's a decent first lap. Mike Piker checking in by radio. He says, I heard my name. He's famous. That's why he's used to hearing his name. We're at 7,500 people checking in online to watch all the action as we move along. Thank you all so much. For those of you that want to watch live and online, go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. That's B-A-I-L-E-Y. Andrew Schwartz and Mark Miller coming up here. A couple classic Chevys going to work. Both of them with turbos. The Nova of Schwartz on the left. Mark Manner's car on the right. Top end says 881, 153. I believe that might be a new personal best for Ed Schwartz in the Nova. 942, 143 for Mark Manner's Chevelle. And I'm sure both of them will take that lap. Both of them just, hey, classic Chevys running single digits. Yeah, I love it. Over 8,000 people now watching. Yeah, bump those numbers up. I love it. All right, we have a single pass here for the Camaro. This is Terry Angel, 2010 model Camaro. This is a 5th gen car. We'll run it all the way down. 1153, 114 miles an hour for him. Here comes another pair of drivers that I know that made lots of laps down a racetrack. This is Mark Cicino. Don't you dare call it a Monte Carlo. This is a Pontiac Grand Prix. And it gets down with small block Chevy power and a whole lot of nitrous on top of it. It's a Champagne Express checking in over on the left-hand side, right-hand side. For those of you that may not know him, this is Tyree Smith, the guy behind the Ty Tech Racing Division out of Memphis. His little 3rd generation Camaro. Tyree rides a wheelie out the right-hand side as the 3rd gen. Goes for the 8th mile and then grabs the brake pedal. He didn't like something down there. 938 at just 69 miles an hour. Mark Cicino did not get off the starting line the way he wanted. So Greg will probably go back to the pit area and beat him over the head with a ratchet. And tell him, hey dude, we can't turn in a 17-second pass. Here comes a couple of classic 60s Chevys. Chad Noel, beautiful 1963 split window Corvette. Just saying 63 split window Corvette being raced, I mean, sure makes some purists cringe. Just a little bit. Guy Rotano, 1968 Camaro. That's the black car on the left side. Does not find the traction he wants, but he pedals and gets back after it. A 183 60 foot is not optimal for low ETs. 971, 150, so the speed showing he can be deep in the 8s. 997, 135 for the classic split window. People checking in on the live feed. Thank you all so much for being part of it. We do appreciate it. Tom Stark, going up the 1955 two-door. Nope, excuse me, not two-door. I said it wrong. 210 Chevy wagon. That's his son out there. Dad in the right spot. He wants to find the pre-stage beam. That's what he's dancing around looking for. And he also doesn't want to get his shoes stuck. Tom just blips the nitrous. You see that little purge that came out of the front of the car? Yeah, that's the nitrous purge. What it does is it gets air out of the line and makes sure that the nitrous bottle pressure, if you see somebody lean on it for a while, that makes sure they get the temperature and the bottle pressure right where they want it. So his son will hop back, set up the GoPro camera. Tom will make a shot down the racetrack on a single in the 55 210 wagon. time. Tom Stark all the way down the left-hand side. 10 flat with a 7. Oh, his son goes, Dad, I wanted a 9. Dad, I wanted a single digit. You just missed it. Wonder if they'll come back and make another hit. It was close. 10 flat with a 7. Once again, all B-class cars, all B-class cars. You can get time slips on both sides of the racetrack, both left and right side, but make sure you go to the right side if you need to be weighed. Shane Levystad. One of our first front-wheel drive cars we've seen today. This is a 1990 Honda CRX. And he just lost the trim off of it. It shook so bad. Wonder if he has fillings left in his teeth. That one was violent. When you shake it, the parts off the car, that is nuts. Ladies and gentlemen, 8,500 people checking in live online. Stefan Rossi, that crashed. The radiator hose blew. The damage is not that bad. He's tagged some panels. He's going to try to continue for the rest of the week on the drive. Luke, are you kidding me? That is nuts. He is sick. He's definitely certified sick. So for those of you that have been here for a little bit, or you might want to go back and watch the live stream, Stefan Rossi, the guy in the beautiful 66 Chevy 2 Nova, who probably had something in the engine come apart and get some fluid under the tires just past the 8th mile, he did tag the right-hand side wall, but it was not too bad. And he said that he's actually going to put it back together and he's going to make the drive. And I'll tell you what, that is dedication. So Luke checking in from the sick mag, and I appreciate all the information that he gets me. So right now we are going to do a little bit of cleanup. It's not going to be too bad because it was just on the starting line. So Wade Rich and the crew are going to go to work for that. We'll be back here in just a minute with some more racing action. As once again, we do say thank you to all the people that are making this possible. Big thank you, obviously, to Sick the Magazine here on Sick Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and of course the live stream. Wonder if we could see 9,000 people. We're getting closer. That's brought to us by Motion Raceworks. Obviously, thank you to those two. We say thank you to Iski Cams, Summit Racing Equipment, VP Racing Fuels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Holly Performance and NOS, TBM Brakes, Dodge, Vice Grip Garage and Race Crew. So thanks for that. Drive car going down the left-hand side. That is Kyle Wade, 1998 Honda Civic. Wade all the way down. How about 968, 150 miles an hour for the front-wheel driver? That's pretty stout there. So Kyle going 968, 150. I believe that's the boosted boys. So Kyle making a single pass down the left side of the racetrack. I believe that was only our second or third front-wheel drive vehicle. For those of you saying, hey, they need a live time slip, yeah, you can check out the Drag BMP app. All of you can. Go to your favorite phone and check out the Drag BMP app. I see people pointing at me up here in the tower. Yes, we are live and online here, ladies and gentlemen. See, they put me way up here because then I don't have to interact with anybody down there. I'd be stuttering over my words. When I'm up here, it's simple. I just look at my screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have moved out of the first session of the A-class cars. We're into the B group. So you'll see a lot of 850 and slower cars. Hey, Chad Reynolds is down there with James Tall. Chad, you want to talk to James Tall and tell him how he did with Ruby?
Check 1, 2. Yeah, I'm down here with James. We're talking smack about the Hondas. So what'd the kid do out there? I mean, he left the starting line and parts started falling off, and instead of going, hey, I'm losing weight, he quit shifting.
Yeah, it scared him. You know, he had that cowling come off in his face, and he just got off the gas instead of grabbing the next gear. You got to, floor next gear and go.
We're going to have to go give the kid a hard time, but what do you think? You ran an 860 earlier today, then a 53 in Ruby. You and I were talking about it. I said it's going to take an 850 something to be in the top 5 this week. And what did you say?
We're going 000 in Ruby today. Florida's on the map, and we're here to set a precedence.
There you go. You heard it. The confidence. We were talking about Mullet, the El Camino. that thing's had trouble bumping in. You guys went, did some more work on it, found 2 things wrong. So the bump box wasn't working. You guys have worked on that, and you had an air issue. So what's going on now?
Yeah, they went and tried to turn it up, but the onboard compressor said, I'm not working no more, but they got it fixed and bump's working, so this next pass was shooting for 6s.
6s in it. Now, what is the quickest that car has been so far?
720s.
And that was here, right?
Yeah, that was here.
So you guys think that thing will run in the 90s this week, or do you think it's got something more than that in it?
Well, the rule is, you know, any 7.0 car can go 699.1, so we're going 680s or faster.
Dude, that is my deal too. I always feel like if all you do is run in the 90s, it's like, well, yeah, it did. But, like, you got to run in the 80s to really make it count.
Yeah, 690s equals a 7.0, so you got to go 680 or faster to make it count.
There you go. So the mullet going to run 680s this week. Garrett's back there in the lanes going, shut up! Why are you talking about it? Don't jinx us! In the right lane over here, we had a Honda that came out of the water box and puked all the cooling system out of it. It was chocolate milky and a lot of liquid, so it looks like that thing, you know, I don't know, added a lot of boost to the crankcase, and then the cooling system was not up to the pressure. Either that or it had the nastiest intercooler water on earth in it, because that was brown and gross.
Good thing about those Hondas, though, is only half the bolts than a V8, so it's easy to fix.
That's true. Takes less work to fix one. And it's all right there. It's, you know, it's easy, like straight up. There's no, like, oh, this head won't come off because the shock tower's in the way or any of that. It's all easy. But all the parts are made for 100 horsepower, not 5 or 6 or 7 or 800 horsepower.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but them Hondas are impressive, you know. They got 2 liters or less in half the cases, and they're making, you know, 700 horsepower effortlessly.
It's pretty awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot more action coming. The crew here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, big thanks for being the host, the start and finish to Sick Week 2022, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Also want to thank Rife Sensors and Motion Raceworks for being the presenting sponsors here on the live. Guys at home are watching and listening. We are trying to make sure we have cars going down the racetrack constantly, but you know, this is part of it. The thing is, there are some ways you want to brake on day one if you're going to brake and get it over with, because if it's something you can fix, then you're going to be pretty confident for the rest of the week. On the other hand, you're like, man, could you just stay together long enough to get back here? So some of these guys are going to be very frustrated today. There are some big tire cars that made good runs earlier today, like the Swedes and the C4 Corvette, that did not come up later in that round. There was some smoke out of that car, so we'll have to check on that in the pits and find out what's going on. Bailey running a 6:26, I believe it was. There's a lot of great 6-second passes already. I know people are waiting for that 5. In fact, everybody was here on the starting line going, that's it, that's the 5. No, the 6:26, awesome run, but not a 5-second hit. That is a real deal, and I know Bailey is trying to do it, but we have 5 days of racing here, and it's got to survive all week long. So will he step on it as hard as he can the whole week, or is he going to be smart about it? You know what braking stuff is all about. I'm not making fun of you, James, but you know that you race at this level, you break stuff. So do you try and play it smart for the week, or do you just throw it all at it, or what's your strategy for a week like this?
There's definitely strategy to it. You definitely want to start on a good foot, but if it takes having to break something, day one's the day to do it. You know, you're fresh, your mind's clean, and you can fix stuff usually the right way on day one. But if you start to lead the class and you're not leaning on your car, it's best to pack up and get rolling, because you got 4 more days of racing to do.
Absolutely, and there have always been the one-and-done guys on all these drag and drive events, whether it's Rocky Mountain Race Week, whether it's Drag Week. There are guys that come out, run a number, and go, I think that's enough, and hit the road. We have not seen that much yet, but I think we're going to this week, because I think that there are some 6-second cars here who are maybe mid 6-second cars who could actually win this deal if they can run it all week long. So we'll see. I think there's going to be some strategizing going on for sure. The one thing you can rest assured, we'll catch all of it here on the live feed. Also have 1320 Video that's going to be putting up content from the entire week. A lot of great people that are out here doing all kinds of content on YouTube, so make sure that anything you're posting up there, folks, do hashtag SickWeek2022. That is important so that everybody can find all of that content that you post up. I know you guys are going to be doing video every day, right?
Yeah, we post it along the way on the YouTube channel. We'll have everything up there as we go. Cletus is a madman. He'll come out here, race all day, film all day, edit all night, post it, go to sleep, and do it all again. So, and then it'll be a good time. Project Prime's out here too, filming and all that stuff. So it'll be a couple different views on all this racing.
Back to racing action. 68 Chevelle in the right lane. 71-ish Camaro in the left. According to the spoiler, it's an early 1970 car, actually.
All right, Chad down there doing all the great work, talking to Jack Stan Jimmy, man who's driving Ruby this week. Talk about a tough job. Jason Tapscott and Robert George coming up here. George in the 68 Chevelle. Naturally aspirated small block just rip off the starting line left-hand side. Top end scoreboard says 878, 153 for Jason Tapscott. Robert George goes 962 at 138 miles an hour. Hey, Chad, what you got going on down there, buddy?
Man, what an awesome pair going down the racetrack. And right now in the right lane, Scott Brown out of Texas in this bad to the bone Bel Air. This thing will hand you your ass if you ain't careful, because this thing is quick. Brown on a pass. Running out the door, 848, 155 mile an hour.
Scott Brown can't turn in that time slip. 848, 155 miles an hour. Jordan Bourdieu going 852 at 161. That is good in the 850 limited category. Once again, Chad Reynolds down there on the starting line from Bagships.com, joining us all week as part of the Sick Week crew. Man, how ironic would it have been to have these two classic Chevys right next to each other. Scott Brown just ran. Here comes Tony Burkett, 1954 Bel Air. He will race the cool little Vega, little wheel stander car over on the right-hand side. That's Jeff Butlin, 1971 Vega. His crew man turning on something and slams the hatch down. Both these cars wearing parachutes, meaning that they should be close to 150 miles an hour per NHRA rules. You're going to roll them up and get them staged. We're up to 8,600 live and online checking in with us on Tom Bailey's page as they watch the live stream. Up we go. Wheels up both sides. Yeah, baby, that's the action I like to see. Small tire cars going down in the air. Bel Air going to get there first. 907, 151 miles an hour. 951 to 33 for Jeff in the Vega. Hey, Chad, you're standing down there next to that Mercury. Can you tell me about it, buddy? Probably can't even hear me. Hey, Chad, I see that Mercury down there. What can you tell me about it?
I can't hear you over this Cougar in the right lane because this thing sounds nasty and I love it. If the clear scoop is any indication, there should be some nitrous to be had here. We'll see.
Got Ford versus Chevy going up right here.
Oh!
146 for the Mercury, 999 at 112 for the Chevy. Neither one of them putting down a career best run. As Luke is joining Chad down there, we got another gear jammer coming up on the right-hand side. That's Frank Romano out of New York, that classic 1955 Chevy. He's got a gear jamming pedal. Yeah, man pedal over on the left-hand side. There's a third pedal for the silver car. Left-hand side is Brian Carney, based right here in Florida. A beautiful 1967 Chevy 2. It's got a little bit of nitrous on board to help that big block Chevy. This guy was doing big wheel stands with this car last year here in Florida at a couple of heads-up races. Let's see if he's towing it down.
Right lane, Frank Romano.
Yeah, they put him in.
in the GTO in the right lane, Rich, stick shift, turbocharged, Pontiac powered. He drove this car from Canada here, is doing the entire trip and driving it back home. It's like 3,000 miles each way or something stupid. He does not own a truck and trailer. This car has been 9.0s a bunch of times. 9.04, 148 mile an hour for Rich Guido.
And I'll tell you what, banging the gear shift to a 904, 148 miles an hour. The Bel Air having some traction problems and only clicks off a 1077. Let's bring up a couple of Fox platforms. When I say Fox, yeah, you normally think of Mustang. But the Fairmont over on the left-hand side, same kind of suspension design. So if you pulled the body skins off of these, they're almost identical. Keith Fenstead and CJ Robertson the Mustang, Fenstead, that green 78 Fairmont. Got it bumped in and ready. Off we go. The Mustang having some trouble as some smoke comes out of it. The Fairmont just rocketing down the racetrack. Looking for an 847, 160 miles an hour. That's too fast. He can't turn that in. 1094, 144. Slow pass for Roberts. He'll probably bring it back around.
More doors for more fun. The Crew Cab Nova in the left lane. I love it. I'm a fan of four doors, I gotta tell you. And this one is rad. Dog dish hubcaps, the whole deal.
I know this Nova on the left-hand side is right in Chad's wheelhouse, man. He's got him all amped up. Four doors, more passengers. 1967 Nova of Jeffrey Mall. I get a little bit of that radial tire chatter as you saw the tires come unglued. He's going to leg it all the way out the back. 1020, 146 miles an hour for the Mordor Nova.
The 64 Savoy over here in the left lane, this thing totally would be a just super stock. What a killer looking car. Looked like it should have been a Mopar car show, and he's out here at the drag strip, which is rad.
Right-hand side is Parker Mitchell, the car they call Dr. Pepper. Yeah, he's out of the Cletus McFarland's gang. This is a little turbocharged Mustang on the right side. The Plymouth blowing all the carbon off the spark plugs, and the Dr. Pepper car says goodbye, see you later. 901, 153 miles an hour for him, 1060, 130. Bear shootout on Dr. Pepper. I don't know if that's Parker's quickest pass ever, but pretty good run. 901, 153 miles an hour. Chad down there between a couple of really cool storied race cars. Jeff Oppenheim, guy in the El Camino. Still see the fire damage on the fender on that car. Yeah, he was on drag week and he put it back together between stops when it caught fire and made it to the last track. This car's capable of running in the 8s. Just got to get it all hooked up right. Left-hand side, Matt Sweet. 1976 Chevy Nova. Tom Bailey is asking if there's anybody in the pits with a welder. Anybody in the pits with a welder, let us know. Oppenheim hanging the wheels off the starting line and the Nova's gone already. .885 to a 901. Jeff Oppenheim just missing the 8s. Hey, Chad, I see you staring at that car in the left lane. The 1928 Rat Rod. Chad, how's that one on your factor? Car in the left lane.
Dude, this thing is rad. Model A sedan, love this car. Traditional small block with a blower on a radial. What could possibly go wrong?
Little all-wheel drive. Doing the wheelie. Chad, tell me how he does. It looks good so far. 146 miles an hour for the Rat Rod, 933 at 146 for Tony. The all-wheel drive Eclipse. I'll tell you what, we're all trying to get this thing because between Chad being down there in the noise and me being up here, Mike Piker checking in by instant message and letting me know that thankfully the fuel crack out of the Nova was just one of the jugs. And Nick Caputo, the guy who normally have had the uncut Vega, but now he's cut it up, so I'll get back to that one. Richard Flint and Eric Inglet. Inglet, the Honda S2000. It's probably got something other than a Honda motor. Right-hand side, the 3000 GT.
The car in the right lane, a 3000 GT VR4 LS powered wheel drive.
.849 with a 7 for the Honda driver, just missing the 850 by 3 thousandths. He can't turn in that time slip. The 3000 GT going 870, 152 miles an hour. Once again, for all of you that are joining us live and online, I do have a parts call. Left-hand side, that is Matt Forbes. You want something interesting on Drag Week? How about a guy who has participated in a 9-second car that has also won an NHRA Super Street? Car on the right is Will Luan. And Luan says, I don't care about your Super Street, Wally. I'm going all the way to the finish line. How about an 850 with an 8 for Will Luan? 850 with an 8. They'll be happy with that run, 161 miles an hour. Forbes has
So I want to give a reminder to all racers. We have seen 3 cars so far today who have had tools and or parts fall out of the bottom of their car at the starting line. If one of those parts falls out of your car in the water box, it's doing 150 to 200 miles per hour. Please make sure that you are monitoring your ride and make sure that it is safe to be running, or else you're going to hurt somebody.
All right, so I have a parts call. Bear Crockett is asking if anybody has a large electric water pump. I'm assuming it's an LS power plant. If you have a large electric water pump, you can find Bear Crockett, the blue 99 Trans Am, or come to the top floor of the tower and let us know. We'll give you his contact information. John McKayka and Alex Carella coming up in this pair. McKayka in the primer black 1971 Camaro on the left side, and Alex Carella, the tailpipe pony wheel-wearing 1993 Mustang. You want to know about beers, go talk to this guy. He's a connoisseur. And Carella's got it hooked up on those Nittos, 129 on the 60-foot, looking for 850. How about 845 with an 8 at 163 miles an hour? It's a good lap, but it's too fast. Unfortunately, Christina's going to go back and go, why'd you put in the good tune? Christina, tell him to dial it down about 500s and come back and do it again.
I love the Chevette, dude. I'm not going to lie, I love the Chevette. Maybe it's because I own one, although mine's not as early as this one. I dig this thing. Full exhaust, nitrous, radials, and beadlocks. And a big wheelie bar. Hello?
Attention all sick ward participants, you can pick up food and beverage at the 2 food trucks located on the west side of the racetrack.
That's why it's got a wheelie bar, baby. Look at that thing standing on the bumper, 930
after he rode the wheelie bars out like he wanted to flip it over. Here comes our next pair. Jason Hagar, they call him Chains. Little black Mustang over here on the left-hand side. And Joe Barstow, 1970 Chevelle. That's the red car on the right side. They're ready. And Chains got after the tune-up a little too hard. He's slowed the tires, but he's going to run it out the back door anyway. He goes 946 at 152. That's just kind of a test lap for him. He's not going to turn it in. He wants an 850. 875, 153 for Joe Barstow. 9,000 people strong, ladies and gentlemen. 9,000 people strong. Checking in online at Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Brought to us by Motion Raceworks, and we thank you all so much for being part of that. Ooh, baby. We got so much great stuff coming up here.
Tom Bailey is in need of a welder. And Nick Pruniak, I know you're here, and I know you're the welder with you, so Tom Bailey is apparently looking for a welder. That is not a good sign, but hopefully something simple. Again, Tom Bailey looking for a welder.
He put a piece of tape over her name and then put his own name. 868, 157 miles an hour. I love it. Don't tell my wife I took her car. 868, 157 miles an hour for him. 953 at 139 on the opposite side. Check out this Rust theme inspired pickup truck over on the left. That is Anthony Harville. 1982 S10. Yeah, that's the square body S10 when they first came out. It is awesome looking, man. He carried the Rust theme all over this thing. A little American flag on the back and a parachute. It looks pretty cool. Sharon Klossner, 2012 Caddy CTSV. Who says you can't run single digits and do it in style? But wrap it with purple and you can't possibly miss it. They're bumped and ready. A little wheelie action there from the Cadillac. Sharon says, please allow me to lead. The S10's going to keep it close, though. 1039 to a 1064 for that pair. Once again, all sick ward participants, you can pick up food and beverage at the 2 food trucks on the west side of the racetrack. For everybody else that would like something to eat and drink, the concession stand is open on the tower side of the racetrack. You can check all that out. David Berg coming up over here. On the left-hand side, that is a 1979 Pontiac Le Mans. Yeah, this is what the GTO Le Mans morphed into. It morphed into the G-body line until they discontinued it in 1981. And it is a potent car running into the tens. Right side, Chad Spicer. 2000 model Dakota RT pickup truck. Looks like he's making a checkout run. It's definitely not on the sauce. 1025, 135 miles an hour. 999 with a 5 on the end of it at 134 miles an hour for the Pontiac. It's not Tuesday, but apparently somebody thinks it's taco time. I'm not going to argue with that. I'll never turn down tacos. Aaron Slayton, 1981 Ford Fairmont, the taco time car over on the left-hand side. Right-hand side is Matthew Parsons. It's the Mustang. We're going to stage up a pair of Ford bodies right here. Both of them wearing parachutes. Let's see if they run into the single digits. Now the Mustang goes for a second burnout. The Fairmont does not find traction to his liking either. They'll both roll him down the top end of the racetrack to get a checkout pass on him. 988 at 149, 1073, 144 for the Mustang driver. As I'm making one of the Sick Mag guys up here work really hard to try and find a good angle of me. So far he's looking at the camera and he's going, no, not that side. No, not that side. side he hasn't tried is my backside, and that might look better. You know what they say about talking out your, yeah, that part. Juan Garza and William Spangler, our next pair up. Little two-door Fairmont action. Yeah, they made these in a two-door as well. See lots of four doors. If you don't want to take as many passengers, yeah, pick the two-door. Looks sleeker. Can I say that? Ford Fairmont looks sleeker. Yeah, 1980 Fairmont over on the left-hand side. That red truck, all that behemoth over there on the right-hand side. Juan Garza, that's a 99 Silverado. Or as some of the YouTubes would say, Silverado. The Chevy Silverado. In action there for the Maverick. Turbo did not come up on the truck the way he wanted it, so he's finally going to let go of the button. 991 to 133 for the Fairmont. And Juan Garza not under power. So he made it to the 8th mile before he just pulled it in and said, yeah, this one's not going to be worth writing home about. A 16-second pass. So he will be good to go there. Talk about an interesting matchup coming to the starting line right here. Plymouth Duster over on the right-hand side. That is Ronnie Satucci, 1970 model Duster. And how about Sean Gilbert? This guy goes by Cadillac Sean. This is not his first caddy he's built. The first one was a nitrous car. Yeah, how about somebody sick enough to build two caddies? The first one was a nitrous caddy motor. This one is a turbocharged LSX motor. 1977 Coupe de Ville. Got a Coupe de Ville running in the 8s. You tell your friends that, they go, hey, you're full of it. There's no way. Both of them getting after the 60-foot soft. Sean was only 156, but that caddy's going to make some steam out the back end. 929 at 150. How about that? 150 miles an hour with a parachute out in a caddy. He'll come back and probably try and tune it up some. 1027 for Satucci's Plymouth. Here's a car that has been on Rocky Mountain Race Week. So we get a little nitrous purge. Out of the Clan Evans 1978 Dodge pickup truck. It's got that weather-beaten look on it. The right-hand side, that is the Rocket. The four-door Rocket as it's known. Alicia Smith. 2009 model caddy, yeah, just yanks the front tires up. She ran bottom 9s, but unfortunately she rolled out of the beams, so she's not going to, oh, we got some smoke coming out of the truck as he goes 1066 at just 99 miles an hour. That's not good. So we're going to put him on hold here for just a minute while we double check the top end of the racetrack. I got Mike Piker checking it. He goes, did somebody say tacos? Right, so for all B-class cars, we do not have a dedicated slick and radial lane. We are just pulling you up in both as they are being prepped the same. So please don't try and duck into one lane versus the other, because they are prepped the same. So we're still checking the top end of the racetrack. Sean doesn't want to give him the all clear sign yet. Hang tight just a minute. All right, now we have the all clear. So go back to work action here. So hopefully the Dodge did not damage anything too much. So unfortunately, we had kind of a miscommunication there. Left-hand side got staged and got the tree. 1221 at 134 has had some problems letting go of the clutch off the starting line. And the Mustang over on the right-hand side, unfortunately, having some issues. So we will make sure everything is A-okay there. Once again, over 9,000 people checking in on Tom Bailey's Facebook page. Or not his Facebook page, I apologize, on YouTube. See, I'm getting all confused. Everybody's throwing all these things at me, and I'm trying to, you know, like duck and dodge them like a I don't know. Like a Richmond Draws in the 1967 Mustang. He clicked off a 9-second pass yesterday. Looks like he's on his way to one right here. 978, 135 miles an hour for the Mustang. You know where Rich Pedraza towed from? Arizona. That is nuts. We got guys from Arizona, Canada. I mean, just, ugh. I mean, I understand wanting to get out of the bad weather, but man, oh man. Bill Boulis, 1932 Ford Roadster. Now, you think people are crazy? How about stuffing a blown motor in this little short wheelbase Roadster? I have the feeling this thing could possibly be like a pogo stick. We'll see how he does right here. Line it up alongside Merrick O'Grady, 1968 Chevy Nova. The better half of Willard down there standing there with the camera. Willard Howard recording Merrick O'Grady. The 32 Ford got hooked up okay. We're going to run down the racetrack. Merrick O'Grady going to stay in front. 976, 139 miles an hour for Merrick O'Grady. Hey, Willard, how'd that look? Did it look okay? Hopefully he says yes. 1027 at 129 for the blown 32 Ford. Derek Henderson coming up the 96 Mustang on the right-hand side. He's got all the beans poured into this one, 125 on the 60-foot. Looking for an 850 time slip. Can he get it? How about 864 as he pulled the chute early? I might have scrubbed some time off of it. 145 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, do I even need to tell you that a diesel is on the way? 9,000 people checking in on Tom Bailey's YouTube page. If you want to watch all the action, Tom Bailey, spelled B-A-I-L-E-Y. You can watch all the action in multiple camera angles. This is Dave Workman, 1957 Ford F-100, and I guarantee you it did not come with that smokestack. Left-hand side is John Paul Franks, 1988 Mustang. Giving the diesel a little bit of a head start. 979, 144 out of the Mustang. The diesel, how about 1099, 125 miles an hour for the big F100 with a whole lot of smoke to leave his trail. We apologize for those that are getting fogged out. The good news is there are no mosquitoes anymore, I guarantee it. Even if there weren't any mosquitoes beforehand, there aren't any now. They probably all dropped. Now we got one turbo, let's bring up another one. This one I recognize. Look at the burnout going on that one, going past the 60-foot on big tires in the little square Chevy. This is Jesse Harris, 1980 model. C10 pickup truck. The Mustang driver on the left-hand side, that is Chris Cripe, 1988 model Mustang, is Jesse Harris pulling up the turbo. And both of them bumped through the beams. See, this is the thing about Sick Week that has never been done on a drag and drive competition is we do not accept a time slip with over a 1-second reaction time. So these guys have got to be on their game. They can't sit there and build boost in the stage beam like they're used to. Now they're both in. Look at that thing rocking off the right-hand side for Harris. 930, 147 miles an hour for the Mustang driver. I think the truck might have hung something in the 60-foot because a 920 at 138 miles an hour is literally like blasting down the right side. So right-hand side most likely did not have under 1 second on the 60-foot. So we may have to bring that one back around. Yeah, the diesel where the smoke was coming out of the exhaust, it looks like it might have hung up the stage beam on him. Nice looking bright orange Mustang coming up over on the left-hand side. That is Jason King, 1987 model Mustang. The right-hand side. Left side on a good pass. 887, he lifts early, 134 miles an hour. Might have been worried about going too fast for the 850 time slip. He went 546 at 128 to the 8th mile though, so he had the beans to get there. 1059 at 126 for the S10. As we wait on our next man. Here's an RX-7 that sounds like the rotary might still be intact. IED Racing and Michael Janelsic, 1988 model RX-7, will face off against Cameron Alley, a 1997 supercharged Mustang Cobra on the left-hand side. Got the roof rack on, the top down, enjoying blast off the starting line and the Mazda right alongside. Mustang starts to get some smoke out of it. A little bit more, goes 880, 158, but a lot of smoke out of it at the top end. 946 at 145 for Michael's RX-7, so gonna wait on top end to clear. Once again, B-class cars, B-class cars. We are prepping both sides of the racetrack the same, so please do not try to jump into a different lane. B-class cars. B-class cars. We are prepping both sides of the racetrack the same, so you do not need to go to one side or the other. The prep is the same. A big thanks to Dodge. The Sick the Mag Media team is rolling in style this week thanks to Dodge and Radford Racing School. Their modern day muscle car inventory from drag street bidding demons to the Hellcat Durango. You can check out the full range of Dodge vehicles at Dodge.com or check out their display. Wonder where that display is. Might be by the Midway. Vice Grip Garage is on the property. I know they have at least one car that they're working this year. What's a fella to do when he needs to fix his drag and drive car? Take it to Vice Grip Garage Portable Car Hoist, and that thing was getting used a bunch yesterday. I saw a couple different cars on it. Derek from Vice Grip Garage, sponsoring the portable car hoist to go across the country for Sick Week, so racers have a place to make repairs. Make sure you subscribe to Vice Grip Garage on YouTube, and Vice Grip Garage is here with two different vehicles. One of them is a NASCAR-themed Monte Carlo. The other one is the American flag Chevy Chevelle. Go and visit them and say thank you for helping to bring the Vice Grip Garage portable car hoist. The chat continues to just blow up. Over 9,000 people checking in online on Tom Bailey's YouTube page. We appreciate all of them doing it. Walter Doyle, 66 Chevelle coming up over on the left side. The looks like freshly sanded look I would go with on this. It's not weather beaten, it looks sanded. And James Roulette, the Boost of Burden guy, little Mustang, over on the left-hand side. No, the left-hand side, that's the right-hand side, that's the other left. Take 3 lefts, you'll get over there. We're gonna try and get them staged up. Chevelle finds the pre-stage beam. They're gonna get him up on boost. Get him bumped in. Chevelle's there, Roulette follows suit, green lights on. Both of them away. Roulette on a much better 60-foot. He's looking to put that Mustang in the 850 range. 864, 161, not a bad pass for him. 1103, 124 for the Chevelle driver. Speaking of Boost of Bird, here comes the second entry out of Roulette's shop. This is Bradley Mixon, 2004 model GTO with the patriotic scheme on the side. Holly EFI tagging along. And the Mustang of Michael Malone, 1989 model. It's a white car on the left side. Both of them are going to get where they want. Mustang looking for some boost. Looking for the stage beam. It's not there yet. The GTO off on its way. Mustang driver getting timed out once again. You get 7 seconds to get into the beams. And the GTO starts to smoke at the top end of the racetrack. 1057, 133 miles an hour. So unfortunately, you get some smoke out of that side. So everybody kind of blowing out their spark plugs here and making sure everything has all the giddy up and go. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're working our way through the B group here. So we're going to do a little bit of cleanup. Uh-oh. We found a bolt. And it looks like it doesn't belong anywhere near the tower. It looks like it belongs in somebody's car or truck. Yeah, it's a very significant bolt. That looks... Okay, so I have a metric bolt. I would say this thing is easily of almost 3 inches in length. And it looks pretty significant. And in the words of Luke, it's the, you might want to check under your car. This looks like something for a rear control arm setup, possibly a torque arm setup, but you might be missing something significant. Yeah, oh, they have tons of free time on sick week. Yeah, just stick your head under the car. So we have a bolt up here in the tower. If you would be so kind, since especially we're down, hey Mike, Pikra, go check, make sure your dad's car hasn't lost any, no, I'm just kidding, he's probably fine. This bolt's way too big. This is like a body bushing bolt for him. I'm sure that car's fine. So, especially late model cars, but everybody, if you have a minute, go ahead and stick your head under the front and rear of your car and check the suspension and see if you have a bolt missing. If you found that you do, you can come to the tower and you can pick this one up. It is kind of a white color with a orange inside ring. That's an interesting way of masking the car. So we have our first souvenir. All right, so we're going to go to some interviews and some thanks to our sponsors on the online feed. Once again, now's a good time to go visit the concession stand while we're down on the tower side. Go get yourself something good to eat or drink. If you're not competing in sick week and you're not driving on sick ward, now's a good time for a beer. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Luke's thinking about it.
How are you, sir? Good. That's amazing. So, what do you got going today? We're in the lanes, right? Yeah. We're at Bradenton. You ran yesterday. How'd it go?
Went 9:06. So, and I was racing the legend, the man, the myth.
The man, the myth, Frank Romano. Right.
And clipped him at the end after I gave him a bit of a head start. And I clipped him at the end. So it was a fantastic race. I would have drove 3,500 miles just to do that race.
Just to do that race.
Just to do that race.
Yep. In the past, you've done that at like the stick shift shootout at Hot Rod Drag Week.
Yeah.
But now you have your own class, stick shift class here.
Big class.
And I heard that 30 cars, 30 cars.
I think I'm an influencer.
You are an influencer now. I know, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So, you know, what's your plan for today?
Tweaked a few things at the hotel room last night. Trying to push her into the 8s.
Nice, man. Nice. Has this car ever gone into the 8s?
Twice. 896, 897.
Very nice. What, but huge mile an hour. What kind of mile an hour does it run?
It's been 165 miles an hour.
Wow.
A little heavier. It's got 4,000, 50,000 pounds.
Right. And what kind of power is it?
Like I don't use very much boost, but at like 15 pound boost, it's 14.
Pretty awesome. Pontiac power, 517 inches, right?
Yeah. I think it's 1,000.
1,000 cubes. 1,000 cubes. What's that in metric?
A million liters.
A million liters. So if you didn't know, Rich drove this from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. And he's one of those metric guys.
Yeah.
So that's why I have to ask all the time.
A lot of liters to get.
The liters.
Yes.
The liters. And also, what do you call decals?
Decals.
Decals. There's lots of decals. What is that?
On top of the heat.
That's right. That's right. Hey, good luck this week.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
Good hanging out with you.
Yes.
Stick shifts to the front, baby.
Absolutely.
For life.
Yes.
Here it is.
All right.
Yeah, baby. Thanks so much. We'll catch up with you along the week here, and
Absolutely.
we're gonna get some content. You're gonna be an influencer before you know it. Thanks so much, guys.
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today.
Scott Kleppinger, the 3rd Gen Jet, getting ready to make his pass.
I'm terrified.
You'll be all right.
It's been a while since I've driven it.
I understand, man. If it didn't scare you, it wouldn't be fun, right?
Yeah.
It's something like that.
So either I'm going to have fun or I'm going to see my pants. I mean, both.
That's right, either way. Looking for like an 8.0, right?
I would like to just not hurt the transmission and go all week. I'll be tickled with anything.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
That's what I want to do. I wish my wife was here. I wish her was getting better at home. She got sick, so she couldn't come and race with us, unfortunately.
Yep.
I need to get down here and hang out with everybody.
Hell yeah. Hey, good luck, man.
Thank you,
Love you.
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You gotta subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Sharon Klausner, the Valkyrie CTSV. And you got a new cage.
I got a new cage.
Can I look?
Absolutely.
Let's look.
It's no longer a full Cadillac. It's not the Recordings, but it's not bad.
He's got some boosted influence over there.
It's an 850 cert cage. It's actually got a dash bar. It's got the bars down here. Yeah. So it's kind of like a little bit more than an 850. It's more than I need for right now.
Safe is good, right?
Yes.
Safe is good.
Exactly.
So what's your plan for the week?
To make it through the week.
Yep.
As usual. We're not sure what's going on with the car. It's not running as fast as it should be. So today, right now, I'm just going to do a test pass. I didn't get one yesterday. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
What kind of changes did you make since race week?
The cage, and we have a bigger lower pulley on it for right now.
Very nice.
Heads and cams coming after we get back.
No nitrous?
No nitrous. No.
Come on, I keep trying to sell this nitrous.
I know.
I found a nitrous kit online and I tagged her in it.
Yeah, no.
Her husband said, yeah, man.
He's all on board for it. Not so
Sharon
much.
doesn't want to. Well, thanks for having with me. Good luck this week.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
It's going to be so much fun.
Oh my God, yes.
right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're back at it here. We did have some stuff piped in from Adam Dory down there. He's doing his work. Got to meet him yesterday. Really cool to see a triple team of people getting out there giving you the information as we get everything cleaned up on the top end of the racetrack. Again, the live stream. Still sporting over 7,000 people as we sit here waiting for the racetrack to get cleaned up. Thank you to everybody who's jumping over to Tom Bailey's YouTube page and checking out all the action live and online. You can do so too. Go check out Tom Bailey, spelled B-A-I-L-E-Y. You can watch all the action from not only Bradenton, but from the next 3 tracks that we go to before we come right back here on Friday to wrap up Sick Week. So thank you all so much for checking in live and online. I mean, the amount of support for this event has been absolutely crazy. We see all these people checking in and where they're from. I've seen like literally like everything was represented. Somebody said they were checking in from the moon. I still kind of think that might not be true, but I guess we'll find out at some point. But on behalf of Chad Reynolds and Adam Dory, my name is Derek Putnam. Thank you all so much for coming out here to beautiful Bradenton Motorsports Park. Literally Laurie Anderson's second home. And I think Wade Rich actually does live here pretty much at this point. The guy who does all the prep work. Those of you that are checking in online and watching some of the comments scroll by. Yeah, I see Kansas represented. Cooper has not run yet. Green Mustang. Nope. Cooper has not made a pass yet. The Mullet has run. He went 7:35. So I do remember some of the runs that they made. Texas is checking in. Had Australia check in, Poland check in. We can go ahead and let's go ahead and do it again. Everybody check in live and online. Tell me where you're watching from. So we do have a couple of 6-second cars. I see that Jason Reed is laying them down. Steve Morris, Tom Bailey. Yeah, we've got, I believe, 3, maybe 4 6-second cars. Yeah, I think it's actually 4 because the Turbo Volvo Wagon, Tom Bailey, Steve Morris, and the Corvette driver. I've got to look that one up. Yeah, that's the other one that I know that ran. Yes, Stefan Gustafsson. He went in the 6s too. Being joined in the tower by Keith Turk, the fearless leader down below. The guy who's not afraid to yell at people and tell them where to go because, Lori likes him already. I don't even have to say anything else. Look at everybody checking in online. Everything just blowing up. What you got going on, Mr. Turk?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're out here on the starting line. Be up there. So that we can be on camera. All right, sorry. The giant antenna apparently is finicky. So I grabbed Scott Brown out of Texas, lived for me, on a questionable racetrack a lot of times. A Little River, I haven't heard you unique because, well, Little River's a little tiny drag strip. But that Bel Air is considerably faster than people expect, but it's a lot faster than you expected too, isn't it?
It's spiraled out of control really quick over the last couple of years, and drag week has been the reason for that. So you get into class and run 11.0s and 1090s, and like you want to run faster, so you do modifications, build bigger motors and bigger turbos and bigger tires, and yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know I love that thing. You've always run it on a little bitty tire. It's still got hubcaps on it and the whole deal. How many guys have you shocked pulling up next to them and making a lick down the racetrack?
Well, quite a few. We run up there in Ennis a lot with some of the small tire classes, and I've had guys kind of laugh at me when I roll in, and they're in their a few Mustangs and late model Camaros and stuff. And afterwards, you see the wind lights come on, and they're like, "Oh, I better worry about this guy."
How is, for everybody that doesn't know, what's the quickest and fastest it's ever been?
2 weeks ago, it went 844 to 157.
Did you ever think you'd go that fast in that car?
Never in my wildest dreams, and it's been help from great friends around the country. Charlie St. John at St. John Fabrication did a ton of work on the rear suspension, and then the front suspension after I got it running with a 275 tire on it, stood on the rear bumper and bent up some stuff, and he had to fix that. So I've been just dialing in the tune-up right now to get it where the nose stays down and the car's happy. So.
What is the front and rear suspension like on that car?
Rear is still, it's a split monoleaf with assassin bars, TRZ ARB to fit a G-body, AFCO shocks. Front suspension's tubular A-arms, front steer rack, AFCO shocks, all from Scott's Hot Rods. Now they're in Tennessee. And, 275 tire in the back, and just dial the tune-up in.
How big is the LS that's in it?
It's only 365 cubic inch, 6-liter aluminum block, forged internals. All Brian Tooley Bow train, built by a friend of mine there in John Henson in Taylor, Texas. He's kept it alive for the last 3 years.
So you're doing something right. You're tuning it, right?
Yeah, I do all the maintenance, all the driving, and 99% of the tuning, unless I fly somebody in from Australia.
So why do you do this though? I mean, on paper, somebody Facebook a couple days ago, and they wrote on Facebook, they said, okay, 2 things. What do y'all do that you can take off for a week and spend thousands of dollars? And the overwhelming response was, I don't take my family on vacations, right? But then the question was why? So why do you do this?
It has to be the friendships I've made across the continent, and then I'm super missing the guys from Australia. Harry's messaging me every 5 minutes about what's going on. But it's like the deal this morning with Jeff Oppenheim. We all know the guy, and he's a special friend to all of us. And we started back in December 1st, wanting to help him, and have been able to keep it a secret from him, which is amazing. So it's going to be life changing for him, being able to hear again and having a few extra bucks in his back pocket. So.
Yeah, tell everybody about that. Tell them what's going on.
So Jeff has been deaf for most of his life. He has maybe 30% of his hearing through help of a hearing aid, but it's not very good. And he's learned to read lips over time, but he's having a surgery to install a cochlear implant, which could bring back possibly 80% of his hearing. And to being able to hear anything like it's going to be life-changing for him. I went around the pits the other day and given a little book people fill out and leave him a note, but leave their phone number, so he's got somebody to call, and that's part of his therapy, is making phone calls and chatting, and I can't wait to hear from him. So.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And this really is a family. I mean, I've been on doing drag and drive events since they started in 2005 with Hot Rod Magazine's Drag Week. I've met a ton of the people here who are longtime friends of mine on these events, right? We've been across the country together a bunch of times, right? My family, it was our family vacation. I mean, that's the only vacation we took, was going and doing these events, and it's fun and it's cool. And the stories, the part that I want everybody to understand is that the stories are not about, oh, I made an 844 pass. Like, that's not, the stories are about, hey, remember when we were on Highway 64 and the wheel fell off? Those are the things that we talk about. It's the road trip portion of this that is a much bigger deal. And I bring that up because, on Rocky Mountain Race Week, we started doing Road Week several years ago. I was super proud of Tom Bailey for stepping up and doing the sick ward on this event so that people that just want to cruise in their hot rod or their rental car and be a part of this could do it. There are guys here from England that came in just to rent a car and go follow along, and they're awesome, and that is part of it. So my hat is off to you guys that are doing the sick ward this week. Thank you. The road trip is the exciting part. Do not let the fact that you're not doing burnouts and going down the racetrack impede you at all, and in fact do burnouts just on the street. Remember, my opinions are mine. They are no way reflective of the event, blah, 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 blah. But can we expect trailer burnouts from your car this week?
Oh yeah, we'll definitely have a few.
Why is it trailer burnouts have become so much fun?
Just the fact that you can do it.
I have seen a few of them in Mexico on a closed professional driver, so it's fine. But what is your goal for this week? What are you trying to do?
I'd like a 50 every day. Last year, I had, or 2 years ago when I run drag week, was 60s. And well, I had a problem the first day, but we had an 8-second average. But now that the car has evolved like stupid out of control, I'd like a 50 every day. So I went a 48 that pass. So we'll pick a little bit out of it and see what it'll do. Maybe probably shoot a few seconds.
Oh, shoot early? You gonna do Birdman and like drop it right there at the mile-an-hour cone or something? What? Wait, your competitors? That's awesome. Well, Scott Brown, you know, we're getting water in the box, which means you're gonna be up here pretty soon. Thank you so much for talking to us. Have fun this week. Is there two real quick before we go back to racing?
Hi to my mom and hi to my wonderful wife who lets me do this every year.
She is wonderful. She really is. She does, and she is weird. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have water going back in the box. We got a couple of station wagons getting ready to roll. The LTD in the left lane makes me happy. Reminds me, is it an LTD or a Fairmont? It is an LTD, yes. See? So the LTD, which many of you watch Team Biggin on our second season of the 10K drag shootout, you know that we built a giant missile, which was the LTD. Car is uglier than Sin Dipped in Misery. It's awesome. We love it. It's like your ugly little brother, right? And that car will be making more appearances this year with Biggin out at Mooresville Dragway. And dude, I heard good things about you, Adam Dory, earlier.
What did you hear about me?
That you were doing good interviews in the pits already, and I didn't even know the camera guy was here yet.
The camera guy's not here. I'm holding a GoPro and just doing selfie style.
Yeah, because the good news with the GoPro is that no matter how poorly you point it, we'll still get all of you in the picture.
Right, and whoever you're talking to, if they're kind of moving around and doing their thing, and I actually was coming up to see Luke because I ran the battery out. I'm all done. I'm all tapped out. I'm not sure what to do now.
Yeah, it's not hard. It'll be fine. It's okay. We have the technology. But yeah, Luke's standing over here. He's ready to go. Gotta watch out though. He has a weird accent, so I'm not sure you can trust what he says.
No, see, I figured it out. You just got to put your ears on upside down.
Oh, that's how you understand Australian, is to put them on upside down.
Yeah, you put them on upside down, and then you also, when you flush the toilet, you make the water go the other way.
Which is awesome. I watched a video one time actually where, you know, because it's one side of the hemisphere and the other, like legitimately, like they pour a bucket of water into a funnel thing here, and it spins one way, and then they walk across like to the other side of the lane and pour it, and it goes the other way.
That's super cool, man. I mean, that's just science happening there.
It's science. So, what do you think so far of day one?
Dude, this is fantastic. The Caliber car here is just amazing, and I'm having bets with guys in the pits, and we're doing like friendly high five bets because I don't have any money. But we're trying to figure out. They're inviting the fastest 100 cars back to get next year for pre-entry. I am betting with people what that bump spot's going to be.
Oh, okay. So what do you think it's going to be?
I think 9 teens, kind of. A couple of guys are kind of high 8s. A couple of guys are kind of 940s, 950s. But I'm thinking I'm going to stick with like a 913, 914. And how amazing for the top 100 out of 350 cars if the bump is anywhere near that.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that because we talked about that last week on the live stream, and I was like, yeah, it's going to be in the 9s for sure. And watching cars here, you could be right, dude.
Anyway, I mean, it's going to be amazing, dude. This is going to be such a good week, and like, there's some of the stuff that comes out of the woodwork, like this chicken fried Falcon that's about to make his burnout here. That thing is amazing. It's got a 6.0 cert that was in a wheelies, and they just stuck this body on it. So if you look inside, like the cage and stuff doesn't fit the car.
I love it. And it's the Chicken Fried Falcon.
The Chicken Fried Falcon, and it's got a Ford for power, and he takes the quarter panels off the thing to put on like 34-inch mud tires to drive down the road.
I approve. Ladies and gentlemen, you ready to watch some drag racing?
Dude, look at Adam Dory out there. Adam having a good time out there with Chad Reynolds as they talked it up, and we're going back to racing action. I got a quick announcement. B class, we have closed the lanes to your group. B class, the B class, do not come to the staging lanes. We have closed this session. C class, you are on standby. Do not come to the lanes yet, but we're going to call you shortly. C class, we have not called you to the lanes yet, but you are on standby. We're going to call you shortly. Brian Markley and Nicholas Desmond. Couple of wagons going at it here on the starting line. Markley in the 65 Falcon that's pulling over to the side. Oh, and he got into the wall a little bit there. He's really into the wall on the right side. I wonder if he lost the steering.
I have a feeling that there is, a steering issue with that thing. So I have no idea if this is the case here, but ladies and gentlemen, make sure if you have a removable steering wheel that you give that bad boy a little tug. And then turn your time slips in. Hey, today, I want all of you to go up to Tanya Turk and ask her how fast she's been with the steering wheel off of a Camaro. Because I guarantee you it's faster than all you sons of bitches here. I mean, like, by a lot.
It's blinking.
And not only was she going way faster when it came off, but she had the calm nature to go, huh, and put it back on. The rest of us idiots would have thought, I'll grab the steering shaft, it'll be fun. No, we'd all died. Tanya was like, I got this. Click, check your steering wheel. Also, one time, again, a reminder, all of you guys know Zach Dykage, who was instrumental in the first Rocky Mountain Race Week. Zach was injured severely by spark plugs that came out from under a car and under the tires and shot out the back of it during a burnout a few years ago. And I'm talking severely injured his face. And it was all because the guys had swapped plugs, set them on the frame rail, and then forgot to pick them back up. It is real easy because we're all in a hurry, but dude, if you guys don't make sure, we've had 2 screwdrivers and some other tools fall out from under cars out here on the starting line today, and I am telling you that we will vote you off the island if you screw this up. So this is a very important thing. Make sure that your stuff is ready to go down the racetrack, because it is not worth it if you hurt yourself or somebody else.
Yeah, and Lonnie talked about that earlier in the driver's meeting as well. Like, we get it. You guys are going to be, like, tired. You're running through a lot of stuff. Take a second. Take a deep breath. Make sure all your belts are tight. All your safety stuff is good. Your steering wheel's locked on there. And, at the end of the day, this is really, really fun. But we want to leave with 350 cars and 700 people. And we want to come back with as close to 350 cars and 700 people as possible, and none of those due to injury. All that stuff is avoidable, and just take 1 second, gather yourself up, and get that stuff all squared away.
Yeah, and it's easy to, get wound up or what have you, or you're waiting in the lanes, and then all of a sudden they call you. There was a guy up here earlier in a car, and I'm not going to say who it was, but he knows. He did the burnout and realized he didn't have his neck collar on. It was still hanging around the steering column, and really quickly grabbed that thing and put it around his neck and looked at me like, oh, man, that was not good. Well, that's okay, right? But be smart, be quick with this stuff, be safe, and we're all going to have a good time.
Heck yeah, we got cars running, and looks like we're going to be back to drag racing.
It's the 8 or 9 Chevelle over here in the left lane, and then a G-Body Malibu in the right. I would let both of them park in my garage.
Yep, and the G-Body in the right lane is Mike Sleeper's car. That thing is like a show car. Go look at it. The paint's perfect, and it's black paint, and it's tough to get black paint perfect.
And it goes down the road making all the greatest noises. These guys are rad.
Yep. And we're off.
69 Chevelle in the left lane. My favorite year Chevelle is a 69, but I like the vent windows of 68 doors. So if I was building my dream big Chevelle, it'd be a 69 with 68 doors or a 68 with 69 taillights, one or the other.
All right, once again, we are closed to the B group. We are closed to the B group. C group, you are on standby. C group, you are on standby. This is Bill Schwartz and Mike Sleeper. Sleeper in the Malibu. Schwartz in the Shell. Sleeper having a little bit of problems off the starting line. They'll both go down. 886, 160 miles an hour for the Chevelle, 977, 152 for the Malibu. So we're going to double check. All right, let's bring up our next two. A couple of silver cars. Aaron Shaver and Kevin Guthrie. Guthrie in the 56 Chevy over on the right-hand side. The 98 Camaro Super Sport on the left-hand side. The Camaro coming back for a second hit because he went 845. You can't turn that in an 850 limited class. So he's going to try one more time. Camaro hooked up good, 140 on the 60-foot. Probably pulled just a little power out of it. Let's see what he does. 850 with a 7. 166 miles an hour for Aaron Schaefer. I'll bet he turns that time slip in. 1146, 124 for the Bel Air. By the way, speaking of, if you have a time slip that you would like to turn in, but it has over a 1 second reaction time, bring it to the first floor of the tower. Some parts and pieces off the Honda again. Second time he ran, second time it shed stuff. So David Deal getting the better end of that one. 876, 157. Honda not making a bad lap before he lost a part right at about the 1,000-foot mark. So once again, B class, B class. We have closed the lanes to you. B class. B class, we have closed the lanes to you. C class, C class, you are on standby. We're going to call you as soon as we're ready for you because we know there's a bunch of you. C class, C class, we will call you to the lanes as soon as we have space available for you. I have a parts call. I'm looking for a David Craig intercooler water pump. A David Craig intercooler water pump. If you have access to one, Juan Garza with the red 99 Silverado could use it. If you don't want to go see him, come to the top floor of the tower. I'll give you his contact information. So again, we're looking for a David Craig intercooler water pump. A David Craig intercooler water pump. If you have one or know where we can get one today, come to the top floor of the tower and I will give you the contact information. Once again, all sick ward participants, you can go to the food trucks located on the west side of the racetrack to pick up lunch. Lunch sounds really good right about now. So if you are not a sick ward participant, you can go to the tower side and visit the concession stand. Looks like a lot of you are visiting the concession stand. And I have a feeling there's probably an ice cold beer that's going to go in someone's hand. Yeah, Lorianne always says that an ice cold beer would sound good right now. And in her case, a Bud Heavy. They will give you a free Bradenton Motorsports Park collectible cup if you go down there and pick up a tall boy. Once again, we are working hard to try and get the C-Class group in there. We have not called them yet, though. C-Class, stay in the pits until we call you because we need to open up some lane space. C-Class, C-Class, you are on deck. We have not called you yet. Please stay in the pits until we call you. We're going to run out the remainder of the B-Class, and we are going to go into our next one. So once again, to everybody that is waiting to come up for C-Class. We will call you shortly. It's not little 68 Camaro on the left-hand side. Mustang driver. Over on the right-hand side, the Camaro. Guy Brotano, he had some traction issues on his first lap. He's coming back up looking for an 850 time, some white Mustang. Don't happen to have his information on file yet, so we're still waiting. See how he does. Chances are both of these cars looking for an 850 time slip. Of a second. He can't turn in that slip. 898 at 151 for Guy Brotano. That's better than his 9-second pass he made on his first one with traction issues. So he'll go back and try again. He might turn that time slip in. Little Malibu on Mustang battle here. Jason Deutscher and Jason Roshu. A couple of Jasons. So the Jason on the left is Jason Deutscher, 86 Mustang. The Jason on the right is Jason Roshu, 1980 Malibu. The most staged and ready. More the boost in. The Malibu looked good for a second and then hit something that slowed him way down. Deutscher, all the way out the back door, 855, 160. And Deutscher, that's a decent lap for him. Probably turn that time slip in. Rosher, on the other hand, going 13:37 at just 81 miles an hour, and that's probably not what he wanted. So he might go back and try and look at the inputs and figure out, do you want to wait for the all run that's going to come later? Because we have the C class to go, and then we're going to do an all run. We have to wait for that all run to come back around. Over 8,000 people still online. I love how some people are commenting up here. I mean, the thing is that unfortunately when we're bouncing back and forth between having a mic on the starting line and having a mic up here in the tower, sometimes it gets different volume levels. But I appreciate those that think we're using a string and 2 tin cans. We do have a Maxwell House coffee can up here, so maybe I'll use that next time. I can send a signal down to Chad Reynolds. Nice little Nova over on the right-hand side. That is Clyde. And the Champagne Express of Montesino, the Grand Prix driver, on a lap here. 5:51 to the 8th mile. 8:68, 154. I think his co-driver, Greg, will be happy with that lap. 8:74, 157 for the Nova driver. The Champagne Express making a good lap. Not sure if he's going to hand it in or if he's going to wait around. This is Mitchell Stapleton. Yeah, Stapleton, the guy who was on YouTube. This is a really cool caddy. This is an all-wheel drive, 2013. Are you kidding me? A performance Escalade? Let's see how he does. Tires. He's still trying to make a pass. Fairmont 850 with a 6. 160 miles an hour. They're just laying down 8.50 times, one after another. Stapleton going 12:04, 134 after 8 punch.
They're excited in the right lane, dude, with that 850 with a 6. Meanwhile, Mitchell's Escalade, not so all-wheel drive on that run. Blaze in the rear tires. That thing was not happy. Hopefully not a big deal. They can get that thing fixed up and ready to rock.
Mustang versus Nova battle coming to the starting line. Tim Flanders in the Mustang on the left. Jeffrey Malda, Nova on the right. Got the hook right. 126, 60 foot for Flanders as he rockets towards an 850 time slip. 847 37, 147 for the four-door. And Mole, decent pass. Third gen Camaro coming up on the right-hand side. That is Dylan Carroll, 1988 model Camaro on the left-hand side. Parker Mitchell, the Dr. Pepper car. 1999 Mustang out of Cletus McFarland's group. It is a turbocharged, LS infused. Yeah, tell me if you've ever heard this one before. An LSX swap Mustang. Dr. Pepper car comes to starting line. Camaro needs to get in on the right side. There we go. Both of them hooked up good. Dr. Pepper on his way down the racetrack. Top end says 849 with an 8. He misses by 0.02 of a second. That's painful.
You know what the problem was?
With an 159 miles an hour, and he can't turn it in. It's 0.02 of a second too quick.
Yeah, the problem was he was one too few Dr. Peppers. They got the rolling count of the number of Dr. Peppers that he's drinking on the week, and it's on par, and it's 14 right now. So he needed one more Dr. Pepper. He would have been heavy enough, that thing would have run 850 with an O. So he's going to be pissed. He needed one more Dr. Pepper. So hopefully he comes around. Major kudos to the dude in the right lane, though, for having a problem and slowing down as quickly as humanly possible before pulling over to the wall to make sure that there was no mess on the racetrack. It appears that it is okay. And that's great. We would much rather come down there and go, no, dude, everything's fine, and then send you down the track instead of you dumping crap all over the racetrack for 1,300 plus feet. We got Red, Justin Martin out here checking the racetrack conditions. He had to tighten up his shoes real good earlier because he said this thing was sticky icky. So is it good? Is the racetrack ready for the radials?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you think that Doug and Andy are going to run on this run, because they've been taking power out of the cars to try and run 850?
850 with 5 zeros.
850 with 5 zeros. Are there that many here at the timing system at Bradenton? I don't know. We're about to find out. Okay, 850 with 5 zeros for both Andy and Doug. I don't want Doug to have too much fun driving that Mustang because it's Ford powered, and that ain't right. And so we don't want him to fall in love with the Ford. Sorry to all you Ford fans. They're all right as long as they're yours and not mine. It's fine. Here we go, Doug Cook. Behind the wheel of El Toro. Now he did say the one thing he really loves about this car is it has an air-to-air intercooler. So he doesn't have to do any of the maintenance in between rounds like normal.
John Mancini going 922. That will bring up the Motion Raceworks Mustang. Doug Cook behind the wheel, left-hand side. Yeah, one of the guys in charge over there at Motion Raceworks. This is El Toro. Right-hand side, Chad Spicer, the Dakota pickup truck. It's a nitrous-infused motor. Doug Cook going for the Turbski route. Chad blows the tires off on the Dakota. Doug Cook having no problem at all on Motion Raceworks side. 854, 158 miles an hour.
The run of that 854 with it. That's getting close. I got to tell you, this Fox Body Mustang in the left lane is awesome. This car is stunning in how clean and nice it is, and it has full exhaust, factory wheels on it and stuff, and it is way quicker than most people would want to realize.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will give you an indication of just how tough the 850 class is. Here comes Alex Corella. He was looking for an 850 time slip. He got one yesterday, and he left the tune-up alone. He told me he wasn't going to play with it. Then he goes out there and he runs 8:45. So he can't turn that time slip in. So he needs something slower than 8.500. So that's why he's back up here for another shot. Car they call Ginger Red. Little Vega of William Carter over on the right-hand side. Going wheels up in the Vega. He's kind of out of the groove. He gets it back in there. Both
The Vega dancing around the Mustang through the lights.
8:55 for the Vega, 8:58 for Corella. Those are both good numbers. They'll turn those in. Those are eligible. Little Ford Fairmont wagon coming up next. This is TJ Linebaugh. 78 Fairmont wagon. Once again, B group. B group, we have closed the lanes to you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. C group. C group, I need you to tower side staging lanes. C group. C group, I need you to tower side staging lanes now for your first session. C group. C group, need you to tower side staging lanes for your first session, please. Starting with lane number 6, I believe. C group. C group, need you to tower side staging lanes, please. So TJ Linebaugh, left side. Richard Flint, 2000, right side. Flint went 8:49 with a 7, so he needs an 8:50 or slower. Goes 8:61, 162. It's probably not optimal, but it'll get him there. 9:17, 148 for Linebaugh. Both of them are above the 850 threshold. What's up, Chad?
Andy Cook has been pulling tons of power out of this GTO in the left lane. They keep pulling boost out of the thing as it's only able to run a 850 here in this event. Trying to get down there in the low 850 range.
Turbo's on spool, there we go. Andy Cook in the GTO. Jordan Beaudrew in the Mustang. 850 with a 5. 850 with a 5 for Jordan Beaudrew in the Mustang, and 862 for Andy Cook. Those are both eligible time slips. Here comes one of the veteran Dragon drives, Scott Brown. The 1953 Chevy they call Capone. Over on the right-hand side, little 235 tire is going to do some work. He went 848 earlier. He needs an 850 or slower to turn in for his class. Left-hand side, David Merck, the Le Mans driver. It's the brown car. Capone going to spool the turbos up. Get him bumped in. Here we go. The Bel Air hooked up good. 131 on the 60-foot. Looking for 8.50. Goes to 8.60. 143 as he lifted out of the gas early. 10:03 with a 0. 127 for David Merck. Bring a couple more cars up to the starting line. Little Vega hatchback coming up on the left-hand side. And the 4-door Caddy coming up on the other side. That is Felicia Smith. 2009 Cadillac CTSV. She calls the 4-door Rocket. The Vega. Jeff Butlin. 1971 model Chevy Vega. Got a big old bump in the hood. Probably got some extra ponies underneath there. They made Vegas with V8s, but I don't think they ever intended them to have that much power, so he had to make some hood clearance. Felicia on the other end going for a slightly car, and she spins the tires hard. The Vega pulling a big wheelie as he lets go. We'll roll down the left-hand side. 936, 144, Felicia. 1130 at 143. We wait on the next pair to come up. Some of these drivers are putting a little bit too much power down on a warm Florida surface, and that is why we're having some hooking issues. So, got to adjust your power levels accordingly. Jacob Rayburn coming up next. Actually, yeah, Lori had me 10 digits off. I'm like, that's not an F-150. Let's try that again. Tony Bucher, 1954 model Chevy Bel Air. That's the weathered car, the four-door over on the right side. Left-hand side, nice orange Mustang of Jason King, 1987 model Fox body. Get them staged up for their pass here. Mustang says, I'm ready. Bel Air's come wheels up that heavy Chevy. They are side by side. Mustang gonna light the clocks first. 874, 142. How about an 891 at 150 out of the heavy Chevy? Those of you that are wondering, I've seen some of you mention that you're curious how many cars. We have 341 out of the 350 eligible entrants showed up. We had some people that dropped. We picked some people up from the sick ward side, some people that were on the wait list. How about this gasser? The Old Glory, 1955 Bel Air of Troy Martin. This thing did an old bouncy wheel stand yesterday. Today he's trying to have trouble hooking up on the racetrack. Joe Marston of the 70 Chevelle on the left. That time he spun just a hair, but it was a better launch than last time. He's out there pedaling it. Chevelle pulls the chute. 879, 153. 1020 at 116. For Troy Martin in the Bel Air. Here comes the guy who damn near broke his wheelie bars. Brian Angers. The nitrous-infused little pocket rocket Chevy, the 1977 Chevette. He stood this thing way up and then rolled it on down like a boss. You can see those wheelie bars are kind of tweaked a little bit as he went for a wild ride last time. Right-hand side, Richard Guido. He drove this GTO all the way from Canada, ladies and gentlemen. -8 degrees, put snow tires on it, and drove it all the way from Canada down here to Florida. No trailer. How about that? Either crazy, sick, or dedicated. That's a stick shift too. Check out the Chevette, ride the wheelie bars one more time. Guido banging the gears in the GTO. 910, 159 miles an hour for the big Pontiac. 898 at 147 for Brian Anders in the Chevette. Yeah, that guy's my hero too, man. You ride something out like that, yeah. You need a trailer to carry something. Bob Gruber coming up next, the Black Mustang on the right-hand side. I say Black Mustang like it's going to differentiate him, but we got two of them. Jason Chains Hager over on the left. Hager tuned his down just a hair as he spun last time. This time he looks good. Looking for an 8.50. That's what he wants. 875 at 154 will get him a whole lot better than the 946 he ran on the first lap. 138 on the right-hand side. Here comes Cadillac Sean. This is an LS turbocharged 1977 Cadillac Coupe DeVille. Are you kidding me? Big old Coupe DeVille. Gonna run in the 8s if he can get it hooked up right. Right-hand side is John Paul Franks, 1988 model Mustang. Cadillac bumps in and says it's ready. He just wanted to get it off the starting line. Sean Gilbert lays it in. Top end says 9 flat, 156 miles an hour with a parachute out. Yeah, go tell your buddies. They won't believe you. 9 flat with a 556 miles an hour out of a caddy? Nah, there ain't no way. John Paul Franks goes 970, 145 in the Mustang. So once again, I have called the C-Class group. C group. Need you to tower side staging lanes. C group. C group. Need you to tower side staging lanes now. It'd be a good time because we're going to run you next. C group. Matthew Parsons coming up in the Mustang. Christopher Rizzer coming up in the 97 S10 on the right side. They're glued together as they go down the racetrack. 972 on the left, 1024 on the right. A couple of decent runs there. As we work our way through the remainder of the B-Class cars. Not too many of them left as we're starting to see some C-Classers. They're rolling in. Yeah, we're going to pack the lanes full again. We're going to run the last few Bs out. We're going to smooth over to the 10-0 and slower C group. Once again, a whole lot of people watching live online. To check out all the action, go to Tom Bailey's YouTube page. Tom Bailey's YouTube page, and you can watch live and online as we stream all the action right here all week long on Sick Week. Big thank you to Motion Raceworks for providing the live stream backing. We do appreciate that. For those of you that have asked, yes, Roadkill is here. Freiberger and Finnegan will be running in the next group. The car they just bought off Craigslist. Beast going down the racetrack right here. Scott Miller in the 68 Cougar with a big block Ford. Jason Tabscott, small block Chevy, naturally aspirated, 893, 153 for the NA Camaro, 916 and 148 for the naturally aspirated big block Ford powered Cougar. Jacoby Betts in what looks to be close to a Hugger Orange 1973 model Camaro. Sans hood coming up over on the left-hand side. David Williams, that is a 1992 Lexus. And he just hanging the intercooler and the intake out of the hood, and he goes, yeah, I got an LS motor with a turbo in this, and I don't need no hood either. Wait, that's a double negative. How about I don't need any hood either? There it is. So a couple of hoodless cars. Gonna stage up right here. Looking for low single-digit time slips. Bumped and ready. The Lexus on his way. The Camaro, not too far behind. Lexus gonna get there first though. 980, 138 miles an hour. 996, 137 for Betts. David Williams joining his dad, Robert Williams, with a time slip from Bradenton Motorsports Park. Over 8,000 strong on the live stream. It's 8.8 thousand actually. Thank you all so much for jumping on board and showing your support. All right, so that concludes the B class. Let's move to the C class. First pair out. Gary Bell, the 1969 Chevy Chevelle on the left-hand side. Beautiful looking car. Barry Warren, 19 Chevelle. This is the 10 flat and slower class. Chevelle, 997 with a 635 miles an hour. 1048 at 130. Corvette driver.
Rick,
once again,
the right lane is pure entertainment right here.
Watching the live action in person.
You got to look at this thing, Derek. Look at this car right here. I mean, are you seeing this? This thing, I guarantee you it had to go through tech 3 or 4 times. Like, much of this looks ready to fall off, and yet I love it. And Freiberger up in the left lane in the shift 3rd gen with an original 7.5-inch 10-bolt. This could be real ugly.
Talk about an interesting matchup. 1964 Spitfire with the engine hanging out of it. And over on the left side, that's David Freiberger from Roadkill, the car they just grabbed off of Craigslist. This one's an interesting matchup. Let's see what happens here. Like Chad said, that thing has a 7.5-inch rear end in it. They're trying like heck to keep that thing together for the entire deal, and it's got a 6-speed in it. The Spitfire will lead them all the way down the racetrack. 1164, 111 miles an hour. Freiberger goes 1432 at 95 miles an hour. Chad, how about that thing?
I was terrified watching that thing go down the racetrack. I was expecting all of it to fall off at any moment. I'm in a bag. I drive a lot of junk, so I'm fully qualified to judge that thing. Let me tell you, But Finnegan's down here, he was jumping up and down because Freiberger ran 1430s and didn't blow up the Camaro. The thing is stupid fat down there. I mean, super rich running down the racetrack. It might be possible to run a 13 in that if it actually got rid of half the fuel in it.
Next pair up, Steve Willingham. Nice little 6th gen Camaro over on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, Rovik Aluha. 1967 Oldsmobile Cutlass 442, little sleeper action on the right-hand side. Watch that thing twist the left front wheel off the ground. He did a double take there. The Camaro driver was trying to get the revs up, and he pushed through the beam. So left side will get no time, 11:17, 124 miles an hour on the right-hand side. Still over 8,800 people strong out there. Hey Chad, somebody just asked if Limpy was on the microphone down there at the starting line. Down there because obviously he's got some loud cars next to him. So the
I can't hear you, but if you were asking me how awesome I think that the Acadian in the right lane is, it's the awesomest ever. I love that car. That thing was rad. He had problems going down there, but I love that thing. It looks like a Chevelle. It's a Canadian version, which is an Acadian.
Somebody asked if it was Limpy on the mic, and I said, no, it's Chad Reynolds. I guess at a glance you might be able to like look at him and go, maybe. Dan Hewitt coming up in the 2001 model Camaro on the left-hand side. The right-hand lane, 2006 Chevrolet Trailblazer. That is Stephen Howe on the right-hand side. We'll line the pair of Chevys up here. Trailblazer got the hit off the starting line. The Camaro is going to try to climb his way back into it. Trailblazer going to lead him all the way down, right-hand side, 1208, 124 miles an hour, 1194, 121 for the F-body. Yeah, that's the Camaro. For those of you that don't know, F-body, that signifies Firebird and Camaro built between 1967 and 2002. Pickup truck on Marauder action. I believe this is Sam Langford. Yeah, this is the 2003 Mercury Marauder with extra air conditioning. This is the Cletus McFarland car. On the right-hand side, this is the giveaway car. Sam driving it. Let's see what the Mercury puts down. A little LS influenced air conditioning. Joe McGill in the pickup truck. 1015, 139. How about 1094, 129 miles an hour for the sleeper Marauder?
Is the truck a stick shift?
Yeah,
the truck in the left lane, I think it was a stick car. It is. Holy crap. That thing murdered the clutch on the hit, but I love it.
Chad Reynolds having way too much fun down there on the starting line. David Gallimore, the 71 Chevelle. And Bob Ruppel, 72 Nova. So right-hand side rolled the beams, will not get a time, 10:13 and 1:33 for the Nova driver. Chad, I hope you're doing okay down there with all that tire smoke and cool cars coming by you, man. You look like you're having a blast. Yeah, look at him. He wants to inhale it. He wants more. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Tiger or Silly coming up in the pickup truck on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, Robert LeBron Frank, 2014 Camaro driver, just went 1154, 124. 1033, 121. Chad, what do you got?
Dude, this is the tallest car on Sick Week. It's a bread van or the milk truck. I don't know. It says dairy, so it's a milk truck. I think it's a Divco. I'm gonna have to look when it gets up here closer, but it's rad, and it is certainly the tallest vehicle on the trip. Like, this thing's taller than my Chrysler Pacifica minivan.
Check out the dairy truck, ladies and gentlemen, a 1961 Divco, 1963 Divco dairy truck. Are you kidding me? You gotta line up against the Cadillac. This is Nick Cryer in the dairy truck. Cadillac driver, that is Chad Beach, 2013 Cadillac CT-SV. Look at the dairy truck, man, that thing's cool. We didn't get timed in. Yeah, he didn't get in the beams in time. So we got timed out, so we'll reset the clocks and give the caddy a single pass. Meanwhile, Chad's gonna just sit there and oogle over the dairy truck some more. 12:10 at 1:13 for the caddy. Hey, Chad, you wanna call the lap on the dairy truck?
Oh, dude, I would drive this thing in a heartbeat. I'd ride in the back of it. Not happy out there. Sounds like the tune-up needs some help, but I believe that's a brand new combo. And the Franklin. So, yes, this is a Franklin. Yes, the chassis is made of wood, okay? Apparently this young man has been on Drag Week with another Franklin of his where he would make one run and then hit the road and have to drive because the thing would only go like 45 miles an hour, and he was sleeping on the side of the road with this thing. I think this one goes faster. Not a lot faster, but a little bit. We'll see what kind of mile an hour he runs out the back. If you're doing your burnout already, you started too soon. Yeah. Like, seriously, that's why the guy in the green shirt was like, hey, dude, you don't need to start your burnout yet. Dude, 55 mile an hour. Dude, Fred said 27 seconds. Matt, what did you say?
55 miles an hour on those
Matt
skinny
called
little wheels.
19, so Fred was closer, but he went over. So you win. I didn't. I mean, I said 23. Yeah. I like it. You win, Matt. You win. You need something. Fred's prettier than you, though.
Gil Correa coming up next, the 1986 Mustang. Beautiful looking car on those RC comp wheels. It's got a late model Coyote power plant in it on the left-hand side. Starting line, looking for a good ET. 10:01 with a 138 miles an hour. That is a good pass. 10:01 with a 4 at 138 miles an hour for Gil, and he'll probably pack it up and go to the next racetrack. 10 flat's the quickest you can hand in. 10:01 with a 4 is pretty solid. Pickup truck running in the 14s, and we're on to our next pair. Craig Hambright, 2004 model, Pontiac GTO over on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, that is Michael Van Zyl, 2021. Dodge Challenger, it's the 1320 edition. Yeah, Dodge actually built these cars specifically with drag racing in mind. Now, it's not a Hellcat motor, but it does have some cool features in it. For those of you that are online, want to check out live time systems, go to the Drag BMP app. Yeah, check out your app store. Check out Drag as D-R-A-G, and then B as in boy, M as in Mary, P as in Paul. 12:02 at 111 for the left side. 11:60 at 118 for the GTO. As we are waiting for the next pair to come up. Just under 9,000 people watching live online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, brought to us by Motion Raceworks. Go and check that out. You want to watch all the different camera angles, even if you're here in the grandstands. Yes, thank you so much, Tom Bailey and Motion Raceworks, for the live feed. First ever sick week, and everybody gets to stay home or stay at work or, take a break, quote unquote, and watch live online as we get after the C-Class. So we've got a little Honda coming up over here on the right-hand side in the F-150. This thing was in the 9s yesterday. Now he has to run 10 flat or slower, so make sure they put the right tune-up in it. This is Jacob Rayburn, 2019 F-150 to be exact. The right-hand side is Jason Ziegler, 1994 Honda Del Sol. They're all staged and ready. The Honda popping and banging and not doing what he wanted it to. The F-150 rolling on down, no problem at all. 1049, 133 miles an hour, lots of speed. But the ET kind of fell off a little bit. I don't think that's what they wanted. They might go back and make another hit at it. Speaking of which, again, I need my C group. C group. If you are not in the staging lanes on tower side, you need to be there. C group. C group. I need you to get to the tower side staging lanes. Big shout out to Jeff Connolly, checking in from Wild Horse Pass Raceway in Phoenix, Arizona with the NHRA Tour. Good to hear from him. If you see Brian Loans, make sure you go shake his hand and tell him I owe him one. Corvette versus RX-7 for our next battle. Scott Montgomery in the Z06 Corvette. Steven Sleeper. I don't think that's 2004 Silverado. I think that's probably a digit off. Lori's trying to walk and chew gum over there, and I know she usually does pretty good with it. So we'll bring our next pair up. Mustang versus pickup truck. Timothy Jill, 2001 model Ford Mustang on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and Skip Frizzell, 1992 GMC Sonoma, Florida racer, over on the right. Nope, not the right-hand side. Actually, both of them are Florida racers. Skip Frizzell been racing here in Florida for quite a while. This is his newest toy that he's working with, little S10 pickup truck. Let's see how Skip does. Goes down the racetrack. Gets 1228, 112 out of it. 1234 at 120 for the Mustang after a lot of tire spin, so obviously got a lot left in the tank. So Lori says that we're getting a whole lot of Silverados. Apparently that is not what we're seeing on the starting line. I know that Mickey Waller is driving a 1971 Buick GS convertible. That's the A-body car over on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the kind of goldish yellow car. The Southern Chaos car over on the right-hand side. That is Glenn Burrish. He just rode his car called Spanky, his Fox Body No Time car, to a win at Streetcar Takeover last weekend. This is a street car. Well, I should say it's one of his street cars. Actually, it might be his dad, Barry Burrish, driving this Mustang. 1040, 134 miles an hour. 1255 is just 86 for the Buick. I'm looking down there. Oh, is his dad? Okay. Oh, yeah, there's Glenn. I see him down there in the starting line. What's up, Mr. Burrish? He's just basking in the limelight of his third straight no-time win. He's happy. He's going to let Dad race this weekend, or this week, pardon me. A genuine 1989 Ford Festiva. This is Jeremy Ziegler on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Right-hand side is Jared Aspegren, 2010 model Camaro, that's a 5th gen car. Once again, all of you that are watching on YouTube, thank you so much. You're just blowing that feed up, I'll tell you what. I put the thing down for like, I don't know, a minute, and then I put it back up, and the live feed chat just explodes. Camaro's all locked in ready. Camaro says, okay, I've had enough of this. Just gonna go buy the Festiva. I'll tell you what, that Festiva is a little faster than most people would figure it would be. 1097, 130 for the Camaro. 1302, 107 for a Ford Festiva. Are you kidding me? A little Ford Festiva going low 13s. Man, we got to get that thing in the 12s. It's just a hair away from it. 1302 out of a Festiva. We are still sitting on what is most likely a chassis or suspension bolt up here in the tower. So if you're missing one. Lance Disher with the 1984 GMC Sierra on the left side, the F-150 going down the right-hand lane. That is Sean Padron, 2020 model. 1003, 124 for the F-150. It's pretty solid. 1195, 107. I believe this is Cooper. This might be Cooper Baghetti. I think it is him. This is his new car that he just put together. Yeah, Cooper Baghetti, 1995 Ford Mustang. So somebody just asked if Cooper ran yet. Well, Cooper's on the starting line right now. So Anthony McDowell, the 1967 C10 Chevrolet pickup truck. Beautiful looking ride over here on the left-hand side. Cooper Baghetti, he's bumped in and ready. Truck's bumped in and ready. Green light's on. Pickup truck getting out there first. Cooper. Oh, he's starting to get some smoke out of the Mustang. And it's getting worse. It's continuing to get worse. 1231, 121 miles an hour for Cooper, but he smoked a whole lot of the horsepower out of it. 1206 at 109 for the pickup. And Cooper may not have seen the smoke because the car stayed under power. Might have been a tire rubbing, who knows, but there was a whole lot of smoke. So we're gonna check that out before we send the next pair down the racetrack. Cooper just laying a whole lot of smoke down there. As Baghetti. Now we're getting word it might be transmission fluid. We'll wait and see what happens. It might have just thrown some fluid up on the headers, and that's what created all the smoke. It could have been tire rub as well, so we're going to double check the racetrack. Come on, Lori. She's saying not tire rub, and I'm like trying to look at I'm trying to be optimistic. Oh, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately the word coming back, there is fluid all the way down the racetrack. So we will be on hold here for just a minute while we get everything queued up. We have oil all the way down the racetrack. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So unfortunately, we're going to be on hold here for just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a chance to say hello to all the people that are helping make Sick Week #1 sponsible. Big thank you once again to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official presenter of Sick Week, and of course Motion Raceworks, the official live stream provider. Go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. 9,000 people strong watching it right now. And everybody is now commenting on the live feed about what they thought happened. Somebody said, did Derek run yet? And I'm like, wait a second, I'm Derek, I'm not running. There must be another Derek. Yeah, hey, listen, guys. For everybody that's, ripping apart Cooper, that's the thing where, to be honest, there are times where if you're trying to run a new car and you don't see the smoke behind you, it's very easy to make a full pass because the car's still under power. He went 121 miles an hour. But unfortunately, yeah, this time it resulted in some fluid, so we're going to wait and see what happens. We're going to get after it. Wade's going to bring down the Zamboni. We'll get that one cleaned up. So an unfortunate break there. All right, so big thanks to all the sponsors that are out here today and all the people that have jumped on board to be part of SICK Week. SICK the Mag. You need to go over and check it out. Is it a book or is it a magazine? I can tell you one thing. It is packed full of goodness. It's only got like 4 pages of ads. I think that's it. So if you have any questions about that, you need to go over and check out the SICK the Mag merchandise booth. You can sign up right now. If you get your second issue for free if you subscribe today, but only while stocks last. If you can go to sickthemagazine.com/subscribe, you can go over and visit them at the merch booth. They'll take care of you there too. Or you can do the QR code on the Motion Raceworks live stream, which is located in the lower right-hand section of the feed, and that will take care of it. I'll tell you what, it is a high-quality coffee table style book or magazine, whichever way you say it, and that will take care of it. Make sure you go check out SICK the Mag. You can also go over and visit their merch trailer to pick up all the cool stuff that they have available, including SICK the Mag merchandise. They also have SICK Week and SICK Ward official merchandise, so you can go pick that up. And I would do it now, especially while we have a break in the action, because if you do it now, it guarantees you're going to be able to at least have a better chance of getting your size and color before they sell out. I stood in line for almost an hour yesterday. I love how somebody says, the Derek is Vice Grip Garage. Unless Derek is older than me, I was a Derek before he was. I know there's more than one Derek. It's just playing. So big thank you to Rick and his gang at Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official presenter of SICK Week. For decades, Gear Vendors Overdrive has been providing their famous overdrive units to everybody from drag racers to truck drivers and everything in between. It is a 5-second proven capable piece done on Tom Bailey's car, Dave Schroeder's Corvette in the 6s, and Royce Payton's Mustang. So if you need to know if the Gear Vendors will actually hold up to your power level, I think those 3 people right there would answer your question. If you have any questions that you would like to go talk to Gear Vendors about how to get one of their units in your car or truck, go over and visit them on the Midway. They're right next to the big bus. We thank them so much for their continued support of drag and drive events. Yes, Derek's Unites. I don't know how many Dereks there are out here, but at least there's 2. Usually I'm the only Derek. Vice Grip Garage having Derek here. Yes. They said Vice Grip Garage has 2 cars there. Yes, they have 2 cars. They haven't run either one of them yet, though. They should be in this session. I believe they bought a Monte Carlo and the American-themed Chevelle with the Pro Charger on it. Motion Raceworks, founded in 2015 by 3 enthusiasts who saw an opportunity and a need to do things a little bit differently. How about building parts right here in the US of A that nobody else makes? That's what Doug and his group at Motion Raceworks have done. Everything made right here in the USA, from throttle bodies to steering wheels. Motion Raceworks' range of high-quality products is make sure to have something to suit your drag and drive vehicle's needs. You can go visit motionraceworks.com to check out their full range of products. Or you can also visit their merch trailer here at SICK Week. It is located right across from Gear Vendors and next to Mickey Thompson. You can go check out all their latest offerings. They bring spares with them, so if people need something along the trip. Also, they have merchandise available, and I went over and visited that yesterday at the Freedom Factory during the pre-party, and I'll tell you what, again, I'm glad I did it, because they were selling out of stuff. Like they were giving it away for free. I mean, I did have to pay for it, but it was like going off like gangbusters. The merchandise is flying off the shelves literally here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Derek's car is called Independence. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. I've been trying to keep up on my YouTube stuff to try and have as much data as I can on these drivers, and unfortunately I'm just running out of sleep hours. So thank you very much to Doug Cook and his team for being the presenting sponsor of the official live stream of SICK Week and Motion Raceworks. Go and check out an enthusiast run company. We need more of those. Iski Racing Cams, an industry leader in valve train components, engineering products that will stand up to the tough world of drag and drive. You start thinking about all the times that these cars are being driven along roads and stoplights and constantly fluctuating oil pressures and changing temperatures, and I'll tell you what, man, that'll knock out some of the cheaper brands. And Isky, yeah, they've been proven time and time again. A 1,000-mile drive will put your drag and drive engine through more stress and pain than a whole lot of passes down a racetrack. Because your car's only running for, I don't know, 2-3 minutes at the most. But when you're going through drag and drive stuff, it is going to get after it. So if you want to learn more about Isky Cams, visit iskycams.com. That's ISKYCAMS.com. People like Dennis Taylor and Alex Taylor, just among many that trust Isky Cams. You should consider them adding them to your ride. Summit Racing Equipment is here on the property, and we thank them for being part of Sick Week. Since 1968, Summit Racing Equipment has been America's speed shop. Whether you're building a street cruiser, an NHRA Pro Stock car, drag and drive car, or anything in between, Summit has thousands of different line items to make you go fast and stop safe, as well as make the driver safe. You can go to summitracing.com on the World Wide Web. You can visit their crew here today in the vendor area, or you can visit one of their retail locations located in Georgia, Texas, Nevada, and Ohio. Summit Racing Equipment, the World Speed Shop. VP Racing Fuels is here on the property, and we thank them for being part of Sick Week. They are the world leader in fuel technology with a catalog of more than 80 different fuel blends. A growing list of champions chooses VP Racing Fuels, and you should too. VP is providing fuels for all the competitors that have called in and phoned in orders, so they go from track to track so they don't have to carry the fuel with them. If you want to learn more about VP Fuels, you can go and visit their trailer located on tower side of the racetrack here at Sick Week, or visit vpracingfuels.com on the web. Mickey Thompson Tires, Jason Moulton and his crew are here this weekend, or this weekend. I keep saying this weekend like I'm at a weekend drag race. I forget. We're going an entire week. So I got to get after that, kind of reprogram my brain. Mickey Thompson Tires is here on the property. They have a wide selection of tires that they have brought with them, from drag radials to slicks, even street tires. If you need anything from the Mickey Thompson trailer, even if you want to get some advice on what you should run on your car, go talk to Jason Moulton. He's one of the guys behind the drag radial revolution. He was behind Mickey Thompson's first drag radial they came out with in 2003. You can go over and visit them at the white trailer with the Mickey Thompson tent out in front, or visit MickeyThompsonTires.com if you are not on the property. Find out more. TBM Brakes, it's a brand new division of Motion Raceworks. They have recently relocated to Florida, and they manufacture a complete line of brake systems and components for motorsport, street, and fleet vehicles. They are all made 100% here in the United States. You can check out their products on people like Tim Bailey's 6 Seconds 2.0 Camaro, Cletus McFarland's Mullet El Camino, Ruby also sports TBM brakes, and a whole lot more. You can visit them today if you're on property, or visit tbmbrakes.com to find out more about all their product offerings. You want some more throttle in a bottle? Visit Holley Performance, the originators behind nitrous oxide systems. Yeah, NOS. If you're looking for fast, reliable power, trust the brand that has been doing it since the 1980s. Yeah, they were behind the beginning of the nitrous revolution in drag racing. Sick Week competitors are enjoying free nitrous refills thanks to Holley and NOS. Please go over and visit them at the Holley tent. That's the red tent located right next to Gear Vendors on the manufacturer's area. Or you can go to Holley.com and check out over 6 dozen lines of different performance products. Rick Anderson is here, one of the guys from Holley, and we thank him so much for being part of Sick Week. Vice Grip Garage. What's a fella to do when he needs to fix his drag and drive car? You can take it to the Vice Grip Garage portable car hoist, of course. Derek from Vice Grip Garage has sponsored the portable car hoist, and it's been used already quite a few times this weekend as people are trying to get things fixed. We put out over 8 parts calls yesterday, and thankfully every single one of them was answered. I saw a car getting worked on last night when I left here a little after 9 o'clock. Thanks to Derek from Vice Grip Garage. Make sure you go and visit Vice Grip Garage on YouTube. Give him a thumbs up, subscribe, and tell him thank you so much for making that sacrifice and paying for the portable car hoist to drive all along Sick Week. So then that way, more people can work on their cars and enjoy a week of action with their 300 of their closest friends. Racequip. Have you seen the absolutely insane trophies for the winners this year? They're Racequip actual SA 2020 legal helmets. Yeah, they took them and got them all painted in the orange color that Tom Bailey uses on his 6 seconds 69 Camaro. They look great. I'll tell you what, they got the crazy eyes on them and they're all stickered up. It looks great though. If you want to get more information about how to be more safe in your car, especially when you're making passes down the racetrack, go and visit Racequip. That's RACEQUIP.com. Find out more about their line of driver safety equipment. Big thank you to Rhino Classifieds. They are here at Sick Week and Rhino Racer Support Tour that kicks off today, partnered with Rodford to be part of this great Sick Week. So while we continue to work on the racetrack, once again, thank you to everybody that is checking in on YouTube. I'll tell you what, Tom Bailey has put together a great crew of people to kind of get us off and running here. For the first annual Sick Week, I got to hope that it's going to come back next year because so far it has definitely been a lot of fun. Tom Bailey, after doing a lot of different drag week stuff, has probably looked at it and said, yeah, there's a couple of things that we can kind of work on here, work on there. And 341 cars are here on the property making laps. There's still a bunch of them that we haven't run yet because we are waiting for the racetrack to be cleaned up and we will continue with the C group. So the C group, thank you so much for being patient as we wait for the word to get back after it. So once again, we will give you an update as soon as we get one as they clean up the top end of the racetrack. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to get the racetrack back in optimum condition as I see the Bradenton crew coming back down the racetrack. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire crew that is out here working hard, a lot of people behind the scenes, unsung heroes, Tom Bailey put together a great crew of people for the first Sick Week as we get the racetrack back in optimum condition. My name is Derek Putnam. I am joined by Chad Reynolds and Adam Dory as they are bringing pitside and trackside action to you. We hope that you enjoy it. Yeah, now's a good time to go visit the concession stand. It looks like a lot of people have done that. Go get yourself something good to eat or drink. It's located on the tower side of the racetrack. For for the sick ward participants, if you have not gone over and gotten lunch at the food trucks on the west side of the racetrack, again, that is for the sick ward participants. You can go over and do that. So the good news is that the amount of fluid is not that bad. It's just how far it goes. So they're getting after it now. Vern Bradley, yes, I 100% agree. Thank you so much to Bradenton Motorsports Park's hardworking crew. It's out here trying to give these guys and gals a great surface to race on. And for those of you that are giving us feedback on whether the announcers are too loud or not, unfortunately, I am loud by nature, so I'm sure they've probably turned this down, but we are still working on it, and we appreciate it. Obviously, this is the first time we're doing stuff, so it's going to take a little bit of tweaking to get everything just right, so we appreciate everybody giving feedback, positive, well, how about not positive feedback, constructive feedback. We appreciate that. Thank you. So once again, with the dueling mic that we've got going, we got myself up here in the tower, and then Chad Reynolds and Adam Dory have been doing stuff down on the racetrack, and sometimes you get different feedbacks at what would be essentially the same level of volume up here, but one mic will just be that much warm, well, not much warmer. The volume will be that much higher on one mic than the other, so I'm using a corded mic up here in the tower. Chad's using a wireless mic, and sometimes the way it picks them up between the two is a little bit different. James Kroll, thanks for checking in. I appreciate that. We're doing the best we can. Oh, I'm Derek number 2 now. I'll take that, considering that we're good. But to everybody that is checking in online, we appreciate all of you watching. Thank you all so much. Obviously, we know you could be doing something else with your day, but thank you so much for checking in on the live stream. Okay, so I hear that we're going to go to some interviews. Chad, does that mean we actually put you to work, or did Adam Dory do it all? Oh, Adam did it. Okay. So if you want to check out some interviews from drivers, go jump on the live stream right now. We'll put some interviews up. I'll get off the mic for a minute. We'll be back on here in just a little while.
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the Magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You got to subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today.
Yes, sir. Getting ready to make your first pass? Second pass. Yeah. What'd you run the first run? Well, we went 8-0. Yep. I'm trying to run 7 every day. 7.9999 would be great. Very nice. Kind of hiked the front end up, went left hard, so reset the inner roll bar. I got to try it again. Very nice. Yeah. What's it got for power? It's a 328-inch LS. It's a stock 5-frame block. Got some caliber parts in it. Cool. Very nice. Yep. Very nice. Yep. Well, so trying to get in the 7s all week. 7 anything all week. 7 anything all week. Yes, sir. Love it. Love it, man. Hey, thanks so much for coming out. Yeah, we appreciate it. Thanks. Beautiful car. Look at this. Oh, it's got V6 emblems. Yeah. Yes, sir. Getting ready to make your first pass? Second pass. Yeah. What'd you run the first run? Well, we went 8-0. Yep. I'm trying to run 7 every day. 7.9999 would be great. Very nice. Kind of hiked the front end up, went left hard. I like that word fast. Kelly Harvey's Corvette. Look at this. Here's a beautiful thing. Kelly lost the hood on this car and they painted it in Darce's trailer. It looks good and it's got a horn because it's a street car. You all ready to go? Heck yeah. What do you think it's gonna run?
I'm shooting for 750 or 60.
750 or 60, just like Darce. You guys are freaking neck and neck.
Twinsies.
Love it, baby. Beautiful car. Thanks so much. Here's the hot rod by Havlic's Bel Air. This is a 55. I'm going to try to buy this car at the end of the week. I keep not offering enough money. Everything good? Very nice. Beautiful car. What do you think you're gonna run this round here?
Going for an 8 something.
8 something is good enough, man. Good. Very nice, very nice. And you got little tires on this.
Yeah.
Look at this. We got a radio on it. And you normally run a big tire on this car, right?
I normally do, yes.
Yeah. So, how often does you run the small tire? How much
time on this car.
Really? Here we go.
I've run them in the past on my other cars, but first time on this one.
Very nice. Very nice. Sweet. Thanks for the time. I'm just going to do a walk around real quick.
Sure.
But just doing little shorts for the live feed when the track's down like this.
Right.
Have some stuff and, you know, hot rods by Havlic, guys. This is the guy right here. If you want a car be this beautiful, you give him a call. Thanks for the time, man. Totally.
So, or at least a Florida resident, I'd say you're a native. Is that, what's the story there? Did you grow up here or what?
Yeah, I did. I'm like one of the few guys that actually is walking around in shorts when it's 40 degrees in Florida, because I know how hot it gets in the middle of the summer, and everybody goes, it's too cold out here. And I'm like, yeah, the cold weather, that's good horsepower weather. That's when the cars run fast. So I'm sweating in my fire suit in the middle of August, and I'm like, yeah, I can't wait for it to get cold again. You can always layer up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, absolutely.
So for all of you checking in,
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Alex Taylor and John Entz. Alex Taylor and John Entz, you have a box to pick up at the Sick Week tent. Alex Taylor and John Entz. Alex Taylor and John Entz, you have a box to pick up at the Sick Week trailer. If you'd go over and do that, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Kyle Wade, car number 109. I need you to the first floor. Time slips, please. Kyle Wade, I need you to first floor. Time slips, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if it is official yet, but I'm looking at Instagram, and there is a picture of Dave Schroeder in the Corvette that had the backfire. Still ran a 690 pass coasting, but Chad Reynolds and I are up here talking in the booth, and it says he's torched a couple of pistons, ending his week on day one. And it's, like I said, not official, but that's what's been posted. It's just got the whole front end off of it, and looks like it still does when I'm sitting here looking down from the tower, yeah.
Yeah, they're right over here, and we can see the car. And, you know, I was on the starting line when that happened, and there were several of us there, and it was a big backfire, and we said, oh, that looks like it could be some pistons, but I'm really disappointed to hear that the boys aren't going to take that thing apart and put pistons in it. And I say I'm disappointed, but I understand. I'm just too stupid for my own good sometimes, so I would probably have the cylinder heads off of that thing, but that's a big job. That is a very high dollar combination there. 900 plus cubic inches, and it is awesome. I mean, that is a killer car, and the unfortunate thing is that, you know, that car is capable of running in the low sixes all week long. I hate to see that for them. I have to assume that there was some other parts failure that, you know, caused that problem for those guys. They're very sharp and are arguably the only people that have run that kind of a power level nitrous combo successfully on the street. So, you know, I love those guys. They're awesome. That Corvette is just amazing. But if they are out, that is very unfortunate. That will give some breathing room to Tom Bailey, although, you know, Bailey was here earlier looking for a welder and somebody to weld with it as they were having issues. I don't know if he's made a pass since then or not. Yeah, so his 626 is his best run so far, so we'll see what he broke. But there are other cars that are out here who have run in the sixes. So, you know, the Swedes with that C4 Corvette, with Biggin, they are running in unlimited. They cannot run in the iron or whatever it is one because they have an altered wheelbase on that car.
Right, and the current gap, just to throw this in there, Chad was doing such a great job, but I figured I'd just go ahead and interrupt him. But yeah, right now, Bailey leading with 626. The next quickest pass is the C4 Corvette.
Yeah, with a 44, right?
64, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he went 44. I think he went 64.
64, yeah.
So he's got about a 4/10 cushion right now.
Yeah, which is a big deal today. Tomorrow, you know, you can make up for some of that tomorrow, but each day that you get going, it is incrementally, exponentially harder to pick up on your average. So we'll see, but you know, Bailey is right down there as well. He's parked right next to Dave and the crew with that nitrous huffing Corvette. And I see him down there working on the car. Hey, Bailey, can you hear us? Is the car okay? He's giving us the thumbs up. Are you going to make another hit? No. We don't like you anymore. We want to see the car make another run.
Chad doesn't speak for me. I'd like to stay gainfully employed. Thank you.
The Bailey knows me, and he would expect nothing less. But he is making the smart move, that's for sure. The C4 Corvette should have already hit the road, actually. And that car has more in it. In fact, I can tell you that car, they got that car a little too low. And at the top end, you saw that C4 Corvette moving around a little bit and some smoke. Well, that smoke was tire smoke because the tires were touching the inside of the tub as the car got down and the tire got taller at the top end of the racetrack. So they raised the car up a little bit more, and they are hoping that that will fix it and solve it. But based on the G-meter, I believe that car was 5 to 8 miles an hour slower through the traps than it should have been because of the tire rub. everybody. Also wanted to let you know VP Racing Fuels is hitting the road right now. They are on their way to Orlando, so they said to say thank you to everybody that bought fuel today. They are on the road. They'll see you tomorrow. What is going on here, Derek Putnam?
Looks like a couple of pickup trucks.
I totally set you up right there with a giant mouthful of sandwich.
That's okay.
That was awesome.
Luckily, I have a big mouth, so I can just talk out of the other side.
I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it. It's a common trait among us, my friend. I am in the tower right now because I'm feeling like I got a little sun, okay, standing out there all morning, so I think that being here is a good idea for a little while.
This is Mike Moore in the 98 S10. That's on the left-hand side. Right-hand side is James Turbill, 1993 C1500 pickup truck. He just went 1204 at 123, 1631 with a bunch of tire smoke at 97 miles an hour for the S10. And Chad, like we had a conversation that was probably supposed to last about 10, 15 minutes and went into 2 hours last night.
Yeah.
As Chad and I have both been into this car stuff way too long, and I'm gonna have to wonder if tonight he might be a little quieter because yeah, your head looks really oh, wait, no, that's a Motion Raceworks hat. That's red. Got it.
That's my good Motion red hat, baby.
Yeah.
And if you want a red hat to match mine and you're on the live feed presented by Motion Raceworks, go to motionraceworks.com and they have some specials on some apparel.
You know what, though? There's an easier way for them to do it. There's a little QR code at the bottom of the live feed. You can just click on that and it'll take you directly there.
That is true. And if you are here, then the Motion Raceworks trailer is in the house with apparel and parts. So if you need some parts, some spares, or what have you, they've got you taken care of. Also, make sure you go over and say hello to Rick and Nick from Gear Vendors, who are in the house.
Yep, had a chance to see Rick this morning, and we thank them so much for their 18 years of supporting the Drag and Drive events. They have been behind the efforts of quite a few of them, and as you and I have talked about, Chad, this is appropriately named. This is a sickness that these people, go after. If this is a vacation, it's sure a hard way to go on vacation.
It is. I will tell you. I have lived it plenty, and it is not the easiest vacation. You need a vacation from your vacation after this one, but I also want to thank Mickey Thompson Tires and Holland as well as some of this for being on hand.
Dave Teresi going down the racetrack left side. He just got off a sick ward, and he was excited as heck. He had less than a week to get his Nova ready to run sick week. 1078, 126 for the little X body.
Now, you own a Nova like that. Yours is a 70, is that right?
That is correct, sir, yes.
So we're both fans of the big Novas, as I call them. And 68 to 72, definitely my favorite. What is it that you love about owning a Nova drag car?
Well, it's funny that you asked me that because my dad has a 1967 Camaro that he bought. It was a race car when he purchased it, and I always wanted a Camaro, but they're kind of financially out of reach, even though Novas are getting up there now. But
yeah.
I'd say the biggest thing that separates the Nova from the Camaro is the Nova has a very usable trunk versus Camaro. You're not going to fit 2 tires and a jack and all that stuff in there. In a Nova, you can do that.
As the CTSV leaves the starting line hard in the right lane.
Left-hand side is a little turbo 6-cylinder. That's a GMC Sinoma, kind of like a play on the Cyclone.
Yeah.
But it's not an all-wheel drive. It was rear-wheel drive. 1193, 114. I think he drove that thing down here from like Michigan or something.
Wow. Hashtag that's a long way and stuff.
Check out this pickup truck coming over on the right-hand side, Chad. Does this thing tweak your fancy at all? Do you like something like this?
The 54 Chevy of Mark Forsman. Heck yeah. If it's old, oh, that is not what it says it is on the screen. No, that's a Jeep right there. That looks like a Jeepster truck.
It is a 1954 Willys in
There you go. There you go. And that is the predecessor to the current Gladiator, which I would argue is the ugliest thing Jeep has made in a jillion years. If you don't spend 30 grand and stuff to lift it and put wheels and axles and stuff under it, Man, that is just not a pretty machine. 1262 with a 9, 111.44 mile an hour for Forsman.
Yeah, nice little pass there. I'd cruise it. I'd race it.
Oh, yeah.
So Chad Reynolds and the one and only Adam Dory out here joining myself, Derek Putnam, on the microphone as we're going to bring you a lot more action and a lot more interviews. Chad, you and Adam just, like we talked about last night, you guys make a great team out here doing this stuff.
Yeah, Adam and I are good friends. We met years ago on the very first Rocky Mountain Race Week, and my late wife Daphne and Adam were good friends and hit it off immediately and became rivals, along with a very good friend of ours, Dan Dietz. The three of them all had cars that ran the same ET or Roadkill, so they always had a good time battling it out. And so Adam's a good guy, and he is absolutely intimately familiar and as passionate as anybody with all of the folks that are out here racing. So it's cool to have him on board for part of the broadcast team.
How about a little M3 BMW, 1103, 136 miles an hour there for Michael Richardson. That's, put a hood back on that thing, it'll probably surprise a few people.
I agree.
Here comes a 4th generation F-body. Yeah, I'll throw some more useless car trivia at you.
Okay.
Let's put Chad on the spot. Chad, what years was the 4th generation F-body built?
The 4th gen F-body was built from 1990, I want to say 3. Okay, I was going to say 94, but 1993, and it went until 02, I guess it was.
Yeah, I'll give you the pass grade for that. 94 is the, 93 was kind of, quote unquote, the bastard child when they put the LT1 in it, and it had a returnless fuel system, and it had a non-electronic overdrive and a whole bunch of other stuff.
And the ugly nose and all that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that you say ugly nose because, yeah, anybody want to hurl through? Yeah, Chad Reynolds, not me.
Yeah, it's fine. I think a 3rd gen is way nicer than a 4th gen, and I think that the later 4th gens are the ones I would rather have if I was going to have one. Like, you know, the pro stock cars, you know, that were the late 4th gen Camaros, those things were cool.
I love it, man. I asked Chad a question, and we got like 5 or 6 people answering my question on the live feed.
Heck yeah.
That's awesome. Live feed almost up to 8,000 people again. We're going to put a pair of Mustangs on the starting line. Here's a Boss 302. No, not a classic one. This is the modern one. It's Coyote. They built these for 3 years. You know they did a Laguna Seca version of the Boss 302?
I did not know that.
Yeah, they made it in silver with red roofs or black with a red roof. And they basically carved Laguna Seca on the gas cap. So the one going down the other side.
Charged you $5 grand extra.
Probably. 1135, 124 for the Boss. 1035 and 130 for Scott Caudle in the 1989 Mustang on the left side. I needed to clarify it was Mustang on Mustang crime there, so you got to make sure you tell them which Mustang. How about this?
I like it.
Yeah. This just goes to show you right here that you can pretty much run anything you want. This really glorifies the great thing about drag racing is you want to go out to have fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, running fast is not a bad idea, but yeah, when you get to see something like this, like you get a Mini Cooper in one lane, you get a classic Challenger on the other side, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see variety. You get to see the same thing all the time. It just gets boring.
I love the Challenger with the wheels up and a trailer hitch on the back. Running it on down, runs through the lights, 10, 13, 131, nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. How about the little Cooper 1315 at 110? That's the 2015 Mini out Brian Glover, man. That's not a bad lap. That surprised a few.
Absolutely. I think that even if Freiberger and them get the nitrous all sorted and it's not so fat in their 3rd gen, I still think that Mini Cooper could take them all week long. And I guarantee you it smells better inside. Because the 3rd gen Firebird is no bueno.
So you have actually stuck your head in it, and what? And
I'm sorry I did.
Okay, so
I'm not sure that even snorting the bleach will help that.
Okay, so yeah, you've got a lot of other stuff in your system that the bleach is going to clean out. You need multiple treatments.
Right.
So let's talk about the fact that I mentioned earlier that Finnegan said it might be the most moldy car he's ever been in, and then you and I ended up talking about the Vet Hack car yesterday. Yeah. And I haven't had a chance to ask Finnegan, but we get sent 2 cars down the track, 1183, 114 left side, 1565 for the pickup on the right side. So again, you've now stuck your head in both cars. Which one was worse?
Oh, the Vet Hack Corvette was way worse because there was constantly the wonder if there were things alive in it, and because half of what was in it was poop. Yeah, so yeah, it was bad.
How about the police pursuit vehicle over on the right-hand side? That's a 2012 model Chevy that's being driven by David Croft. Stephen Maskin, the Roadmaster. How about a Roadmaster with a roof rack?
Nothing wrong with that.
No, he let out, well, the only thing that was wrong with it was he let out of the gas early. 1325 at just 83 miles an hour. I wanted to see a 12-second pass out of the Roadmaster.
So speaking of Roadmasters, which makes me think of Steve Morrison's really cool wagon, did it run this morning? And did he run a real good number? Did he only make one run? Because we were just talking about the big tire contenders, and that car's got to be one of them then. And so, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look it up and see what he ran.
Yeah, I know he was in the sixes. He made a pretty solid run. Unfortunately, I don't have the number in front of me, but I do know that he did run a 6. Yeah, 682 at 208 miles an hour. So I think he can officially lay claim to the fastest wagon on the property, although the Turbo Volvo is not far behind him. He's less
The
than
Volvo went 209.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
So the Pontiac Le Mans coming up over on the right-hand side, and another Dodge Challenger. Zane, that's Scott Paul. He just went down the racetrack. So Lori hears me, and she immediately makes the fix. Eric Wygant, 66 Pontiac Le Mans, rolled down the racetrack, 1168 at 120 for the Plymouth, 1202 113 for the Poncho. We'll bring up a pair of Chevy products. 1962 Chevy 2. This is the first year they built the Nova. How ironic you have a first-generation Nova that was built from 1962 to 1965. It's a little short car over on the right-hand side, the red car. The orange car, it's on the left-hand side. Hey, look at this, Chad. We actually do have the very beginning and end of Novas. 1962 Chevy 2 Nova on the right side, 1979 Chevy Nova, the last year they built them. On the left-hand side, that's Joe Clark. So we were talking about Novas earlier, Chad. We got the very first year represented on the starting line, and the very last year. Nick Bailey out of the fourth gen Nova. And he came off the starting line with authority, 141 on the 60-foot as he jugs it down there.
Dude, if my name was Chris Goodnow, the guy that's in that 62 Chevy 2, like everything in life would be, for me, would be, it's good now. It's fine. Like, it's all good now.
Yeah, you just have to figure out how many times you could use that before people roll their eyes.
Like 7 million times. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Dude, look at this. In the left lane, the Trans Am, that's good. That's an early second-gen car right there.
Yeah, 1971 Shaker Scooter. And I think it's pure Pontiac powered, too.
That's awesome. I love that. That thing could have been a 455 or a 400, I believe, in those early cars.
That is correct. 1971, the first year that they offered both.
Yep.
1177, 114 for the Poncho. 1295, 118 pickup truck.
And if you are a Pontiac person, then you know that the 400, if you take a 400, you can make it an actual 455 by just boring the thing 30 over and then putting the stroker crank in it. And the thing about it is it actually is a better 455 because it has a smaller bearing journal for the main bearings, which means that the thing is happier at RPM and what have you, so better oiling, etc. I have built a few of those.
All right, so another unofficial thing I'm getting off the live feed. Everybody send good luck to Jamie at PFI Speed. He split his block in half, needs to finish an engine swap and turn in a time slip before we're done for the day. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not, but it would explain maybe why we haven't seen him.
Yeah, but they did make runs earlier. So, I mean, at least they have a time slip to turn in, right? I don't know. We'll have to find out. Maybe we can send the man with the plan, Adam Dory, in to find out on that one. Or maybe Adam and I will go down there.
Yeah, we'll get the crack team on it right away.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Lee Saunders going down on the Trackhawk. Yeah, that's the supercharged Hemi. Going down the right-hand side. 1165 at 116, that's about stock for those. Might have been tweaked just a hair. 1331 at 104 for the little square body C10 pickup truck.
Burnouts are cool.
Of course. All right, so attention in the pits, we got another parts call. We're looking for a tubing bender and a flaring tool for brake stuff. So we got somebody that obviously would like to have brakes. And if you could help him do that, we'll give you his contact information. Come up to the top floor of the tower. So again, if you have a bending tool and a flaring tool to do brake lines, we have a gentleman in need. You come up to the top floor of the tower, we'll give you his information, and we'll hook the two of you up, and it'll be a marriage made in, whoa, brakes.
Yeah.
I like how the guy just walks out the door like I'm going to magically think up the contact information.
It's all good.
Hang on a second. No.
You're not clairvoyant.
No.
You are not clairvoyant.
32 Rusty Rat Rod. Yeah, that narrows it down a little bit. If you would have said Camaro, I would have been like, okay, let's define that.
If you guys know the 32 Rusty Rat Rod, oh yeah, it's the pickup. If you, where are you guys pitted? So on the on the tower side of the racetrack, so the east side of the racetrack, on the fence, about how far down? Okay, so just past the grandstands a little bit. The 32 Ford pickup is down there. If you have a flaring tool and a bender for brake lines, please bring it on over to those dudes.
This is Jeremy Tapscott in the GMC over on the left-hand side. I know he's, maybe there are two Jeremy Tapscotts because the other one's obviously driving that 8-second Camaro. Right-hand side is Robert Sharp in the Charger, 1049, 128 for him, 1361 at 100 for the big cruiser mobile that you can put like, 7, 8 people in, I guess?
Oh yeah, I approve.
Yeah, nothing wrong with Suburbans. As a matter of fact, a very good friend of mine, Jason Rollins, his dad used to have, I want to say a 1983 Suburban. It had the factory 454 in it. And he put nitrous in it, and you know what? He put the nitrous bottle in the engine bay so it would make heat. And when they used to go out and street race this thing on like regular street tires, they would pop the hood when they'd roll up next to somebody at a stoplight, and they just crank the bottle on, and the person underneath couldn't see the bottle, and they're going, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Oh, nothing. I'm just adjusting the carburetor." And it would run like mid-13s on the jug. Now, granted, awesome. that's not that fast, but it's very unassuming for a Suburban.
Oh, absolutely. I've owned a bunch of Suburbans, and I've never put nitrous on one of them, and now I feel like less of a man.
Well, you know, Rick Anderson's down there with Holly. You can take care of that. 1104, 134 for the Mustang on the right-hand side. 1314, 108 for the little Falcon on the opposite side. And speaking of trucks, here comes a couple of them, Chad.
I think that we should spray my minivan this week. I'm just saying.
That is a great idea.
I agree.
Did you buy the insurance?
I did.
Okay, then yeah, let's hook up.
I paid for
Rick
it with
Anderson,
my
let's hook up a nitrous system on the rental.
Yes.
Eric Cowell and Scott Thompson coming up. Thompson in the square body on the left-hand side. The modern pickup truck of Cowell, the 09 Silverado, as some people would say it, on the right-hand side.
That thing, I wanted to say it was a diesel pickup, but it may not be, but it has a nitrous bottle on the back.
Yeah, 1128, 122 for Thompson. He sounded like he had a little turbo adding on his ride.
Oh, yeah.
1742 at 78 miles an hour. Yeah, something is, I think Eric might come back and do that one again, unless he's really doing it for the fun of it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, I'm a wagon fan, so I kind of like the little BMW wagon in the left lane right here. If it's LS swapped or something, I'll like it even more.
So obviously, Chad has no problem with LS Swap the World 2002 BMW 325i. The 60-foot is off a little. He's got good speed at the 8th mile, though. 1323 at 108 is not bad for a wagon, even with a really bad 60-foot. How about Colby Walker? Unfortunately, the Dodge Dart Swinger is not going to be able to turn that time slip in. 994 with a 9 is faster than 10.0, and that means turn around and do it again. I've just been told that results are going to be posted at sickthemagazine.com. So for those of you that are wondering about results, we will post them up as soon as we get them. Obviously, we're still running cars, so we can't post them up yet. 1230 at 113 left side, 1310 101 right side. The modern Mustang. Little parachute on the back. I believe that's grabber blue color, Chad. Isn't that what that looks like?
It does. I would say that you are correct, sir.
You know, for a guy that works with GM stuff, every now and then I'll just kind of lob a Ford thing out there and hope that it sticks.
Oh, you said lob a Ford thing, not lob things at a Ford.
No.
Okay, that would be rude.
No,
yes.
no.
Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
I have love for all vehicles, but I did grow up in a GM family. But I will tell you, if I had the money, I'd probably buy a new Mustang GT over a Camaro. But that's just how I feel, because you know you can throw both of those things.
Now, if I am a Chevrolet guy to the core, but I do love a Fox body. Because those are a generic race car. They're no longer a Ford, they're just a Fox body. And so it doesn't matter what they are either. It could be a 4i Fox Mustang, it could be a LTD or a Fairmont, any Fox body I like. But I will say that as the diehard Chevrolet guy, if you're into Fords or Mopars and you're as excited about your whatever it is as I am about the stuff I have, then you're all good to me, you know? I love it.
Absolutely. Woo. Kicking that thing a little bit sideways there, that is Michael Pryka. Beautiful 1972 Nova. He calls it Mean Nova.
That thing is absolutely gorgeous. There is not a single spot on that car that is not shiny and like just finished. I mean, it is cool as hell. And senior and junior in that thing running all week. It is so much fun to see the two of them together.
Yeah, he's looking for better than a 1040 time slip. That's the personal best with that LS powered car, 1040. I'm not sure if they're going to get it here though. It's warm. 1046, 129. He went 1045 yesterday. 1074, 125 wasn't a bad pass for the little Chevy 2 over on left side. But I have a feeling that, oh, you know what? He deep staged. Oh, Junior, you need to go tell him don't deep stage anymore. That would have been a good pass.
Yeah.
Dude, tell him don't deep stage. Bring that thing back around and do it again.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, without getting all super technical on it, if you deep stage, you are getting less of a run before the timer starts. If you stage really shallow, then you are getting a run before the clocks actually start. And it literally is an inch or 2 or 3 or 4 inches, but it matters.
Yeah, rollout matters.
While at a bracket race, a lot of guys want a shorter front tire, okay, in order to improve their reaction time and consistency. Here, every one of you should be running a taller tire than normal, because that will help you. It will slow your reaction time down, but it will help you with the rollout, and that will make your ET go down.
Speaking of all these time slips, if you got one that you want to turn in, go to the first floor of the tower and see Tanya Turk and her gang. We will get you on your way, get you a map. I did see the Roadkill crew. Dave Freiberger was down there handing in their time slip, and they got a map a little while ago. So they did a one and done, and they want the glass to stay in the rear end of that Firebird, and they're just going to mosey on down the road.
Yeah, that one is, it's awesome. It's still together, and I would not have put money on that. No way, no how. Dude, look at this thing. I mean, that wagon in the left lane, I mean, this is like 70s Nirvana right here.
Yeah, 1975 Hornet wagon, that's really cool. Talking about being different.
And going up against the Trans Am in the right lane, like, how rad is that? This is a cool pair to see going down the racetrack, especially when the wagon runs 1174 to the 1110 from Chuck Zeke in the 76 Trans Am.
Yeah, another car you don't see too many of. Everybody wants the 77 to 81 Trans Am, or they want the little, small round headlight 70 to 73 Trans Am. You don't see too many slant noses out there.
Yeah, I've got a guy, I built one 4 years ago, that he wanted it to look absolutely stock under the hood. We ended up making it 455 inches and a bunch of other stuff. It looks stone stock running on BF Goodrich 235 tires, not radials. that car right there in the right lane.
You know, Scott Abbott, the 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner, going down the left side, 1183, 119. Chad, I think you'll be able to fill me in on this. He's done quite a few drag and drive events.
Yeah, that car is rough around the edges, and I say that because it's cool. I mean, has done a bunch of these events. He is always running personal bests, always got a big smile on his face. That's what it's all about.
Speaking of cool little love pickup truck going down the right-hand side, actually a pair of pickup trucks going down the racetrack right here. 1256, 106. The left-hand side, little love pickup truck, got a later start, ran a quicker time. 1227.
Yeah, that one's not going to count. He had a over 1 second reaction time.
Actually, you know what? Let me amend that. Keith Turk told me, he said, subject to his discretion. So go to the first floor of the tower, and he said, you know, like maybe if there's an extenuating circumstance, but you got to plead your case to Keith.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Another Volvo station wagon. No, this isn't the 6-second one. This is Cameron Thorpe, 1992 Volvo 740 wagon. And that thing definitely doesn't have a Volvo engine in based on how it sounds. 152 to the 60 foot. This is a 10-second Volvo. Bring it on down. 10 to 49, 129 miles an hour for the Volvo. How about that, Chad?
I'll tell you what, I dig the Volvos with, you know, LS swaps and turbos. I've seen some with small block Fords in them and all kinds of stuff. They are just fun to watch, hauling the mail. You take these, you know, totally utilitarian little boxy Volvos that I used to think were horrid, and now I love them. I'd own one in a heartbeat. They're on the list.
Look at this right here. This is Vinnie Barbone's Geo Tracker. Talk about crazy looking.
Yeah, I don't know what the wheelbase is on that thing, but it's wee little bitty.
I was about to say, the answer is short. You don't need a number, it's just short. So he literally stood this thing on the bumper this weekend at Streetcar Takeover and had to press off a ring gear. So he came up yesterday and asked if anybody had a press on site. He got it taken care of, and he's wheeling that blown machine into the beams right here. Looks like the gear change definitely helped the front end stay down. He's running up against the Cadillac CTSV of Christopher Atkinson. Geo Tracker may have just gotten, weighed down a little bit. Look at the speed, 114 miles an hour, but almost a 12-second time. So taking all that gear out of it definitely made it less spunky on the front half.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, speaking of spunky, we got A category cars coming up again. They are in the lanes. We've got the Mullet, we've got Ruby, and it looks like we've got Glenn Hunter's beautiful 56 Chevrolet. The wood siding on the Challenger in the left lane, and a little extra cab S10. Nothing wrong with that little ride right there.
That's an interesting way to do up a modern Challenger. I don't think I've ever seen that done before.
I either.
Well, you know what? It's the way to be different. If somebody says, you know, oh, I have a Challenger. Well, which one? The one with all the wood grain on it. I don't think you're going to have to look too far for that. 1078, 130 for the Challenger, 1325 at 102.
Yeah, the only thing that would make your Challenger easier to spot would be if you said it's the one without the stupid yellow things on the front of it. That would be the only other way to make yours easy to see.
You know, the funny part is that I've actually had a decent number of people that have, I think, finally caught on to that. I don't think I've seen one with yellow in a while. And granted, you know, I live in Florida, so it's easy to leave those things on for some reason.
Oh, it's an everywhere thing, and it's stupid.
The 84 Volvo wagon going down the left side, 1199 at 107, 1226 at 114 for the Mustang. I'll tell you what, the Volvo's out here running times that are like fast enough that I'd be like, well, I need more power in my car, man. I'd be embarrassed by a Volvo.
I know.
You know, like I said earlier, like the cars that you didn't want to be seen in when you were a kid are now the cars that are like, well, hey, that's pretty fast and different.
And they're not that heavy. So, you know, they're medium size, but a V8 fits in them pretty easy. They've got, you know, I mean, obviously it's going to take some work, don't get me wrong, but, you know, the bodies are sort of like that universal size that's going to work good for normal stuff that you can get, and it makes it a good candidate. Plus, you know, I mean, everything's getting more expensive. These people are cheap.
August Mickelson coming up on the left side, the 2012 Caprice, looking like a patrol vehicle. Right-hand side, the Mustang, Aaron Robbers, 1036, 135 out of the Coyote, 1240, 113 out of the big Cruiser. I'd roll the big Cruiser. That'd be fun. Once again, here's a stark contrast to show you what you can and can't bring to Drag Week or Sick Week or Rocky Mountain Race Week. And I don't think there are any rules. Cadillac CTSV and a Chevy El Camino 1972 model. You know how I know that? It's got the solid park lights on it.
That 1972 El Camino is pulling a 1972 El Camino bed as its trailer. They have cut the bed off of it, so it's the very back of the cab and then the bed. That's their trailer for the event. It's awesome.
I love that. Carl Bright going 1066, 126, 1160 at 120 for the Caddy. We'll bring up a little S10 Mustang action in our next pair. Little Coyote powered Mustang. I love this blue. It's like an electric blue color over on the left-hand side. That is David Deal. I don't think it's a 1994 Mustang. Oh, wait, no, that says 361, not 161. Let me try it again. He's a late entry. Yeah, there it is, 361. That's Rick Dorn. That's how I recognize that name. 2020 model Ford Mustang. C258, that is Christopher Burnham, 1988 model S10. This guy over on the right-hand side. Both of them come off the starting line clean. Somebody asked on the live stream, was there a sale on Volvos?
You know, I was talking about lobbing things at Fords. So Zach Dykich sent me a message just a little bit ago and says you can lob things at my Fords anytime. It's fine.
Again, this is Chad Reynolds. Chad has a whole lot more pull than I do.
That's fine.
Yeah. Couple of 12-second passes, the result there, 1296 and 1248. So the Mustang gets the better end of that deal. Once again, Mr. Mike Pryka Jr. Go tell Dad don't deep stage the Nova and he'll have a new best pass. Ooh, speaking of Novas, Chad, check this one out. Jimmy Reinhardt, 1972 Nova. You want to talk about a sleeper-looking flat hood, the big dog dish caps.
Dude, I love dog dish hubcaps, like one of my favorites. Trailer hitch, the wire hanging. This thing is rad. It's got the battery cutoff switch coming through the right taillight. Dude, this gives, oh, and it was a vinyl top car, but now that's painted on the top. Dude, this thing gives me lumber. I love this thing.
I might want to move away from you just a little bit.
It's okay, I'm just gonna rub your shoulder a little. Okay. That is rad, look at that thing going.
Yeah, it ran a 9-second pass out here in testing last week. Let me see if he's got it tuned down. Yeah, it looks like he took some power out of it. 1107, but look at the speed, 127 miles an hour. So that thing definitely, like I said, it ran 9s earlier. So
must not tech for the 9s. That must be the deal.
There you go. That's got to be it.
Not enough roll bar would be my guess.
That's okay. I'll still take the sleeper effect.
Oh, dude. I would not kick it out of bed.
No. Well,
uh-oh. 4-door on the trailer.
Oh, that is not good. As
look at the van coming around with the Bel Air.
Yeah, we see the GTO and the pickup truck going down the racetrack, and unfortunately the 8-second 1954 Bel Air on a trailer. And that is not good. Must have hurt itself. 1111, 132 for the big pickup truck of Jonathan Thomas. Dennis Kirkland making a good pass there in the GTO as well. And hey, speaking of wagons and stuff, check out this little Ford wagon. This is pretty cool, 64 Falcon wagon.
Yeah, you know, the Falcon and the Nova, you know, very similar in those early, you know, to mid-60s years, size, weight, etc. So the Falcon's also very popular. It's a clean little car.
Your favorite model Camaro, the 93 to 97 going down the right-hand side.
Yeah, I wouldn't kick it out of my driveway, but, you know.
I still want to know how you get a Nova in bed next to you. Because you said you wouldn't kick it out of bed.
That's true.
Speaking of kicking it, check it out. The Roadkill guys are kicking it as they head out of here in their 86 Trans Am. Look at it. Just like normal, they got a gas can strapped to the back of it.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, look at that, rolling around the back of the tower side staging lanes.
Yeah, you know, they got to make sure they have fuel. It's fine. That thing will be swelled up like a basketball from the heat here pretty soon. What could possibly go wrong? You said about kicking the Nova out of bed. Well, I am going to be building a house later this year that has garage doors from the garage into the house, so I could actually park a car in my bedroom if I wanted to. But I would put a mattress next to a Nova like that. Not gonna lie.
Okay, that's a better explanation. I'll take that. All right, so attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A group. If you would like to make another run, we can call you over to the lanes at this time on the west side staging lanes. But keep in mind, we still got a lot of cars to run in the C group, so it'll probably be at least 30 minutes before we get to you. I said at least. Okay, let's make that more like 45 minutes at least. Kevin Rice going down the left-hand side, 1547.91 miles an hour. Brian Rice, probably some relation, as they were both driving caddies. 1116, 132 on the right-hand side. Little street rod coming up over here on the left-hand side. Nice little black with a flame and paint job. And a 4th-gen Camaro. Now, this is the one that Chad likes. This is the 98 to 02 one that's got the smooth front end and the LS power plant.
Yes. If I was going to have a 4th-gen, that would be the one. And that thing's orange. I approve.
Yeah, what they called Sunset Orange Metallic.
Yes, and I like that color.
Yep, the Camaro's making performance that I like. 1027, 135 miles an hour for them. Little street rod will go down. Justin Chestnut, that 29 Model A going 1465 at 99 miles an hour.
And look at this, in the right lane, the wagon pulling up to the starting line. This thing is, well, I'm trying to get it to pull up.
Yeah, I can't see the number, unfortunately, and I know Lori's trying to do the best that she can, too. Billy Leach is wheeling the Mustang over on the left-hand side. That's a 2014 model.
That's a 1960 Chevrolet station wagon. Yep, there you go.
Kingswood, yeah. It's all about the Kingswood, baby.
59 had the big wings, fins on the back, but they were up like at a 45-degree angle. 1960, they were flat. My mom's first car was a four-door 1960 Chevrolet, and it was the absolute base model that my grandpa bought from a state of California auction, and they painted it gray. The seals on the door, the state seal on the door.
All right, I have a parts call. Kevin Smith from KSR Fabrication is looking for a 16-inch cooling fan. Kevin Smith from KSR Fabrication looking for a 16-inch cooling fan. If you have one, come to the top floor of the tower and let us know. We will hook you up with Kevin, or you can go find Soccer Mom, the blue 79 Camaro.
We got another racer in need. Sir, what's your name and what are you looking for?
Yeah, Mike Alley, we got the 97 Cobra. We're looking for a Power Master alternator.
Mike Alley with the Cobra Mustang is looking for a Power Master alternator. The part number looks like it is a 478028. So if you have one, but it's a what year Mustang?
Yeah, it's a GM alternator.
Oh, it's a GM alternator because it's got LS swap?
No, it's
conventional small block Chevy in a Mustang. Perfect. Okay, put your yes. Hey, I have a conventional small block Chevrolet with a Pro Charger.
All right, so once again, if you have access to a old school Power Master alternator for a small block Chevy, they said they'll clearance it to make sure the Pro Charger gets in there, no problem. Come up to the top floor of the tower, we'll give you the guy's contact information, and you guys can hook up, and I'm sure he will probably buy you at least one frosty beverage. Danny Anderson coming up in the 95 two-tone F-150 over on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, the Lightning driver. That is Jared Tillman, 2000 model Lightning. Couple of low 11-second passes coming up. Or how about a 10:58, 129 miles an hour for Danny Anderson. 11:33, 121 for the Lightning.
We have a fan for KSR. Yeah. I mean, not somebody that's going to applaud, but one that you're going to apply 12 volts to and it's going to blow. Or suck, whichever it is you're looking for.
Yeah, so Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith, either send a representative up here to the tower. I will shoot you a message and hopefully you can tell me where you are and we'll get you guys connected.
Oh, okay, so it's the gentleman in the 54 Willys, which is right on the north side of the staging lanes, right up against Highway 64. KSR guys, if you come to the Willys, he will give you that fan. So again, KSR crew, your fan is ready and waiting for you at the 54 Willys, which is at the north side of the staging lanes, up against Highway 64, the road that we drove in to get here.
Hey,
so
Chad,
go find the Willys.
Yeah, Tad, come over and check this out in the left-hand lane. What is that?
That is the organ grinder. This thing.
Oh, look at it stand that thing up.
Holy cow. This thing is totally entertaining.
It is a 1930 Model A. Man, he's driving that thing like it owes him money.
Oh, yeah. It is a crazy ride. It runs in the 11s all the time, or better. And it's a riot.
Man, I'll tell you what, that's got to be a whole lot of fun rolling down there. And you know what? Here comes another little roadster, and this one's got a blown motor in it over on the right-hand side. Jason Schaefer, 29 Model A. Man, we just missed by one car, having a pair of Model A's go down side by side, Chad. That's crazy.
Dude, I got to tell you, I love that there are 69 Chevelles, which are my favorite.
Yeah, 1969 model Chevelle going down on the left-hand lane. That's John Audia. 1969 Chevelle goes 1244, just 71 miles an hour. 1089, 126 for the Model A over on the right-hand side. Has Alex Taylor dipped into the sixes yet? No, she has not. She's run a couple of 7-second passes. So we're still rolling along here. The parts call for Kevin Smith and KSR has been answered. Thank you so much. Got the 69 Firebird and Kevin McKenna, National Dragster editor, wheeling his championship street stang on the right-hand side, looking for a mid-10-second pass.
And he got it.
Yeah, 10:46, 129.
Dude.
39 at 108.
Printing tickets, dude. The bump 1046, he ran 1046 with a 3 just right there. That thing is deadly consistent, too.
Nope, it looks like he just got knocked out. The bump is now 1040.
Oh,
took his spot. Man, talk about like having somebody try to hand you your lunch and then take it right away.
I know what that's like.
Stephen Willingham coming back around in the Camaro over on the right-hand side. How about this big brick Caprice wagon over on the left-hand side? Tyler Jensen, 1984 Caprice Estate wagon, 1161 at 105 miles an hour out of the wagon. Big old Caprice wagon.
Oh yeah, you gotta love it, dude. Big cars running fast are fun.
The bump is now 1039, Chad, man. They just keep knocking that thing down.
I love it. Love it.
Dodge pickup truck and a little Honda Del Sol coming up next. David Gallimore in the Chevelle going down 11:30, 700 miles an hour on the right side. 10:56, 103 for Frank Wanaka in the Challenger Hellcat. 8.7 thousand people checking out live and online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, and a whole bunch of people here at Bradenton Motorsports Park soaking up the sun. I'm sure we're probably close to 70 degrees, but Lori, it starts to feel a little warmer up here when that sun gets in here. Did you put the heater on again this morning? You did not. Okay. Yesterday you did, though. Yes. And because the sun is rising in the east and setting in the west, it's now starting to permutate the, can I say that word? Is that even a word, permutate? I don't know. Yeah, I might have to scratch. Oh, wait, it's live. It's out there now. I can't take it back. But it is definitely starting to come through the tower, and it heats it up in here in a hurry to where we turn the fan on and try to keep us under 80 degrees. Both of them making their way down the racetrack here. 13:41, 90 miles an hour on the left side. 17:27, 81 miles an hour on the right-hand side. And for all of you that are watching live online, make sure you hop on over to Motion Raceworks YouTube channel. Subscribe and give them a like. Check out some of their videos. Tell them thank you for everything they did to bring you the free live stream all week. Thank you, Motion Raceworks. Paul Mander, the Volvo. Two-door. Sounds like he's pulling up a turbo. Not sure what he changed on the engine. The problem is he rolled out of the beam, so his time is going to be a little off. 10:56, 117. A couple of Chevrolet products coming up next. Adam Sullivan, 1996 model Camaro coming up over on the left side. Corvette driver over on the right-hand side. That is Philip Balmaceda. 2010 model Corvette. And once again, thank you so much, Motion Raceworks, bringing us the live stream. Get to see all these people commenting and checking it out at home. 1161, 126. 1321 and 114. We had people checking in from Poland, Australia, the UK. Somebody checked in from the moon. I still need to get verification on that one, though. Checking in from the moon might be, Lori, you think that's pushing it a little bit? Okay. I mean, hey, who knows? I mean, he might know, he might know somebody. Yeah. He might know Elon Musk. He might have taken a flight. I don't know. Yeah. Little pickup truck and a wagon action going down the racetrack right here. Glenn Morton in the F100. CB Gilbert in the Nova wagon, who went 15:38, 95 miles an hour. 14:83, 98 miles an hour. The F100. Next pair up, Stephen Phillips, 1989 Firebird. On the left-hand side, sounds like he's pulling gears. Dodge pickup truck on the right-hand side, that is Martin Zelanabignig. 1986 Dodge Ram D250. Formula gets there first, 1262, 108. 1677 at 85 miles an hour for Martin, who I would butcher his last name. GTO and CTS-V coming up in our next pair. Michael Pampero, 1069, 137 in the CTS-V Caddy. GTO 1707 at 59 miles an hour as he had trouble. Lady Lake, Florida checking in. I got North Korea checking in. Yeah, what the heck? Let's do it one more time. Everybody check in on YouTube. Tell me where you're watching from. South Africa, Norwood, Ohio, Alpharetta, Georgia, Seattle. A whole lot of people out there watching the live stream. Again, go over and smash the subscribe button on Motion Raceworks YouTube page. Show them how much you care and appreciate being part of Sick Week. 1403 at 96, 1426 at 97 for that pair. Jupiter, Florida, yeah, that's where I'm originally from, down on the East Coast. Kansas, Netherlands, Hawaii, South Africa, Nebraska, UK, Massachusetts. All right, here goes the stream again. I'm gonna get the eyes rolling up in my eyeballs. Oh, Lonnie Graham is holding up his phone down there. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. C group, your lanes are now closed. C group, your lanes are now closed. We're gonna run out the remaining vehicles and then we will move over to the fast stuff. So thank you, Lonnie Grimm, for pairing with me while I have the live feed going up here. All right, so let's go back to racing action here. Once again, C group, we have closed your lanes. C group, we have closed your lanes. Everybody checking in on the YouTube. Some people get really descriptive on this. Sweden checking in, I like it. Kyle Carthright, the 1983 Malibu station wagon, the little love truck of Dustin Caudle. Unique vehicles going down the racetrack right here. 1069 for the love truck. 1109 126 for the wagon. Ireland checking in. Pennsylvania, North Ontario, Canada. Tulsa, Oklahoma. I see Maine in there. My mom's house. Well, tell my mom I said hi. And go rub her feet for her. All right, so we got the El Camino and the 5th generation Camaro. Coming up next, Andrea Beeler, 68 El Camino going down the left-hand side. Car number 1320, that is Jason Stanford, the 2011 model Camaro. 1123 119 for the El Camino, 1313 107 for the Camaro driver. You got guys checking in from Turkey. How about that? Thank you all so much for dropping in. I'm watching from, I'm not repeating that one. Cody Walker, the 1971 Dodge Swinger. On the left-hand side, he went 994 on his first pass. He can't turn that in, so he needs a 10 flat or slower. What's he get right here? 1088 at 96. Yeah, that'll slow him down enough. 1256 at 109. Something tells me Cody might want to go back and run that again. That'll kind of roll him down there a little bit. James Reeves and Jesse Madaffin, or Madaffin, 1972 model John Deere. This thing is awesome looking. Little Dodge Omni, James Reeves, front wheel drive car on the left hand side. Talk about an interesting pair. Little front wheel drive Dodge Omni and the pickup truck turned John Deere machine. I'll tell you what. All right, there's a whole bunch of people at my mom's house checking in. That kind of worries me. 1358 at 95 miles an hour for the John Deere. 1070 139 for James Reeves in the Omni. And we'll bring up a Chevrolet Caprice, Chevrolet El Camino. We're rolling through the C group here. 14:43 as we complete that pair. And we'll bring up the 1967 Chevy Chevelle and another little Dodge Omni on the right-hand side. All right, so the bolt has been claimed. Is it out of the harmonic balancer, or is it out of a? It is out of a harmonic balancer. Okay, we were kind of looking at it and going, that might be big enough for a tour car. Could have been. But yeah, the harmonic balancer probably a little more important. So the bolt has been claimed. I'm glad to hear somebody found it. So thank you, sir. Got on stage number 67 Chevelle of Timothy Baptista. Doing a nice little wheelie out there. The Omni, staying right with him. Actually, that's a Plymouth Horizon. And the Plymouth Horizon getting there ahead of the muscle car. 1025, 118 miles an hour, 1068, 126. Not a bad lap for the Chevelle. But I'll tell you what, the Horizon just rolled right around him. Like, excuse me, coming through. Hey, move over. $8.7 thousand people. A little over 8,500 people watching online. We roll up a Mustang versus Corvette battle. Janice Wicks in the Shelby. Edward Elder rolling the Corvette to a 1253, 122, 1304 at 115 for Wicks. Another Mustang versus GM battle. This time it's a Pontiac Firebird over on the right side. Mustang's on the left. Zachary Wolves, 2013 Mustang, some relation to the Wicks that just went. The Trans Am Firebird belonging to Bobby Rip. It's a 1985 model. Mustang will get there first. 1187, 118, 1311, 106 for the Poncho. Malibu, nice little sleek ride, sitting down over on the right-hand side. That is Rick Shaling, 1979 model Malibu. And he will face the early model Fox Mustang. That is Travis Clark, 1986 4i Mustang. He ran out of clearance in the hood, so he just decided to cut a big old hole for the air cleaner and put it right there. Meanwhile, the Malibu decided to keep everything clean. And there goes a taillight off the back of him. He grabbed second so hard it just pulled the taillight right off of it. He said no, he's on his way down the racetrack. 10:58, 1:30. Malibu goes 11:71, 17, so we'll be down for just a second while we pick up the taillight. Somebody might want to get that back to Travis Clark. He probably needs that on the drive, I would think, rather than a whole bunch of white light when he hits the brake pedal. But that's funny because you've seen it. Yeah, we got smoke at the top end as well. Oh, it looks like that taillight came apart this time. He's not going to save that one. There are parts and pieces as that one broke. So, yeah, it looks like it was a little too sticky. Yep, it is. Oh, somebody getting caught. Wade Rich prep again. Did we lose a shoe? Yep, we lost one. Only lost one. Still only lost one. Nope, we lost the other one. So KC Photography, who should know better than that, she's probably down there going, yeah, I shouldn't have. I should have just waited. KC, come on. Oh, yeah, you're just going to be like, yeah, sure, no big deal. It's only live streamed. Nothing a little red tape can't fix off the YouTube feed. We don't need taillights. Well, when you're driving it down the road, the police officer behind you might say, yeah, you can't have all white lights, so we may need taillights. James Holth, check this out, a 1964 Carmen Ghia. I haven't seen one of those in, I can't even think how long. I'm going to date myself. The 2018 Woody Challenger coming up on the left-hand side. That's Matt Zurbrich. An interesting matchup right here. How about the little Carmen Ghia doing a little wheelie out there, and he's grabbing gears as he swaps in there. Got a man pedal over on the left-hand side. They both go down the racetrack. 11:20 126, 130 for the Challenger. How about the Carmen Gia, 1195, 124? That's pretty quick. A little Carmen Gia. That is awesome. Somebody says epic track prep in Florida. Yeah, Wade Rich does not play around when it comes to the track prep. That guy breathes and drinks VHT, I think, at this point. According to, Lori just throws her hands up and she goes, you should see the bill. It'd be cheaper to drink alcohol, right? Here comes a Plaid. Let's see how the Plaid does. Looks like he's going to go a little too fast for the 10. Oh, getting all over the brake now. Not enough. 957, 136 miles an hour for Alan Robinson. 1232 at 112 on the right, on the left side. But I'll tell you what, the Plaid went 619 at 117 quietly to the 8th mile, but that's no good. At 957, you can't hand that in. So the Plaid's going to have to make another run. Yeah, so the Tesla Plaid on the brakes, 1157, or excuse me, not 1157, 957. That's no good. Little Ford pickup truck coming up next. This is Lucas Barr, 1966 model, F100. Once again, my A-Class cars. You can come over to the West Side staging lanes, but we will not run you for a little while. So again, A-Class cars. You can come over to the staging lanes on the opposite side, but we will not run you for a little while. $1291 at 115. The F100. Classic versus modern Chevrolet battle coming up here in the next pair. Bob Ruppel, 1972 Nova. Corvette is Barry Warren, 2019 Grand Sport. Yeah, that was the last year before they built the C8. Went to the different body style. Down the racetrack. 10:03 with a 5, 134 miles an hour. One of the class leaders there, Bob Ruppel. 11:09 and 132 for the Corvette. Once again, A group. Need you to the West Side staging lanes, please. A group. Need you to the West Side staging lanes, please. CTSV of Dustin McGilton coming up next. 2014 model. He's on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is Lance Disharan, 1984 model. Chevrolet pick-em-up truck. It says Holly EFI on the back, and I hear a turbo. Sounds pretty cool. Got the Well Racing wheels on it. And pedal it there just a bit. Turbo truck making a good lap there, but he got out of the gas early. 11:14 at just 86 miles an hour. Yeah, that was on the way to a low 10-second pass, and that's probably why he lifted. I'm going to guess lack of safety equipment. So yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock, and I believe that the original cutoff time was 3 o'clock, but because of the oil downs, we are probably extending it. I don't have an official time yet, so I do not know as of what time we're doing. Somebody says, when is B-Class running again? I'm guessing we're going to call them back once we clear the lanes, but I don't know yet. I have not gotten the official call yet. A couple classic Chevys, the Camaro Z28 on the left-hand side. That is Adam Green, 1979 model Camaro. 69 Chevelle of Gary Bell going down the right-hand side. I've seen more 69 Chevelles here today than I think I have at a car show. 1048, 108 miles an hour for the Chevelle driver. Camaro goes through 1659, 82 miles an hour. A couple Pontiacs coming up next. How about that? Side-by-side Pontiacs. I like it. 66 Le Mans. On the left-hand side, that's Eric Wigan. 66 Le Mans. The right-hand side, that is Christine Weigert. Oh, okay, so we have a Wagon on Wagon crime here. 71 Trans Am, and the 71 Trans Am is the quicker of the two. If I remember correctly. Maybe not. Oh, no, maybe it is. They're going to be side by side as they go across the finish line. 1222 for the Le Mans, 1192 for the Trans Am. And for all of you that asked about Vice Grip Garage, here they are. This is one of their 2 vehicles out of the Vice Grip Garage camp. This is Derek Berry, 1972 model Chevelle. How ironic that Derek has a 1972 Chevelle. That was my first car, 1972 Chevelle. I bought it in 1990. 1098, 120 miles an hour for the Chevelle. 1302 at 101, left-hand side. So now we can officially say Vice Grip Garage has made 1 pass. Here comes their next one. Cool-looking Monte Carlo done up in a NASCAR-type theme. This is Chad Esham, or Asem. 1974 model Monte Carlo. Yeah, that's the big bumper car. It's before they changed it again in 1978. 78 C10 pickup truck of Scott Thompson over on the left side. The pickup truck with the turbos singing away is going to show the Monte Carlo the way to the finish line. 1119, 121 miles an hour for the pickup truck. The Monte Carlo, 1536 at 90 miles an hour. A couple of cool cars that Vice Grip Garage brings out here to race. Wonder if they'll be one and done and hit the road. Yay, Derek's 10 bolt survived. Also, apparently that becomes a common theme, I guess. There's people coming out here with a rear end under their car that they're wondering is going to blow to pieces. Rick Trunkett. No, I don't think that's Rick Trunkett. That's 1970. Oh, there it is. Matt Frederick, 1973 model Camaro. Beautiful looking car. It's got the red and the silver and everything on it. Kevin Guthrie needs a 35 spline axle. If you're asking for an axle, it's not optional. Do we have a measurement on it? Okay. So Matt Frederick taking his Camaro down the left-hand side, 1071, 127 miles an hour. So Kevin Guthrie needs a 9-inch forward rear end 35 spline axle. If you have one, come to the top floor of the tower, we'll get you in touch with him. You have a 9-inch 35 spline axle. Come talk to us. See what we can hook you up. Camaro making a nice lap down there, left-hand side, as we continue to whittle down the cars. Once again, I have called the A group back. A group. A group. I need you back to West Side staging lanes, please. A group. A group. And the A group is going to be an interesting one as I look in the lanes and I see Cletus McFarland and Alex Taylor and even the Uncle Sam car. Even though he went 7:15, I figured he'd be done. I see Glenn Hunter in there. I see Robert Williams. I figured a 7:15 out of Uncle Sam, they would have been like, hey, that's our 4th pass ever in the car. Let's go ahead and put it back on the road. 1398 at 108 for the Challenger as he suffered some traction problems. So yeah, don't go too far. The live stream, you've been asking about it. We're going to bring the fast stuff back in. All right, Lonnie Graham just texted me through B group. Attention in the pits. B group. B group. I need you to lane number 5, please. B group. B group. Right now, I need you to lane number 5, please. Nicky Waller coming up in the Buick Grand Sport convertible. Scott Abbott in the Roadrunner as we are visited by royalty here in the tower. 1127 at 123, 1334 at 79 miles an hour, the result of that pair. Here comes the cool Sleeper Nova again. So I think he's probably going to tune it up just a little bit. Jimmy Reinhardt, 72 Nova, a little turbocharger action. And the Tesla of Cheyenne Lord coming up over on the right-hand side. All right, so as I said, if you're on the live feed, we're going to have some of the fast cars coming out. The fast cars will be coming out of lane 8. Oh, that's why you're up here. You want to watch the fast stuff. Okay. A 943 and 148 out of the Tesla. A 1039 and 115 out of the Sleeper Nova. Okay, speaking of Novas, hopefully Mike Piker told his dad, and he goes, hey, Dad, just stage regular. This is Michael Preka, Senior, 1972 Nova. He calls the mean Nova. It doesn't have an old school power plant anymore. It's got an LS motor underneath the hood and a whole lot of Motion Raceworks goodness in it too. William Stidjoff, 1984 Volvo wagon, doing a wheelie there on the 72 Nova Preka. 144 on the 60 foot. He wants faster than a 10.40. Can he get it? 10:33, 130 miles an hour. Yeah. See, that's what happens when you stage regular and you don't deep stage. So they have a new career best pass, 11:14 out of the Volvo station wagon. I'm getting all excited about a 10:33 pass. I love that car. That car is cool. Volvo wagon, Chevrolet Malibu. Going to work here. Cameron Thorpe in the Volvo. Casper Norquist in the 78 Malibu. Volvo wagon going to lead them all the way down. 10:60, 127, 12:62, 113. Malibu. Once again, I have called the B group. B group, need you to lane 5. B group. B group, lane 5, please. B group. B group, if you'd like to make another pass, lane 5. Bring them on down. Chevy pickup truck and a Chevy pickup truck. They're only separated by about 5 decades. 1972 El Camino of Carl Bright is out there in front on the right-hand side. Stephen Kachak Jr., 2007 Colorado, 1064, 126 for the El Camino. 1330 at 112. I would have thought that Chevy pickup on the right-hand or left-hand side would have been later, so sorry, about 3 decades. 3.5 if anybody's really counting, and apologize, my math is off just a little. And that's great considering it's the first day of track week and my math is off already. That's awesome. Somebody said which group is next? The A group. The fast class is coming up next. I got Cletus McFarland, I have Alex Taylor, I have Nicky Bobby with the Turbo 3rd Gen Camaro, I have Glenn Hunter, I have I got a bunch of those. They're going to come make a second hit. Here comes Garbage and Barf. That's Matt Donovan, the 38 Pontiac Coupe. And Kyle Eden, 2016 Caddy. Garbage and Barf goes 10:53, 123. 11:79, 117 for the Caddy. Somebody says Garbage that Barf laughed out loud. Yep, that's a David Freiberger name. He did it to me back on Drag Week several years ago, and the guy liked it so much he actually had decals put on the side of the car. Kevin Rice and Brian Rice. A couple of Cadillacs going to work, and Brian's going to get the bragging rights here, 11:02, 126. The other Rice, 15:63 at 90 miles an hour. S10 and look like an emerald green Camaro. Coming up our next pair. Gidget Green. Wow, I couldn't have named that any better. A green car driven by Gidget. The A group will be running after the C group that we're currently in is complete. The S10 truck, once again, doing a burnout. This time he pedals it and catches it, as I'm sure Lori nor none of the BMP staff wanted him to peel all the rubber up. Mike Moore, the S10. Gets down the right-hand side, 14:14, 107. 13:67 to 104 for the Gidget Green and the green Camaro. Somebody saying, I hope Nick gets his 6-second pass. Nick Taylor, he might have, as he said, tooted her up when he was on the Hoonigan channel. I don't think the Camaro is tooted up. I think tooted refers to the stance. I don't think that's a tune kind of thing. The Dodge pickup truck finding traction not to his liking. That's Ryan Beverlin. .76 and 75 miles an hour as he cruises on down. All right, so if you need any good VP Racing fuel, the trailer has left, but the on-site station is still open for another 15 minutes. So if you would like to get any VP Racing fuel, you can do it for the next 15 minutes. It's on the tower side at the rear of the staging lanes. Go get it now. Otherwise, They'll be done. They'll be closed up. Almost 9,000 people checking in on the live stream brought to us by Roadkill Raceworks here on Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. James Dean, the 2021 Hellcat on the right-hand side. And Dean, once again, does not find the traction to his liking. He had problems with that yesterday. No, I have not announced that Cooper needs a trans plug. Trying to keep up with everything, and no one made a parts call, but according to YouTube, it says that Cooper needs a trans plug for what I'm going to assume is a 4L60 or a 4L80, but I haven't gotten an official parts call, so if he does not find one. Oh, he's running a power line. Okay, so we need a trans plug for a power line. Thank you for radio checking in, letting us know. Jared Tillman in the Lightning. And Michael Austin in the Trans Am, 1069 at 90 miles an hour, 1189, the opposite side. Richard Randall, the 98 Trans Am on the left-hand side, and the Olds Cutlass. Roving Aloha, 1967 Cutlass. I like that. Maybe moon caps. Yeah, somebody says I wouldn't listen to YouTube for requests. That's yeah, very much. Shout out to Tom Bailey and their team for the feed. Thanks to Motion. Yeah, absolutely. Go smash the like button and subscribe on Motion Raceworks YouTube channel. Tell them thank you for bringing you all the live feed for free this week. Yeah, they're helping us out with that. We very much appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I honestly believe that is the end of the C group. Yeah, that's the end of the C group. Once again, I have called B group. B group. Back to lane number 5, please. B group. B group. I need you back to lane number 5. That'll put the A group on deck. The fast cars will now go on deck. So if you are online, make sure you stay close because we're going to go to the A group. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have some stuff go up online for you. I believe it is some of the people that are helping bringing it to us. And once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors. Sick the Mag, Gear Vendors Overdrive, Motion Raceworks, Iski Cams, Summit Racing Equipment, VP Racing Fuels, Mickey Thompson Tires, TBM Brakes, Holly Performance and NOS, Dodge, Vice Grip Garage, RaceQuip, and Rhino Classifieds. Big thank you to all of those companies. If you could, while you're on the property, go over, shake their hand, say thanks, check out their wares that they have here, and let them know you appreciate them being part of Sick Week. If you're at home, great way to do it is visit their websites. Give them a like. Tell them you appreciate it. Send them an email if you have time. Heck, just tune into the live feed and smash the like button. That'll let people know how well we're doing out here. We appreciate each and every one of them for being part of Sick Week.
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the Magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You gotta subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate each and every one of you coming out here to Bradenton Motorsports Park. We know a lot of you are starting to get the ride on to the next place. That's Orlando Speed World. That's where we're going to head tomorrow. We are going to Old Town. For those of you that are interested, you can go to sickthemagazine.com and you can find the next route. So if you want to drive along with the competitors and the Sick Ward guys and girls, yeah, you can do it. You're welcome to join. If you're in some of the towns along the way, you can do that as well. You can hop out and watch all the cars roll by. It's like a big rolling car show. Once again, a big thank you to Tom Bailey and Sick the Magazine. It's already got 2 issues out, well over 200 pages in each one. And the real argument is, well, is it a book or is it a magazine? Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and find out because everybody has a different opinion. But the great part is you can sign up for it right now. As a matter of fact, the line in front of the Sick the Mag tent is not that bad. You can go over there and you can talk to them about getting some great Sick the Mag content as well as Sick the Mag and Sick Week and Sick Ward merchandise. So go over and visit them on the manufacturer's area. Just look for the orange trailer. It says Sick the Mag on it. You can check them out. Subscribe, and if you go over now and they still have any left, you can also pick up a free complimentary second issue. no charge. Gear Vendors Overdrive is also here on site. And Rick and his team, thank you so much for being part of what we're doing. If you need something that you know would give you overdrive, and it was proven in cars like Tom Bailey's car, Dave Schroeder's Corvette, and Royce Payton's Mustang, you know, we're talking like cars with well over 2,000 horsepower, in some cases 3,000 horsepower. Yeah, if you can make it live under that for 1,000+ miles and 5 different runs and 5 tracks, yeah, that's pretty good. So go and visit Gear Vendors Overdrives. They're located at the bus right next to the Holly tent. Speaking of Holly, a big thanks to Rick Anderson and the crew from Holly and NOS. They are out here with us doing nitrous bottle fills for all nitrous competitors. Rick Anderson is one of the techs over there at Holly and can answer your questions about all the cool stuff that Holly has come out with, including their Dominator lines of EFI as well as the Terminator X and all the other cool stuff that they have. You can go to holly.com and check out all of their 60+ lines of performance parts, or just go over and talk to Rick Anderson. He'd be happy to shake your hand and talk shop with you. Still got a whole bunch of people checking in on the live stream. Well over 8,500 people watching live online. You can go check out Tom Bailey's channel. Live stream brought to us by Motion Raceworks. And big thanks to Motion Raceworks, a company that was founded, well, less than a decade ago, 2015 to be exact, by 3 enthusiasts who saw an opportunity to meet and do things a little bit differently. Doug Cook and Andy Cook, a couple of guys behind the scenes that got everything done, and they're focused on putting together parts of the highest quality made right here in the USA. From throttle bodies to steering wheels, Motion Raceworks' range of high-quality products is sure to get something for you that will do your race car, your drag and drive vehicle, street car, and everything in between. You can go visit their merch and product trailer over by the merchandise area right across from the tower on the west side of the racetrack, or go visit motionraceworks.com, check out their full range of products. And while you're over there at the trailer, if you're on site today, go check out their merchandise. Actually, check out their merchandise online, too. They got lots of cool stuff like hoodies and T-shirts and hats, and they got lots of cool gifts and gizmos for car enthusiasts and everyone. We appreciate Doug and his team for being the official presenting sponsor of the live stream of SICK Week. Thank you so much, Motion Raceworks. Some people are heading out of Bradenton off to the next racetrack. They have to drive a specific route. Like I said, you can follow along on that route if you want to go to sickthemagazine.com, SICKTHE magazine.com. As Wade Rich is putting down some VHT, making sure they get it sticky. Sean Ward hasn't come out of his shoes yet, so he's still telling him, like, maybe it's not quite sticky enough, maybe it's good. Maybe I don't want it to be slimy. I'm taking a look at it.
All right, Derek, I'm a big time. It's coming up. Out here on the starting line, we got Alex Taylor going to come up for her second run. She ran a 7:47 earlier today. She said, I'm disappointed. I said, why? She says, because I want to be a fast girl, and right now I'm a slow girl. And I said, okay. And she laughed. I fired up that hot rod. This thing is a beautiful car, super cool. And she is getting ready to pull into the water right next to Cletus McFarland behind the wheel of the mullet. Radio tire car in the left lane, both of them twin turbo, one LS. Big by Alex. This is going to do his burnout. They've been doing a lot of work on that car right there. They had some air issues earlier today with the compressed air system on it that controls boost. And they had a bump box that wasn't working right, so they've got that sorted out. Alex looking to make her first 6-second run still. This car is ready to rock. Her father, Dennis, out front, guiding her into the beams. And we'll see what both of these cars can run. Both of them capable of running very deep in the 7s. Let's watch and see which one pulls it off.
Couple of 7-second cars doing battle right here. Cletus McCormick and Alex Taylor both deep in the 7s. Let's stage 1 and see how we do. Oh, Cletus goes after it just a little too hard.
Alex, the car shut off as Alex tried to bring it up onto the chip. The starter was on it, quickly gave the green to Garrett so he wasn't sitting there, but man, that thing blew the tire off.
All right, Alex is going to try one more time here. Tire chatter coming out of it.
Alex out there, that thing trying to run the tires, it goes through the lights. 731, 195. Man, James Tall's driving the car right here, all steering like a madman out of the water. Dude, we'll give you another car for that, my friend. And Nicky Bobby in the right lane in this super fun Virgin, looking to make a big number right here.
Chad, I'm glad to see that Adam Hodson dressed up for the occasion. He's got his tuxedo and his big hat on as he watches his partner, Nick Taylor, otherwise known as Nicky Bobby. The new 91 Camaro that they just picked up and stuffed a twin-turbo LS motor in. He's going to stage up against James Tall in the car called Ruby, the turbocharged auction Corvette. Nick Taylor with a 715. And he didn't like it. Did not like it. James is going to run all the way to the finish line. 847 with a 2. He's too fast. Too fast.
Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah, that's painful, isn't it, Chad?
Dude, I'll tell you, Nicky Bobby left the starting line and that thing, he let go of the button and it just hopped and died. So, not sure what happened there. Maybe a cutoff switch or something. But Glenn Hunter over here in the left lane in that beautiful red and white 56 Chevrolet, that 6-second car, used to have a big blower sticking out of the hood, a Roots blower back in the day, now turbocharged. Awesome ride. Going up against the Chicken Fried Falcon.
So far we have run 2 pairs of cars. We have sent 2 pairs of cars down. The only person who improved, Alex Taylor, who, as Chad said, had to drive the wheels off that 55 Chevy, but she improved to a 731 from her 747 earlier. Here comes Glenn Hunter, the 1956 Bel Air. The beautiful red and white car on the left-hand side. John Mancia. Falcon wagon hanging on there. Looking for an 8-second pass and gets it. 894, 151 miles an hour as Glenn Hunter just kind of ran it on down there like on a cruise for a 10-second pass. All right, here comes Robert Williams. The car he calls Weapon X, 1977 Nova. The same guy who owns a car called Pork Chop. Yeah, he likes to name his vehicles. This is a twin-turbo LS car. He's taken on a few different drag and drive events. His first pass today, it did a double wheelie and he had to pedal it, so it still has some potential left in it. Yeah, he got it toned down nicely, 131 on the 60-foot. Craig Williams all the way down. Top man says 8:53, 158 miles an hour for Craig Williams. His wife says, yep, we'll take it. Amen. Lock and load it up, let's hit the road.
Hide the sharp objects, though, because he rode the rev limiter on that thing at the end of first gear, and if he hadn't have rode the rev limiter, that's a 5. Ugh. Really good, but man, he's data and be just.
So Wade Rich laying down a little bit more glue, as I've been told that the remaining A group cars are all radials. So he's going to tune that track up just a bit more and get ready for some more radial on radial action. We got the 6-second Volvo station wagon in the staging lanes, ladies and gentlemen. They already clicked off a 685 at 203 miles an hour. But Mikhail Borgren possibly wanting to just click off a couple more hundreds. So he's back there in the staging lanes. Once again, I have called the B group. B group, if you want to make another pass, come to lane 5, please. B group. B group. If you'd like to make another pass, come to lane 5, please. B group. B group. If you want to make another pass, lane 5, please. So we have only a few vehicles left over in the A class area. I'm just waiting on Lonnie Grimm to tell me what we got going on as they set the racetrack up. Hey, look, Piker's down there. Hey, Junior, did 10:33 good? Man behind a lot of the photography at Motion Raceworks down there chatting it up with some fellow photographers and friends on the wall as him and his dad are going to do a full pull this year. Uh-oh, I got Keith Turk coming to visit me. I wonder what Keith Turk has on his mind. It's always an interesting thing from Keith Turk. So yeah, Keith is literally probably going to have a hammer and be beating it into my head. We needed to remember, time slips, first floor of the tower. As soon as you have the one you like, time slips. Take them to the first floor of the tower and turn them in. Do not wait. Keith is looking at me like a disgruntled parent. Time slips. Make sure you bring him to the first floor of the tower. Chad looks like he wants to say something. Come on, Chad, tell me what we got.
I love this little square body S10 Blazer right here. The first of 3 really boxy cars that we got running. We're going to have a Gremlin and a Volvo following it up. See what this thing can do. I need you to the first floor of the tower. Once you've made your pass that you like, turn in your time slips. Keith Turk told me, he said, once 4:30 hits, if we're done racing, we're done. So do not be caught without your time slip turned in. So time slips. As soon as you're ready and you've made the pass you want, come bring it over there. Like right now would be a good time. Yeah, and he also says if you want to debate the reaction time thing, he's in the base of the tower. An hour. Unfortunately, the Volvo had it tuned up just too much for the track, and he blows the tires away. Chad, I know you were hoping for something good out of that one because those 2 cars tweak your fancy, buddy. Yeah, I'll tell you, that Volvo hit the tire and immediately started spinning them, and anybody that knows a radial is just impossible to catch once it starts spinning. That big tire has a lot of momentum too, and it spun for a while. There's actually a couple of bald spots up here now. The guys out coming up with the slicks are not going to care, but that is not good as we're going to get into our final cars of the day going down the racetrack. In fact, I see the Chevy 2, the black car that hit the wall, is back in the staging lanes. Gonna make a run. Vega and 4i Fox Body. This 4i Fox Body in the right lane is unbelievably cool, and he goes like $9 grand in the water box.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. C group, I need you to lane number 4, please. C group, I need you to lane number 4, please. Tim Flanders and William Carter, the Vega driver, that's Carter. Flanders in the Mustang on the right side. Flanders out first. Both of these guys looking for an 850 time, so they don't have one yet. 856 at 160 is good for Flanders. 861 at 160 for Carter. They both went under the 850 number that they needed to find, so those times will count. And again, once you have your time slip in hand, do not wait. Bring it to the first floor of the tower and turn it in, because we will be done in less than an hour. Yeah, we'll stop taking time slips in less than an hour. And once they're gone, if you don't have a time slip turned in, you're DQ'd, and I don't want you to do that, so make sure you bring your time slips. Mike Sleeper and Jason Deutscher. Deutscher in the Mustang on the right side. Beautiful looking Malibu of Sleeper on the left side. We're all staged and ready. Nice little wheelie there for the Malibu. Deutscher out in front in the Mustang. As they make their way towards the top end, 854, 160 for Deutscher. He knocks 100th off of it. He went 855 earlier. 889, 151 for the Malibu. Once again, C group, I need you to lane 4. C group, you want to make another pass, I need you to lane 4, please. C group, lane 4, please. Once again, time slips, first floor of the tower. Time slips, first floor of the tower. If you had over a 1 second reaction time, go talk to Keith Turk, and he will take care of it for you. To the left-hand side, leaving a little early and did not get the tree. So Jason Rushu would get a single pass here in the Malibu. He's got the boost poured into it by about 100-foot mark. Rolls it on down. Top end says 952, 156 miles an hour. Yeah, he went soft on the 60-foot. So once again, I need my C group cars. To lane number 4, please. C group cars. Need you to lane number 4. C group, lane number 4. If you'd like to make another pass, I've called the B group. You should be in lane number 5. We're running you right now. Here comes Richard Flint, the Honda S2000. Both of them get a hold of the Bradenton surface. The S2000 out in front, top end says 850 with a 0. Ladies and gentlemen, you could do no better. 8.50. Holy cow, talk about clocking a grand slam home run. They went 849 with a 7 and probably cried about it for a few minutes and then said, let's just put an 852 in a minute. Boy, did they ever. 8.500. That is the leading time for the 850 Limited. There's a whole bunch of 850s, but not with a 0. Right now, there's only one of them. Felicia Smith and Sharon Klausner. A couple of Cadillacs going to do battle here. Klausner, the 2012 CTSV, the purple one. Felicia Smith, the 2009 CTSV, the 4-door. Both of them get hooked up good off the starting line. 102 as she lifted way early, 10:31 and 1:33 for Sharon Klausner. Here comes Andy Cook, Motion Raceworks GTO. Doug standing there behind him. Here's the problem Andy Cook has. His current time, 8:38 with an 8. That's way too fast. He needs an 8:50. He's just like the other guys, Jason Deutscher. This example. A lot of these guys, it's all kind of melting together in my brain. Ronnie Santucci and the Duster on the left. Right now, the GTO wants something that says 8.5. 8.5 something. Something took enough power out of it. 132 to the 60 foot. The GTO on a rip. Here we go. 840 with a 4. It's still not good enough. He's only slowed down 200ths of a second. Doug takes some power out of it. 840 with a 4. 164 miles an hour. That's not good enough. 10-second pass for the Duster. And here comes Taco Time and Dr. Pepper. This is Parker Mitchell. This is Garrett's brother. Mustang, little LS influence on the left side. And the Taco Time. Ford Fairmont on the right side. That's Aaron Slayton. Dr. Pepper rolling. 850, 457 miles an hour. He went 849 with an 8, so he also needed an 8.50 or slower, and they just got it right there. So all these guys that are trying to get to the 850 time slip land are coming out here and just belting them out because they can't turn in an 849 or an 838 or an 840. They need an 850 or slower. So it's basically becoming, you know, like a tune-up game. You got to figure out how much to take out of it. Nicholas Desamine, 1983 LTD station wagon on the right side. C.J. Robertson, the Mustang, left-hand side. Mustang, too much power. He's going to pedal it and decides to abort the run. The LTD wagon all the way down on the right-hand side, no problem. 999 with a 1 hanging off the end of it, 139 miles an hour. Doug Cook down there talking with Chad Reynolds, and he goes, we were this close, that far, from running an 850 time slip. Nice little 1964 Plymouth Savoy. Charlie Ogle on the left-hand side, and the Mustang of David Deal, 1994 model, on the right-hand side. Racetrack. Mustangs out in front, 10, 11, 142, 10, 51, 135. Charlie Ogle. Here comes Juan Garza. Must have gotten his truck fixed and found himself an intercooler pump. I'm just guessing. The 1999 Silverado, or some people would prefer to call it the Silverado. Big heavy Chevy over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Left-hand side, James Rowland, 1995 model Mustang. James and I got to see each other yesterday at registration, and we talked about the fact that it had been like 7 years since we had seen each other. It's crazy to think how much time goes by when you're racing. The Mustang out there first, the 128 60-foot. Roulette just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. 846 with a 164 and some smoke out of it. The truck having some problems and slows to just a mid-15-second pass. So we're going to say that neither one of them are exactly what they wanted. James came in with an 864. He obviously wanted to tune that up just a hair. But he didn't get the 850 something that he was looking for. He got an 840, so he can't turn that time slip in. Bradley Mixon coming up next, the patriotic theme 2004 GTO on the right-hand side. William Carter, 77 Big. Big just once again just hikes the front end and off he goes. Went 848 with a 3 on his first pass. 853, 162, so move some numbers around, that's better. Because a lot of these guys are cage limited. Guys and girls are cage limited. They can't run faster than 8.50. Speaking of Jason Deutscher, I was just talking about him. Here he comes. He's coming right back around. He's going to try it again. He's got an 8:54 with a 7, but when you got a whole bunch of people with 8.50 time slips, you don't want to be 0.04 of a second off the pace. So he's coming back to try one more time. And he will face the Malibu that also just made a pass. Jason Roshu, 80 model Malibu, and both these guys are looking for, 8.50 on the time slip. The reason they're looking for that is because that's the cage limitation as certified by NHRA. Once you go past 8.50, meaning 849 and quicker, you need to have a funny car cage and a lot more bars under the car. A lot of people with street cars don't want to do that. It makes it hard to get them in and out of. So Jason Neuscher rolling in. Jason Neuscher over on the other side. Here they go. Neuscher rolling out a nice little wheelie to the 60-foot. The Malibu falls off again. The Mustang will go all the way down. Oh, he just misses. Look at his crew. He goes, darn it, 0.06 of a second too fast. You can just see it. He hung his head just as soon as it happened. 8:49 with a 4. He just missed by 0.06 of a second. You saw his crew guy just hang his head down like, oh, dang it, we just missed by 0.06. That's a tiny little mark. Here comes our mystery Mustang driver in the left-hand side, car number 200. Michael Leon, 1989 Mustang over on the right side. Both of them are hooked up good here. Both of them looking for 850 time slips. Left side is a little too quick currently. 857, 162 will work. 917, 154 for Michael Malone. That is his best pass of the day. Wow, it's kind of interesting to see this. Cletus McFarland coming back up for another whack. So far, 735. That is his best pass out of the El Camino he calls mullet. I believe that is his best pass ever in this car. Oh, this one might be interesting. This could be a grudge race. That makes sense. James Tall doing the burnout across the starting line in his boss's car. Yeah, the car they call Ruby. So Cletus McFarland, the purveyor of both these cars. Currently, he's wheeling mullet. That's his newest car, the El Camino. Out of the Motion Raceworks stable and KSR Performance helped put together. So Cletus, over on the left side. James, Tall, and Ruby, over on the right side. So Ruby already has an 847 to his liking. James Tall, I believe, also went in the 850 range, so they're probably trying to get both of them figured out to run a little bit closer to the 850 index or a little faster. Dr. Tunemal over there working on something. Got them all figured out. Cletus is going to roll the window up and he's going to go back up to the starting line. Yep, there he goes. This is a heavy car. Keep that in mind. I mean, like when you're looking at the fact that both of these cars have run deep in the 7s, and everybody always wonders why something doesn't run faster. You got to take weight into effect. That Corvette is a solid 500 pounds less than the El Camino. Look, Cletus backs out of the beam. So James will get a single pass here. James run a single down the right-hand side. Cletus didn't like it for some reason when he went up to stage. Oh, and James goes too fast yet again. 846 at 161. So Ruby has laid down now 2 runs that are too quick for 850. James was trying to whittle his number down to 850 and ended up going a little too fast. So I don't know what's going on there with Cletus's car as he backed up. He backed up, had Dr. Tunemal look at something underneath the hood, even though there is no hood, but he was definitely down there playing with something in it. And then Cletus rolled up, lit one bulb, didn't like it, backed up. Not sure what is going on with him. Less 10 pickup truck coming back up. Again, I have called the C group to lane 4. C group to lane number 4, please. C group, we could use you. Lane number 4, please. Right about now is a good time. We'll have a single pass here for the little S10 truck. This is the one that keeps having a one-wheel peel action. This time he's got it hooked up early. desperate need of a posi rear end. 1391, 109 miles an hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the official call from Lonnie Grimm. Lanes will close in less than 10 minutes. Lanes will close in less than 10 minutes. Again, if you have made a pass that you are happy with and you are not going to make another run, bring your time slip to the first floor of the timing tower. The first floor of the timing tower, not the top floor, the first floor. Please bring your time slip to the first floor of the timing tower. If you are not making another pass, please turn in your time slip right away because, well, they will wrap everything up. The last thing we will want to do is not give you a shot to hand in your time slip. So time slips is open on floor number 1 of the tower. If you have already made your best pass, go turn in your time slip now. Don't wait. Go do it right now, please. Camaro versus Cutlass on this matchup. Once again, lanes will close in less than 10 minutes. Lanes will close in less than 10 minutes. Lanes will close up in less than 10 minutes. Lanes will close up in less than 10 minutes. 11:09 at 123 for the Cutlass, 13:35 at 104 for the Camaro. Chevrolet Chevelle coming up over on the left-hand side in the CTSV. Jasmine Robertson, Cadillac. David Gallup for the Chevelle. Final call for the concession stand. Final call for the concession stand. 12:03, 87 miles an hour for the Chevelle. 12:74, 111 for the CTSV. And someone has put it in the wall. Everybody, please stay back. Oh, we got people losing. We got people losing shoes. Somebody just dove in a pickup truck and left their shoes on the starting line. Somebody is probably a little bit nervous about the Cadillac driver, unfortunately, in the wall. As soon as I get the word driver's out and okay, I'll let you know. Everybody, please stay where you are. Everybody, please stay where you are. We do not need anybody else down there. Once again, as soon as I get word that the driver is okay, I will let you know, but please stay back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so you can loosen your helmet straps. This one will probably take a few minutes as we're going to need to get this one off the wall. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can unstrap and you can go ahead and take your helmets off and loosen your belts and get out of the cars and stretch a minute, as this one will take a bit, as we have been told that we may call an ambulance for this one. So unfortunately, we hate to see that happen. The car got loose at the top end of the racetrack for whatever reason. He ended up getting into the wall. So we're going to call some assistant medical to the racetrack. We'll be back underway here in just a few minutes as soon as we get the word of how much cleanup needs to be done. So again, ladies and gentlemen, safety equipment doing its job. appreciate the fact that she is alert. We've been told that. Driver is not out of the car yet. So once again, we would ask that everybody just kind of hang with us here, as we know we have a lot of people in the lanes. So we are awaiting word. So everybody stand by, please. Once again, we appreciate everybody coming out here to Sick Week. Brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive and the live stream that has been watched by well over 8,000 people. We're waiting on word of the female driver down there at the top end. So everybody please stand by. Like I said, if you are in the staging lanes, you can go ahead and loosen up, pop out of your cars. It's probably going to be a little bit. You're going to have to clean this one up. So a lot of people already on their way to the Orlando area as the next stop on the Sick Week tour will be Orlando Speed World. Actually, from what I've been told, we're going to go to Old Town tonight. So once we get done here, we will go to Orlando Speed World tomorrow. That'll be followed by Gainesville Raceway on Wednesday. South Georgia Motorsports Park on Thursday. Then we will come back here to Bradenton Motorsports Park for the final day of Sick Week. And if you would like to follow us, you can check out sickthemagazine.com. We'll have all the details there. Also been a bunch of media that's been here on the property this day, and they're going to follow us as well, along with our live stream. We are blessed to be joined by 1320 Video. Make sure you go and check out their YouTube page. They're going to have a whole bunch of stuff loaded up there. 1320 Video, we're being joined by Drag Illustrated, Dragzine, and then we have a bunch of photographers, including KWS Images, father and son team. Booston Photography is here. KC Photography, Bradenton's hometown track photographer, is here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I just went back and looked at the live stream, and it turns out it was not just one hit, it was two. So yeah, the car got loose right at the top end of the racetrack, and it went from the right side to the left side and smashed the wall hard enough, and then she went over into the opposite side. right, ladies and gentlemen, I have just gotten the word. The driver is out of the vehicle, and she is conscious, but they are going to send her to the hospital just to be safe. So thankfully, she is out of the vehicle. That's good news. I'm glad to know she is, because those were two pretty hard hits. The car got loose at the top end of the racetrack. But thankfully, it looked like they are going to be able to just take her to the hospital for safety precautions, because when you hit that hard and all the airbags and everything, I'm sure they just want to double check it all. All right, I've been told by Lonnie Grimm the staging lanes are officially closed. Lanes are closed. We will run the vehicles that are present in the lanes. And then once we're done there, we'll wrap it up. So if you're not in the lanes, now's a good time to go visit the first floor of the tower and hand in your time slip, like right now. So that way you're not part of the mad rush at the end. And you definitely want to make sure you get your time slip in before Keith and Tanya Turk and their crew pack up and head to the next track. So yeah, go ahead and hand in your time slips now, please. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, the young lady in the Cadillac is out of the car. She is conscious, and they're just going to take her to the hospital for some scans and verification. They want to make sure everything's okay, because she took a really hard hit almost at full speed as the car crossed from right to left. So they want to make sure that she is okay. So once again, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes, please. Staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. Once again, per Lonnie Grimm on the ground, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. Staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. We're going to tighten up the racetrack. We got to move the Cadillac. And once we're done with that, we will run out the remaining cars. So once again, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. And then we will go back under power and back underway here to run the remaining cars. So again, if you're not in the lanes, you should be having a time slip turned in on the first floor of the tower. If you have not turned in a time slip yet, unless you are in the staging lanes, you need to go visit the first floor of the tower and turn in your slip right now. As a matter of fact, it looks like I see a bunch of you down there waiting to turn in your time slip, so that's good. So yeah, don't make Keith and Tanya Turk wait. You do not want to be those people. You want to make sure that you turn your time slip in early. They can wait on you. So once again, if you have made a run, you are not in the lanes, you need to go turn in your time slip. As Tom heads out in the sick Camaro. He's rolling out the gate right now. That 69 2.0 Camaro heading his way. They're going to Old Town. Who says you can't drive a low 6-second car out the gate? So it looks like we've got, well, maybe about a dozen and a half, yeah, maybe close to 24 cars left to run. Once we finish that, ladies and gentlemen, then we will wrap it up here. And the team will move to Orlando. And as soon as we do that, then we will get ourselves set up for tomorrow's action. So for those of you that are joining us here in Bradenton that are not joining the tour, you can still be a part of everything by jumping online to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. You can follow all the action up here as we go to Orlando Speed World Then we will follow that by Gainesville Raceway on Wednesday. We go to South Georgia on Thursday, and finally wrap it all up back here in Bradenton on Friday. So 5 days of action, 5 different time slips, crown class winners, and do all the cool stuff that goes along with it. So again, if you are not in the staging lanes and you have not turned in a time slip, I need you to take a time slip to the first floor of the tower and visit Tanya Turk. Once again, if you are on the property and you have not been, I got to think about this again, I just kind of fluffed. If you are on the property here at Bradenton and you are participating, and you've not handed in a time slip, if you are not sitting in the staging lanes waiting to make another time slip or get another time slip, then you need to go to first floor of the tower and turn your time slip in. And for those of you commenting in the live stream feed, we do have medical personnel on staff. We always do. We have trained medical personnel on the staff. But again, some of the stuff that happens here, you still want to send someone to the hospital for all the real diagnosis and scans. There's something that can only be done by certain things. So again, you want to make sure that we are completely cautious of driver safety. And unfortunately, that Cadillac took 2 hard hits, bounced off one wall and hit the other. So all of you that are commenting on the live stream saying no ambulance, how irresponsible, we have medical personnel on staff, ladies and gentlemen. Don't make it sound like we don't. Yeah, there's 4 paramedics down there. It is not uncommon for a racetrack to have an ambulance and then they have a county ambulance that will meet them at the track and transfer a person to the nearest hospital. That is not uncommon, so please don't spread rumors that we don't have medical personnel here, because that is the furthest thing from the truth. We also have the crash to worry about, and that is it's not just something that we can hook up to with a cable or something. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, all you that are commenting on the live stream that I'm seeing, I'm getting lit up by Bradenton Motorsports Park track staff up here in the tower. Lori and I are talking about it. We're talking about it with the SICK team. But we have a full EMT safety crew, 4 different people on that crew that we hire. Cannot send people down the racetrack without an EMT crew on staff, and they are here. So again, please make sure that you don't go spreading rumors about what you think you heard. We have EMT people on site. And again, it is not an uncommon thing for a racetrack to call in a county ambulance to transport the person. The ambulance from the racetrack leaving to take somebody to the hospital is normally not what happens. So again, if everybody in the chat room can kind of hold off just a second, because we are not wanting to spread bad information here. Bradenton, again, always, I've been down here several times, always has EMTs on staff and at the ready. They were there as soon as she crashed. But again, you do not want to send the racetrack ambulance off-site, because then we can't run. So we would basically be putting everything on hold if we took our own ambulance to the hospital. So that's what happens. We wait for the county ambulance to come and they will transport the driver. So everybody that keeps commenting, it says there's no ambulance, they don't have EMTs, please stop it. That is not what's going on. Please. right, so we were also waiting on a rollback to go and get the wreck off the top end of the racetrack. So again, it's going to take us a little bit to get this taken care of. Like I said, we have about 24 cars left to run. And once that's done, then that will wrap up our day one here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. And we will move to Orlando Speed World for tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you are not with the Bradenton Motorsports Park crew or the EMTs, we ask that you do not go to the top end of the racetrack, please. Do not go to the top end of the racetrack. Once again, if you are not part of the EMT crew, you're not part of the Bradenton Motorsports Park crew, please stay off the top end of the racetrack. We do not need anybody else down there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, nobody on the top end of the racetrack, please. In fact, if you go up to the top end and you take pictures and you post those pictures, I assure you I will do everything in my power to add multiple seconds to your time slip and anybody you are associated with today. If this was your family member, you wouldn't want somebody up there taking pictures and going out on Instagram and posting them. So if you've posted anything, or if you're thinking about it, remove it and think twice, because it will be ugly, I assure you.
And once again, Chad Reynolds up here with me. We emulate the fact that this is somebody's daughter, somebody's possibly girlfriend or wife or whatever. Yeah, so try and think twice before you do all that. We're We're obviously all out here to have a fun time and a good time, and when something like this happens, we all need to kind of take a pause for a minute. Okay, so somebody had just asked if the track had closed the lanes. Yes, I had made that announcement. We closed the lanes at 4 o'clock. It is now 4:15, so the remaining vehicles that we have in the lanes, it's about 24 of them. We're going to run those out, and then we will wrap it up, pack it up, head to the next track, which is Orlando Speed World. That's where we'll be tomorrow. You once again can catch the live feed on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, provided the spammers don't burn it down first. Yeah. Anyway, but once again, we appreciate everybody's patience and hanging with us. Obviously, today has run a little bit over the 3 o'clock timeline that we originally started with. So once again, remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're just all out here to have a good time and enjoy the motorsport that we love. Chad is definitely, he's emotional about this, and completely understand why. He's been around racing for a long time, and I want to make sure that everybody just remembers that, you know, again, this is somebody's wife, somebody's daughter, somebody's friend. We would like them to know from the right people what's going on. The problem is some people just want to take pictures and post them. So, again, we are on hold right now. We have closed the staging lanes, so thank you so much for that. We're going to run the remaining cars. Once we are done with that, we have the top end clear. We will go back to racing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, lanes have been closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. Lanes have been closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. We'll run the remaining cars. We'll wrap it up. So again, if you are not in the staging lanes and you have not turned in a time slip, you should be doing so right now. First floor of the tower. If you are on the property competing and you have not handed in a time slip, if you are not in the staging lanes waiting to make another run, you should be handing a time slip in on the first floor of the tower. So please go do that. If you have not handed in your time slip, you should be doing that on the first floor of the tower. And as I said, we will run out the remaining cars. And and then we will set ourselves up for Orlando. That's where we'll be tomorrow. Orlando Speed World. We appreciate each and every one of you coming out here to Bradenton Motorsports Park. Has been a great day of action. A lot of 6- and 7-second cars have laid down laps, and it's been a lot of great wheels up stuff. Seen a lot of great performances. Really has been amazing. We thank each and every one of you for being part of it. We say a special thanks to Gear Vendors for being the official presenting sponsor of Sick Week. We say thank you to Motion Raceworks for helping bring us the live feed. right, ladies and gentlemen. Everything all fired up? We're going to go back to racing. We'll run the last couple pairs here, and we're going to go back to action. So thank you all so much for hanging with us, letting us get through it all. So here we go, back into action. Dustin McGlinton. That doesn't look like a Cadillac STV though, but it's all right. We got an El Camino down on the left-hand side. That looks like we're going to do a reboot. Once again, of all of you that are here, we ask that you please consider jumping over on Facebook and giving a like and a share to Gear Vendors Overdrive and Motion Raceworks and Tom Bailey, Sick Week, Sick the Mag. If you're going to jump onto YouTube, please make sure that you're going to jump onto YouTube, please make sure that you go and visit Tom Bailey. That's where the YouTube is. And take care of that. And also jump over to Motion Raceworks. Give them a like, and a share, and a subscribe. As we wait for the computer system to reboot. We'll run the final few cars. So once again, the tour will move on from here. We will go to Orlando Speed World tomorrow. You can go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel and you can watch all the action live for free. Thanks to our friends at Motion Raceworks. Big thank you to Doug and his crew for providing that for us. We do appreciate it. Then we will go from Orlando to Gainesville on Wednesday. Yeah, the home of the Gator Nationals. Go to South Georgia Motorsports Park. We will come right back here on Friday. That will wrap us up. We will make all the passes. You have to turn in a time slip at every racetrack. As we wait for the right keystrokes that'll get us back online. Unfortunately, the computer wants to be finicky now. Sometimes you just got to work the bugs out. Once again, if you are not sitting in the staging lanes waiting to make another pass, if you have not turned in your time slip and you are not in the staging lanes waiting on making another pass, you need to take your time slips to the first floor of the tower and get with Tanya Turk and her crew immediately. If you are not in the staging lanes waiting to make a run and you have not turned in your time slip, you need to turn your time slip into first floor immediately. Because Tanya and Keith Turk and their group will not wait very long once we're done running the rest of these cars. So we're on hold here for just a minute. We'll be right back with you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the delay. Everything runs nice and smooth on the computer system the entire day, and then sometimes this kind of thing happens. So sometimes technology battles you. So just give us a few minutes. We're working on it upstairs. We'll try to our best to get it all figured out. So please bear with us. Once again, a big thank you to everybody that came out to be part of the first day of Sick Week. Again, if you would like to follow along with the route, you can go to sickthemagazine.com. It is posted up there. I'll tell you the route that we're taking to Old Town and Orlando Speed World. So if you want to trail along with us. Also, so tomorrow when we get on the air, I'll be able to tell you how many of the 341 cars are still in competition, at least at that point, unless we were waiting on some of them to actually pull in. But we know we've already lost a couple. Fortunately, we've had some people that have popped head gaskets or nitrous backfires or a whole lot of things, unfortunately. But once again, for all of you that would like to follow along, that we're here at Bradenton today, you can go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. And Bailey spelled B-A-I-L-E-Y. And you can check out all the great stuff that we'll have on tap, as 4 more days of action will be here. And when I say here, I mean on YouTube. We won't be here, as a lot of people have already rolled through. Tomorrow we'll be in Orlando. Wednesday, Gainesville Raceway. Thursday, South Georgia Motorsports Park. Friday, we will come back to Bradenton. And we will finish off Sick Week, calculate the averages, crown some champions, and I'm sure some frosty beverages will be had. Yes. I have a feeling that a few people up here in the tower are thinking extra frosty beverages would probably be good. So once again, we appreciate everybody who has come out here to Bradenton Motorsports Park to help us kick off Sick Week. We know a lot of you were here yesterday as we did the pre-day. We did the test day. It's been great to see all the 6- and 7-second runs, people laying down new personal best, crews high-fiving each other as they get everything figured out on some of what they are brand new rides. We have people that showed up that hadn't made a single pass on a brand new combination. We had people show up with cars that they had just put together, that they had just bought less than half a year previous. And the only thing they may have done is put it on a dyno, or in some cases not made a pass at all. So the fact that they are able to come out to the racetrack and Turns out all the bolts and nuts were tightened down correctly and everything worked. We were able to make it work. That's great. Unfortunately, some people did suffer parts failure, and that's something that just happens with racing and cars, and sometimes you don't even have to be racing. Cars will just do that stuff too. Things will short out, things won't work. Something that worked on a pass before all of a sudden doesn't work on this one. So, once again, we are working on trying to get the computer system back up. So we ask that you please be patient with us as we continue to work our way through that. Once again, if you are not in the staging lanes and you have not turned in a time slip, we ask that you do that now, first floor of the tower. Because there's only a couple of dozen cars left in the lanes, and I'm sure once they're done, Keith and Tanya Turk want to be packed up and out of here. So we're already a few hours behind. So once again, if you have made a pass, if you are not in the staging lanes, you should be turning your time slips in, like right now, first floor of the tower. Once again, if you are not in the staging lanes, if you have not turned in a time slip, now is a great time to do that. Go visit the first floor of the tower. Do not wait. Please go take care of your time slip. Turn it in on the first floor of the tower. All right, so I have a parts call. Looking for an oil scavenge pump. Doesn't say who, but or it doesn't say what for. I'm just looking for an oil scavenge pump. If you have one, come to the top floor of the tower. Let us know. We'll get you that person's information. Jordan Baudru needs it. Oil scavenge pump. Oil scavenge pump. If you have one, come to the top floor of the tower. Let us know. We'll give you Jordan's contact information. Once again, we have a late parts call. A late parts call. We are looking for an oil scavenge pump. If you have one, come to the top floor of the tower and let us know. We'll put you in touch with the driver that needs it. ladies and gentlemen, I have another parts call, but this one is from the road. Nick Taylor, otherwise known as Nicky Bobby. Him and his driver, Adam Hodson, they got a small problem. They're looking for 5x5 bolt pattern for drive wheels and tires for Uncle Sam. They didn't measure right when thrashing, so he says that he's going to be driving on the slicks tonight, but we'll need some better tires tomorrow if it rains. So I'm putting that out there right now. If you know of anybody that has some spare big boy wheels and tires, and actually they'd probably drive around on some regular ones, but I guess they didn't measure right when they were thrashing Uncle Sam together. The third generation Camaro, it's got a 5x5 bolt pattern wheel, and they need some drive wheels and tires for Uncle Sam. Otherwise they're going to be driving around on big balloon slicks, and I'm sure that if it gets wet, that will not provide for a good ride. So I will put the word out there. If you know, go and hit up Nick Taylor or Mac Mid-America Customs on their Facebook pages and let them know. You can probably shoot them a message too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got the computer system back up. Drivers, go ahead and load back up. All right, drivers, thank you so much for being patient. Load back up, please. Drivers, load back up, please. We had to do the dipsy-doo dunkaroo on the computer system. We are good to go, yes. So we have about maybe 15 to 16 cars remaining, I believe. And that will close us out, and it's a good thing because we have a few of them that I believe have not made a pass yet. So go ahead and load back up, drivers. The ones that are in the water box, go ahead and back up so we can give the ones in the front another chance to do a burnout. Then we will get back after it. Again, thank you all so much for being patient. So we're going to get back underway here. It's the funniest thing. Computer systems are sometimes so fickle. So like I said, we got about 12.5 cars to go. And that will wrap up the official day one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to go back to action here as we're running into overtime. Daniel Gruba. That is a 2006 Dodge Charger that he is, looked like he's taken the hacksaw to. Little 67 El Camino over here on the left-hand side. Both of them in our C-Class group. Gruba in the redone Charger. El Camino on the left-hand side, 1286, 109, 1433, 96 miles an hour for the Charger. 79 model Camaro coming up next, and the 71 Buick GS convertible. There's probably some Buick people that are cringing that someone's taking a Buick convertible down the racetrack in the 11-second zone. Down on the slow roll, 1501 and 1658. It's both of them just kind of, I guess, getting some data, so to speak. Again, if you have not turned in a time slip, first floor of the tower is where you need to do it, and you need to do it like right now. Unless you're in the lanes, you should be down at first floor of the tower. If not, Keith Turk's going to come up here and beat on me with his hammer. James Dean, the 2021 Hellcat. He's been looking for a good hook all day, finally got it. 10:18, 138, there you go. 11:10 at 136 for Michael Pompero in the 2014 Caddy. Here comes a car that I love, man. I mean, this one, from what Chad Reynolds was telling me, he got a little too close. I think he used the word lumber. Yeah, he used the word lumber. Jim B. Reinhardt, 1972 Nova. It's a turbocharged car. Dog dish hubcaps, the sleeper brown, flat hood. This car went in the 9s during testing. I'm not sure what he's tech to, because he's made a couple of passes. Now he's laying into it now, 175 on the 60-foot. He might be trying to get some time off the front half. 105 miles an hour in the 8. He goes 1065, 120 miles an hour. That's not a bad lap. Again, I don't know what he's tech to, though. I'm not sure if the car has a bar. If it doesn't, he can't turn that in. I don't know, Gavin, can he tempt you? Could he, like... Not with his line. The fact you're still thinking about that and I didn't bring it up again. Gavin Carter and I are sitting up here in the tower. Gavin and I have worked many a tower session together, and I think we're both in the same frizz mode right now. David Deal, the 94 Mustang, yeah, it's the real deal. Got the real deal hookup on that one too, 126 to the 60-foot. Mustang's exercising it all the way down the left side. Top end says 903, how about 157 miles an hour? So let's drop the laundry out. Sure, why not? Cool looking little Dodge Dart swinger coming up over here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. We'll line up against the Tesla. I think it might be a Plaid. Not sure. Let's take a look. It says not on file. We'll just take a guess and say it's a Plaid. Actually, I'll tell you in just a minute based on where he is against the Dodge. Hanging right with that Dodge Dart that's been in the 9, so that probably is a Plaid. Starting to get on the brakes. Starting to get on the brakes. There you go, 1024 at 116. He made a pass above 9s. 994 at 122 for Cody Walker. Can't turn that in. Already had a 994, so two 994s don't make a 10-0. Doesn't work that way. John Chichak and Troy Clairhout. A couple of interesting names. 1932 pickup with what looks like a force-fed LS motor underneath the hood. A little fabbed intake. And how about this? The little Barracuda. On the left-hand side, it has no quarter glass. It has no trunk lid, and it has no roof. Or not no roof, I'm sorry, no hood. Yeah, there's no rules, just right. The Cuda has taken the green light, so I have a feeling that that one might have been a, hey, let's just roll it down the racetrack so we are officially still in competition, and then we can go to the next track. They may have just gotten it together or had some problems. 1476 at 81 miles an hour for the little pickup truck. 21-second pass for Joshua. We do have a couple of fast cars left. Yep, we have Garrett and James Tall, and here comes James Roulette, the Mr. Burton guy. I believe he's out of Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken. He's a fellow LSX guy. This one's Ford-powered, though, he told me. And beautiful 1986 Ford GT Mustang over on the left-hand side. But James Roulette, he came up to me and he says, hey, I haven't seen you in about 7 years. I think that's the last LSX shootout I was at. And I said, thanks for making me feel a little bit. He's bumping in on the right side. Mustang about ready on the left. Here we go. And that Mustang on the left, once again, not finding traction to his liking. James, no problem. 122 to the 60. Lays it all the way down. How about 855 to 134 with the parachute out early? That's a good way to slow it down. It was looking like it was going to go faster than 850, so let's just dump the laundry. Make sure we run it faster than 850. And that works. He'll clock that one in. All right, little Vega. Turbocharged mount over here on the left-hand side. Gavin, I didn't think I'd ever see as many Vegas as I've seen out here on a drag and drive competition. I believe there's 4 of them. Yeah, that's kind of funny, isn't it? And this cool-looking little Malibu. This is Jason Rosau. Little Malibu over on the right-hand side. So far, he's had some traction issues and power management issues. They're both going to spool up the turbos. We're ready. Look at that Vega just carrying that tire. Yeah, this time it went to the right, and he had to duck out of it. He pedals it and goes 9 flat with a 9, 158 miles an hour. And the Malibu once again having trouble. 1282 at 71 miles an hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, final pair to go down the racetrack, and how ironic. There'll be a couple of people that live not too far away from this racetrack. James Tall and Garrett Mitchell, otherwise known as Cletus McFarland. I'm not sure if he doesn't like people announcing him as Garrett. He always goes by Cletus, you know? Yeah, his tag card says Cletus. Some people know him as Garrett, but a lot of people know him as Cletus. James Tall, most people probably know him as Jack Stand Jimmy. Or James Get the Toolbox. So James wheeling the car known as Ruby. It's the auctioned Corvette that they picked up a few years ago, and they said it's got an iron truck block in it, so let's put a turbo on it. It's just got better from there. Early 122 to the 60. 480 at the 8th mile. Here it comes. Oh, the parachute out early. 761 at just 152. He went 480 at 151 miles an hour to the 8th mile. But he drops the laundry early. That will not better his 735 from earlier. James Tall goes 862. That does not better what he previously put down. So they made a side-by-side run. Nothing wrong with that. But Cletus was on his way to a great pass. Again, 4.80 at 151 miles an hour in the 8th mile. And then he drops the laundry out early to slow to a 7.61 at just 152 miles an hour. It might have been by design. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that'll wrap it up officially for our first day here at Sick Week. We went into overtime by about, 2.5 hours. That's all. So we appreciate everybody being patient with us. We obviously thank Gavin Carter for coming up and helping Law out with the computer and trying to, 2 wrongs make a right. So on behalf of everybody on the Sick Week crew, everybody who busted their butts out here for Bradenton Motorsports Park, we appreciate all their hard work. We are going to pack it up, wrap it up, stack it up, and move on to the next track. That's Orlando Speed World. We will be there tomorrow for day number 2 of Sick Week. For those of you that would like to join us, go and check out Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Yeah. B-A-I-L-E-Y. Tom Bailey. And the good folks at Motion Raceworks providing us the live stream for that, and we appreciate them. So we'll be back to give you all the live action here tomorrow. And when I say here, I mean on YouTube, not here in Bradenton. Bradenton's actually going to have testing here. But we'll be back here at Bradenton on Friday to wrap the week up. So on behalf of everybody here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, we ask that you please drive safely. We hope to see you again soon. I'll be in Orlando tomorrow. Once again, Tom Bailey's YouTube channel to check out all the action. Thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the presenting sponsor for Sick Week, and Motion Raceworks for providing the live stream. We out.